Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the February 11th meeting of the Historic Preservation Board. I'm Jack Finglass, the acting chairman, and we have a full board today, and we look forward to all the projects that are coming up today. Some of them are extremely interesting, and I turn it over to Nick about public information.
Sure. Good morning, Mr. Vice Chair, Acting Chair, and members of the board. I'd like to start out by swearing in any members of staff and any members of the public who will be providing testimony today. Please raise your right hands.
I haven't done this before.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. I'll also take a moment to read the city's notice regarding lobbyist registration. If you're appearing on behalf of a business, a corporation, or another person, you need to register as a lobbyist with the city clerk's office. If you haven't registered yet, you should go downstairs and register before you speak to the board. You don't have to register as a lobbyist if you're speaking only on behalf of yourself and not any other party, or if you're testifying as an expert witness providing only scientific, technical, or other specialized information or testimony in this public meeting, or if you're appearing as a representative of a neighborhood association without any compensation or reimbursement for your appearance, to express support of or opposition to any item. Expert witnesses and representatives of neighborhood associations shall, prior to appearing, disclose in writing to the city clerk their name, address, and the principal on whose behalf they're communicating. If you're an architect, attorney, or employee representing an applicant or an objector, you must register as a lobbyist. These rules apply whether you're appearing in favor of or against an item, or encouraging or arguing against its passage, defeat, modification, or continuance. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to make a couple quick announcements. Today will be John Stewart's last meeting. He has served more than 6 years at this point because he had served the extra 2 months. And I just wanted to, on behalf of the Planning Department, thank you for your service. You've been an integral member, and we are going to miss you very much. And that being said, I also want to introduce our new board member, Max Litt. Max has education from Cornell University and Columbia University, so we're losing one Columbia grad, and we're gaining one. So I'm very happy about that as a fellow alumni. Max is an expert in sustainability, environment, and government relations, so I think he will add a lot of new perspective to the board, so we're very excited to have him. He has also previously served on the Sustainability Committee as well as the GeoBond Committee, so he will be very familiar with the general processes of the city. So welcome, Max. We're happy to have you.
Does John get an Oscar for his performance?
If we had one, I would.
I could 3D print one.
Okay, and so the first item would be the approval of the January 14th, 2020 minutes. And we would need a motion.
Motion. To second?
I'll second.
Nancy?
Aren't we electing?
No, wait, in a minute.
I believe a motion was made and seconded.
Yes.
All in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Are there any opposed? I just have one comment to make because I was asked by a board member regarding the election of a chair and vice chair, and typically staff in the city attorney's office recommend that the board hold that election once the board has been fully appointed. There is one seat, which is Mr. Stewart's seat, that has not yet been filled by the city commission and may or may not be filled tomorrow. So in our ordinary practice, the board would hold an election for chair and vice chair the following meeting. The board is also free to take that up today if they so desire, but I'm just advising you of what our normal practice is.
I believe we should take it up today because in March there will be at least one, if not two, board members possibly not here. And today everyone is here except someone who's not yet appointed. So I think it would make a better transition and be more sensible to try to take care of that today.
That's up to the board as a body. If you'd like to take up that matter today.
How do we do that?
Well, you may want to have some discussion on that and then
Okay.
decide how you'd like to proceed.
Discussion? Nancy?
I think that we should do it today then. If John is still sitting here as a board, why is John sitting here as a board member still, right?
Yeah, presumably my last.
Okay,
Yeah.
so he's here today. Thank you. So I, for one, would like to see us just vote for it and move on.
I would too. Do we have to take a vote or something? Or?
I think in order to, if there's sort of consensus on it, I mean, it might be clear if the board took a vote, but I don't know if any of the other board members have anything to say on the matter.
Anybody have any comments?
I'll move it.
Okay, and then the motion would be to elect a chair and vice chair today.
Correct.
Is there a second to the motion?
I'll second it.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Are there any opposed to the motion? Okay. Seeing none opposed. So the way we typically do this is that if any board members have anyone they'd like to nominate, we take that up first. Depending on if there are more than one nominee, if there's only one, then a motion to appoint, a second, and a vote is sufficient. If there's more than one, then there may want to be some discussion. We may want to have a vote on one and then the next.
I'll move.
Well, first we typically would ask if there are nominations.
I'm going to put one on the floor.
Oh, okay, sure.
I move that Jack Fingal be the next chair of this organization. It's a year, or he gets 2 years. He gets 2 years, just like the terms go. That I don't know.
The term for the chair is 1 year.
1 year, and then we vote each year.
Yes.
Oh, I didn't remember that. Anyhow, that's my motion that we appoint Jack.
Are there any other nominations? In that case, do we have a motion to appoint Mr. Finglass?
Okay.
Okay, and a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, congratulations. Do we have a nomination for vice chair? And you also can nominate yourself, by the way. It goes without saying.
Yes, you've been on here the longest. Did you nominate him? Did you?
Sure, I'll nominate Scott.
Okay, are there any other nominees? Okay, is there a motion to appoint Scott as vice chair?
Move it.
Do we have a second? Second. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Are there any opposed? Okay, congratulations.
Well, I'd like to thank everyone, and I will try to do my best to be fair and open and honest with everyone and give everyone an equal chance. This is very difficult to do at a lot of times because of the subject matters that come up, but it can be done, and it's always been done, and we will continue to be fair and open and transparent is the current word, I think. So thank you very much, and we'll try to do the best we can do. Okay.
Okay, we have no requests for continuances yet this morning, so we will move on to the first application that is on the agenda. This is HPB file 190362, citywide bicycle rental kiosks. An application has been filed requesting modifications to a previously issued certificate of appropriateness for the installation of these bicycle rental kiosks. They are located throughout the city, both within local historic districts and outside of the historic districts. Specifically here, the applicant is requesting the deletion of 2 conditions of the final order. Staff is recommending approval of the requested modifications. Just a little bit of background. I think this probably precedes everyone here on the board. It was 10 years ago, so 2009. There was a joint meeting of the Design Review Board and Historic Preservation Board, at which time both boards reviewed and approved the design of these kiosks. And the conditions that were placed in the DRB order as well as the HPB order were the same. The two specific conditions we're going to be talking about this morning are regard to the color of the actual kiosk stations as well as a graphic that was required to be put on the initial kiosks. So the first condition reads, the proposed kiosks shall incorporate a graphic representation of late 1930s emphasis on speed. And then the second condition requires all kiosks to be painted green instead of blue. I'm not exactly sure where the color selection came from. I would think that it was probably to try to blend in to our more sensitive neighborhoods, especially the neighborhoods that are abutting residential areas. So when it was originally approved and the kiosks were installed, it was accompanied by the name of Deco Bikes. So they had the green kiosks, and they had, I think we have an image of the actually we don't in the report, but there in your package you will see an image of the bicycle racer that has that emphasis on speed, which was indicative of the 1930s kind of iconography. Because the branding of the bicycle kiosks changed, and is now, and it has been for quite some time, City Bike. The kiosks were inadvertently changed in terms, very minor changes, but they are now blue. And this came to our attention. I believe they've been installed blue for several years, but this recently came to the planning department's attention that there was a conflict with the order that was issued in 2009. So that's why the applicant is here before you today to correct what was really just an oversight with the new kiosks. So we don't see that the existing kiosks have any adverse impact on the historic districts. And we are recommending approval of the application. Mickey Marrero is here representing the applicant, and he can give you a little bit more of the background on that.
Morning, Mr. Chair. Congratulations, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the board. Thank you, Debbie. And I'll be very brief, but I just wanted to clarify a couple minor things. We weren't involved with this provider at the time also, but I did a little research. It came to our attention there was a sort of remnant condition that was inconsistent. What happened was Deco Bike, the company still is the operator, but now there's a sponsorship agreement with City Bike. Deco Bike's logo at the time of their bid and acceptance was a green and yellow logo, primarily green, with that image of the bicyclist on it. So what happened was, and again, my understanding and speaking to some of the folks involved in that process, the city wanted there to be consistency in all the stations, for all the kiosks to look alike, for the user to know what they, that this was in fact related to all the other stations throughout the city. So they required that they all have the same color scheme and the same design. What happened was 7 years ago, City Bike approached the provider and approached the city and offered to, like they do in New York City, to sponsor the program to allow it to be more viable. And ultimately the City Commission approved that sponsorship. They amended the agreement with Deco Bike to allow for the City Bike sponsorship, and they entered into a sponsorship agreement and distribution of that funding with the city. That was approved. The bikes, the kiosks and all the bikes then went through a permitting process with the city that was all approved. All the right-of-way permits, everything was approved. And only now, 6 years later, after they've all been installed, did somebody realize there was this remnant condition. All this is just a cleanup item to fix that condition, to make it consistent with what's been there for 6 years. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions, but that's essentially it. It's just really a cleanup. The DRB heard the same exact item last week, and they approved it. So this was just the final item here.
Thank you very much, Mickey. Are there any disclosures on this? Seeing none.
Okay, seeing none.
Okay. Any questions?
I have a question. Could you just clarify in terms of the city's agreement with City Bikes, what sort of a term and review sort of process is that on?
So it was a bid process, and the most recent extension, I think, takes it through 2023. Most recently, the City Commission also approved what is currently being discussed, and I have a meeting with the city attorney's office in a couple weeks for an amendment to that current agreement to allow for electric assist bikes, which will now be implemented sometime in the next year when we come to terms on that. But the current term, and I don't have that contract in front of me, but I think it's to 2023, at
So-
which point it could be extended or rebid.
Okay, and started when? Do you know roughly?
It started it's a 10-year agreement, so,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
But there was actually, it started 7 years ago, but there was an agreement to extend it already to 2023, and that's the current term.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
And Mr. Chair, we should open to the public.
Any public comments? Anybody would like to make a comment on this project? Seeing none, we will go to board discussion. Anyone have anything to add or say?
I have a comment. In reviewing this proposal, obviously we're coming in after the fact with, I'm not really sure what the mindset was when this proposal was put before this board. It doesn't seem like there's as much continuity there. When I looked through the proposal, my concern was, what jumped out to me was that the green was the City of Miami Beach's color. And so therefore, in my perception, as I was reviewing the application, my perception was that, again, this is all conjecture because we're jumping in after the fact, but that, since these kiosks are placed on city property, and I don't know the specific logistics of the deal, I just had a little bit of a concern with changing something that may have been intended to blend in as sort of a joint partnership, which is kind of the way it appeared when the green matched the city branding, and you change it over to the blue, which appears more like advertising and not so much a joint partnership, and that was just my concern with the intent. Nonetheless, I guess I'm reassured that that the city has the opportunity to review again, and that these have already been there for a while. But I feel like, as an advertising mechanism, it gave me a little bit of hesitation. But again, knowing that these have been there for a while, I'm gathering that no one has had an issue with the branding. And again, being that it's up for review in a couple of few years, I'm more confident with that.
I'm not familiar with the green. What kind of color is it?
Well, the green hasn't been there for over 7 years, but it was like a green with a little yellow trim that was actually Deco Bike's logo. It changed because City Bike came to the city with the sponsorship, and there's a revenue, just a whole background, there's a revenue sharing component. So that advertising brings money back to the city as part of a revenue sharing agreement, and the commission approved that agreement. So it's that's the background on that. There is advertising, but it's advertising that the city approved through their agreement.
Thank you.
Jack, if you look at the application documents that were submitted at the end, you can see the ones that were installed initially that were kind of a lime green color.
Mine got stuck together, and I didn't see the separate them. So. But thank you.
You're welcome.
Anybody else have comments? Nancy? No. Okay. So what is required of us on this, since it's...
The chair can entertain a motion to approve the application.
Okay. We can entertain a motion.
I'll move it.
I'll second.
Okay. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? So passed.
Okay, and that was moved by Kirk, seconded by Rick.
Thank you all. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Okay, the next application is HPB file 190348. This is 1101 Washington Avenue. An application has been filed requesting a 1-year extension of time for a previously approved certificate of appropriateness for partial demolition and renovation of the existing non-contributing structure, including design modifications to the primary facades. Most of you probably recall this. It was approved by the board on February 13th, 2018. This is the, I think it's Whopper Bar on Washington Avenue. This is not a contributing building. The applicant got approval for some relatively minor modifications to the building, as well as some site improvements. Because that application is valid for only 18 months, the applicant is required to obtain a full building permit for all of the improvements approved by the board within that 18-month period. That has not been the case in this instance, so they had contacted the planning department. They are eligible for the 1-year extension of time. Staff does not have any objections to this extension, and we are recommending approval by the board.
Is there anyone here to speak on this subject?
Is the applicant here? Or? No.
So seeing none, is there any member of the public would like to comment? Seeing none, we're just moving right along. Board members' comments?
I just have one question. It's sort of in general, not so much for this, but when I walk around the city, I've been on the board a number of years. When I walk around the city, I pass a lot of properties that I look at and I say, I remember that came to us way back when, and the building looks just like it did then. So I'm just wondering, does staff kind of keep track of these things, or do you approve it, you file it away, and only if they come back to you with a building permit app or ask for an extension, do you kind of look into it some more?
That's correct. So we do not keep kind of a running tabulation of when certain applications are expiring. We don't go out to the site or contact the applicant to advise them of an impending expiration. It is, typically the applicants are aware that they have a ticking clock, and will often contact staff, especially a lot of times there's hiccups during the permitting process itself. So then we're very aware that they may need to come back before the board. But it's, we have sometimes we have even multiple projects that are approved by the board that actually never end up getting built. It could be years later when they come back, and then they end up back at the board with either the same project or another project. So it would be virtually impossible for us to keep track of the hundreds of approvals this board issues every year.
We should also note, too, that there's a process through state extensions where they can stack state extensions up to 6-8 years. So we have projects that maybe the board approved 5-6 years ago, and you only see construction starting now because they've availed themselves of state extensions going back, 10
So
years.
that sort of, I think it was last year, I forget the hurricane, there was a state of emergency issued in Dade
Dorian.
County. So that automatically gives them another 6 months, I believe, if they apply.
If they file a request to notify our department that they want to take advantage of that extension, it gives them the duration of the emergency, which is typically 2 months, or 1 month or 2 months, and then 6 months on top of that.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions or comments? Seeing none? You will?
I was just going to move it if there's no objections.
Second.
Moved by Kirk, seconded by Nancy. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? No. So moved.
Okay, and the next application is HPB file number 19-0212, 1920 Meridian Avenue. This is the Chamber of Commerce. This is an application requesting a variance to exceed the maximum sign area allowed for a wall sign located in the parapet of the building. The property, just a correction in the staff report, the zoning here is RM2, residential multifamily medium intensity. The applicant's proposing to construct a wall sign on the north side, which is facing Dade Boulevard and the Collins Canal. The code now does allow a wall sign at the ground level along the waterfront. However, if the sign were installed in that location, you wouldn't see anything based upon the landscaping. So also the code was modified to allow the board, through its approval process rather than a variance, to allow the relocation of a ground floor sign higher up in the building. So this request is twofold. One is to allow the sign above the ground floor, and then to increase the sign area from the maximum of 30 square feet to 34.7 square feet. Currently, you can't see signage on the north side. I've had actual people come to me and ask where the Chamber of Commerce building is. So staff is supportive of the application and the variance requested.
Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Can you please put up the presentation materials? Good morning. Greg Fontella, Burke, Howardell, Fernandez, Larkin, and Tapanez. Offices at 200 South Biscayne Boulevard. As mentioned, happy to be here this morning on behalf of the Miami Beach Chamber of Commerce. I'm joined by the Chamber President, Jerry Libin, and longtime member and benefactor, Dr. Ino Alegua. And as mentioned, we're here today seeking approval for new signage on the Dade Boulevard frontage of the Miami Beach Chamber of Commerce building. This building is located at 1920 Meridian Avenue. It's at the corner of the intersection of Dade Boulevard and Meridian Avenue. And as you can see, it's a pretty unique property in that it's triangular in nature with a significant curved presence right at the intersection. This creates unique circumstances. There's currently 2 existing signs on the property. One is on the frontage facing Meridian, which is the narrower portion of the property. You can see that in more detail here. It identifies the building as the Alegua Family Building with the Miami Beach Chamber of Commerce logo below. The other signage is located at that curved corner, that prominent kind of expansive curve. The building itself really reflects the shape of the property with the same triangular nature and with the curve at the intersection. So those are the 2 portions of existing signage, and what we're here seeking today is a 3rd sign to be located on the Dade Boulevard frontage. This is actually the most expansive, largest frontage on the property at 148 feet. And as it currently stands, there's no signage, as Michael mentioned, there's no signage visibility for the building from this frontage. From the intersection, you can see the corner sign. From Dade Boulevard, you can see the other signage on Dade. But for a significant portion of people that are traveling south or traveling along Dade, they can't really identify the building. So this allows for kind of a completed signage identification package for the building. It's important in order to allow for the Miami Beach Chamber of Commerce to continue to play their vital role in the community and have an identifying feature that will help further help the Chamber deliver on its mission. So the specifics of the request is a variance. This sign is 34.7 square feet in size. This is in the RM2 district, and the typical signage regulations for RM2 allow for an individual wall sign to be up to 30 square feet in size. This is a little bit of a particular scenario because it's such a large frontage. So in order to be compatible, it was felt that signage in excess of 30 feet, not by much, but in excess of 30 feet, was needed to really suit this frontage. Additionally, the intent of the RM2 signage regulation is really intended to limit the size of signs in residential communities. And while this property is RM2, its surrounding character isn't residential. It has a channel right in front of it, has Dade Boulevard right in front of that, and then it has the golf course across the street. And then if you look to the east, it's the Holocaust Memorial Park. So this isn't really residential in nature. And if this was a commercial property, if it was in the CD district, it would be allowed to have signage up to 59 square feet in size. So we're seeking this variance in order to provide this needed signage to allow for the Chamber to continue its mission in a manner that's really compatible with what the character and context is for the structure. Staff is supportive of this request. We've reviewed the draft order and agree with all the conditions. As such, we respectfully request approval of this signage, and we're available for any questions.
Thank you. Thank you.
Do any board members have any disclosures on this file? Seeing none.
Okay. Is there any member of the public who has any issue with this or points they'd like to make? Seeing none. Any board members have questions for the applicant?
Hi, good morning.
Morning.
May I say something? Sure. Yes, I think so. It sounds like it's a variance for 10% larger. It's not much larger.
Right.
I don't think that's a problem given the fact that the site is where it is. It's got all that open space in front of it. I'm just curious. It looks like there's a logo under the text, but it's actually, it doesn't appear very legible at all. And so I wonder if there's been much thought given to the size of that logo? Is that part of the calculation, or can that logo get
Yes.
larger?
Well, they'd have to increase the sign area if they wanted to increase the size of the logo.
The relation between the name, the Halegua Family Building, and the logo is basically the same as it is on the Dade Boulevard frontage, and it's really at the corner where the Miami Beach Chamber of Commerce specific signage is located. So it mirrors the one on Dade in terms of proportional with the smaller logo underneath it.
I mean, I'd be in favor personally of seeing that better represented as well. And I don't know
We
if
wouldn't object if you wanted to give an increase in number so they could add the increase to that Chamber of Commerce logo. I think we could do that.
I mean, given the fact that it's got the canal, it's got the memorial, it's got all that open space around it, the golf course. I mean, the text of the primary title is many times larger, and so I would think that the Chamber of Commerce might want that to be a little bit more legible as well. So I'm just putting that out there for consideration.
As Michael Belush mentioned, if the board would be amenable to a greater size they want to discuss, we'd be happy to definitely entertain that and would be supportive of that as well, because it would allow for that flexibility in terms of taking a next step in tweaking the design.
Anyone else have questions or comments? I have a question. I have no objection to a sign. I think it's needed, but I don't understand the relationship of the name to the Chamber of Commerce. Could you explain? Are there any other tenants in the building other than Chamber of Commerce? Is Halegua Family one of them? No.
The benefactor, longtime member, and
because
the name of the building.
The question I thought would be brought up, and you almost went there, was if you're looking for someone to know that this is the Chamber of Commerce building on that elevation, why don't you say it's the Chamber of Commerce on that elevation? Because your little symbol is so small, I don't think anybody could possibly see it. And if someone's driving by and they're looking for the Chamber of Commerce and they see the Halegua Family building, they're not going to know that's the Chamber of Commerce.
Rick, I want to thank you. I think it would be great, and whatever additional square footage you would allow, if you make that as part of the motion, that would be greatly appreciated, and we'd be happy to accommodate that in the new sign. Thank you. Good point.
Anybody else want to chime in on this?
I support that too in terms of the logo being bigger. My concern is obviously that it's proportionate and fits in with the building.
I'd be comfortable with the board
somehow.
approving up to 40 square feet with the additional square footage allocated to the Chamber of Commerce logo. Debbie mentioned that it's right now only a 1.5 square feet. So that would be, I think, a substantial increase. That would make it more legible.
Proportion and placement subject to staff approval. Does that work for everyone?
Yeah, I would agree.
Can I move that? Is
Yep.
everyone comfortable?
Okay. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Or to the Chamber of Commerce logo.
I know. I was quiet.
Our next application is HPB file 190351. This is 733 Ocean Terrace. An application has been filed requesting a certificate of appropriateness for design modifications to the exterior of the ground floor commercial space and the introduction of an outdoor bar counter, including variances from the required front setback and a variance to exceed the allowable hours of operation. I'm sure most of you are familiar with this property. This is the Saint-Tropez condominium at the 7300 block of Ocean Terrace. It is a non-contributing building constructed in 1999. One of the challenges of this particular building has always been the commercial spaces at the ground floor. The city has been very encouraging for any tenants that are moving in specifically to this building in order to activate Ocean Terrace, which is one of the city's priorities. As you also know, there will be an application before you in the next several months regarding the streetscape of Ocean Terrace. That is a project that is a private-public partnership in which the city is going to re-envision Ocean Terrace as a green space or Oceanside Park amenity. That's not before you today, but that was taken into consideration by staff when we were reviewing this project. So, this is the corner space, which is on 73rd and 74th, and Ocean Terrace. This is a unique, again, all of these commercial spaces in the San Tropez building are unique because they have very small square footages of interior space. So in this particular instance, the previous use was also a restaurant. You have the kitchen, the service area, and the bathrooms inside, but all of the seating is actually on the terrace, at the exterior terrace of the site. This current tenant is a new restaurant concept, which I believe Mr. Kasdan will give you some more information on. But basically, they're looking at improving the finishes, the quality of the finishes for that terrace, and also introducing a small outdoor bar counter. Staff does not have any objections with the design currently proposed, especially given the fact that the streetscape of Ocean Terrace is really going to be transformed into kind of a casual beachfront activated area, similar to what you'd see at the rear yards of some of the hotels along Collins Avenue. So we think the finishes and the design is appropriate and will have no adverse impact on the historic district. The variance for the setback is relatively minor, and I will let Michael go through the variances with you.
Thank you, Debbie. As Debbie mentioned, 2 variances are requested. The first is for the front setback to construct some additional entrance features and columns. 5 feet is required. The proposal is to construct them at the existing setback of 9 inches. We're supportive of that minimal variance request. The second variance is for the hours of an outdoor bar counter. Since this is on the same site as residential units, the code does require that where outdoor bar counter is allowed, it must close at 8 o'clock. The applicant's requesting to extend those hours through a variance process to between midnight on days of the week and 1 a.m. on the weekend. Due to the location underneath residential units in the site, staff cannot support that variance request, and we are recommending that be denied.
And just a point of information, the board members did receive 2 letters in support of this application. So that was forwarded to all of the board members.
Are there any disclosures on this? Okay, seeing none. Okay.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, Neeson Kasdan and Matt Barnes of Ackerman LLP, representing the applicant. And before I begin, I would like to also acknowledge and thank Mr. Stewart for his great service on this board for so many years. This application is a part of what is necessary and about to restore a vibrant street life and activation of Ocean Terrace. We have some diagrams and pictures, renderings that we will show you, as well as some commentary by James McKenzie, who is the architect. The ownership includes former manager of Sushi Samba, Moshi, a well-known, well-regarded sushi restaurant operator. And this is a welcome addition to Ocean Terrace. I'd like to address a couple of things and then take you through some of the boards that we have before you as well. Let me first deal with the issue of the variances. As staff has pointed out, one variance is basically just for recladding of the existing columns that support the canopy on the property. The other is for an extension of the hours of operation of an outdoor bar counter. The reason why this variance is sought is because there is a practical hardship in terms of operating without those extended hours. The building itself, you might say, well, why not just enclose it? The building itself, the Saint-Tropez condominium tower, is a non-conforming building which significantly exceeds the allowed FAR for that site and for Ocean Terrace. And that has, in fact, been one of the problems in terms of the commercial space that lines the Saint-Tropez building. It can't be enclosed, and the enclosed portion of the building sets back quite some distance. So in order to activate the street, you have to bring the seating and the activity out towards the sidewalk. So it is impossible for them to enclose it. By the same token, both the master plan for Ocean Terrace and North Beach, Plan No B, as well as all of the city efforts in the last few years, have focused on the activation of Ocean Terrace. And the most important thing to activate Ocean Terrace, besides a magnificent streetscape, which you will be passing on shortly, is to have restaurants and other places that attract clientele and generate pedestrian activity and provide eyes on the street. Well, the fact of the matter is that for a restaurant to be viable, one of the elements of that restaurant is that they have a bar that serves alcoholic beverages. And to have that aspect of the operation have to close at 8 o'clock in the evening renders the restaurant unviable, and since that is virtually the only space, the only tenant for that space, it would render that space virtually unusable and likely vacant, and therefore detract from the revitalization of Ocean Terrace. In light of that, what you'll see when Mr. McKenzie presents the plans is that the bar itself, as well as much of the seating, is either under the building or covered by awnings so that it is not exposed. But even more importantly than that, the purpose of that section of the code, the variance, or rather I should say the limitation on hours, is based on the adjacency to residential. In this instance, the only residential that is adjacent is the Saint-Tropez condominium. And you have in your package a letter of endorsement from the Saint-Tropez condominium for this approval of this design, as well as both variances, specifically including the extension of the hours of operation. Why does the Saint-Tropez condominium want to see this? Because they want a good neighbor, they want activation of the street. So the only party that is conceivably affected by it has endorsed and supported our request. Similarly, Ocean Terrace Holdings, which owns the entire northern block of Ocean Terrace, which is, as you know, is making a major investment in renovating historic structures and building new structures on the next block to activate the street, also has provided you with a letter of endorsement in this package for both variances and for the design. I'd like Mr. McKenzie to briefly take you through the design and give you this so you can go.
Good morning. James McKenzie with Architecture Works, 371st Street, Suite 528. Can you hear me? I'd like to walk you through some of the elements that Mr. Kazan has mentioned and staff. This first exhibit shows you a rendering from the inside of the restaurant looking out. Yet, as it was mentioned before, the inside of the restaurant is mostly all the outside. The only reason for calling it inside would be just the use of the space. These are the existing conditions. A view from the corner with the awnings and the structure that supports those awnings, which are these concrete columns. and the mass of the parking garage that sits over a portion of this restaurant with a tower behind. This is a view looking towards 74th. Again, a detail of how these awnings are supported by these concrete columns, which are the ones that are being reclad in our proposal. Here you see some of the feel and character that we're trying to bring to this restaurant, this contemporary Asian food restaurant called Sushi Bichi. We're using mostly bamboo for the ceiling to kind of conceal the bottom of all these awnings. We're also using bamboo on the walls in the far end of the restaurant, where the massing of the building comes down to the ground. And we're leveling. Currently, the floor has a slope towards drainage, towards the sidewalk. We're leveling the floor and creating a wooden deck to continue with that character. In this exhibit, which I don't know if you can see it from where you are, but you have it in your package, is basically the floor plan where it shows the interior space, which was mentioned by staff, which amounts to 970 square feet. Within it, you have the kitchen, public bathrooms, and a sushi bar. What's been designated as indoor bar is really a sushi preparation bar with some sushi cases over the top of it for people to see the product if they want to choose to go and look at whatever it is that they want. There would be
James, let me interrupt. We're passing out the single sheets of that diagram showing where the line of the building is and the overhang of the awning and the building itself. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. This is an interesting exhibit because it shows you that red line would be the shadow line of that parking garage structure that you saw in this other exhibit, being this mass back here. The blue lines are designating the shape of the awning that covers part of the outdoors, which you can see here with this black awning and some of the concrete columns that come to the ground. And then the yellow line is denoting the location of the new bar, the proposed bar, which sits underneath the awning and as close as possible to the indoor space. All right. If there's any questions regarding this, please feel free to interrupt. And this last exhibit was simply to show you in floor plan the different elements are the interior, 970 square feet again, versus 4,200 square feet of open space, covered partially by the awning, and a series of planters that will be enclosing the open outdoor restaurant, which will contain Green Island ficus as a screening of the bar, which was also mentioned in the comments.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Would you like additional time for your presentation?
I think are we done, Jane?
Yes.
Yeah, we're done. We just request your support for the variance, the site plan approval and the variances as requested and as supported by the Saint-Tropez condominium. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. You have a question? Okay. Does anybody in the public have comment or questions regarding this project? Please step up and give us your name and your address. Thanks.
Bill Vitale, I'm president of the board of directors of the Saint-Tropez Ocean Condo Association on Ocean Terrace. You mentioned a couple of letters that had been sent in support. One of them came from me. I sent it to Tom Mooney recently, and I think he passed it along to the board. We I wanted to give you a little bit of context to this. We've had a succession of what can kindly be said are modest mom and pop restaurants in that space on our premises over the years. The last was frankly a poorly run and poorly conceived attempt to have a sports bar there, which gave us a lot of problems in terms of noise and a whole bunch of other issues. They were kind of out of control to a certain extent. So we are very sensitive to the issue of noise, and our residents, especially the people facing north, which is just above the restaurant, are not bashful about coming to me and the rest of the board and calling code compliance and 911 and all of that. So we're all pretty sensitive. From day one, James Resio, who's one of the principals of the restaurant, has made it clear that given the price point that they project for a meal, the type of clients that they want to attract, and what James nicely calls a tranquil, Zen-like atmosphere that they want to create, they have no interest in having the kind of raucous, loud music. They said, for example, they're not going to have any big screen TVs. They're not trying to attract that kind of a crowd. And they will not have any live music, which is a huge difference from being able to control a radio or a tape deck or something that you're playing with ambient music that's kind of more in the background than anything else. So I'm confident, and our board is confident, that this is not going to be a problem for us. They are respectful of our needs. They want to be neighbors with us. They want to have a relationship with us as we do with them. This is huge for us. We've had an empty space now for 2 years, and as I say, a long succession of people coming to run restaurants that really didn't add anything in terms of the value to our property. We've never had restaurateurs who are professional, who have a long history of running professional restaurants and successful restaurants, not only here but in areas, in cities across the United States. So we wholeheartedly support this, and without that variance, as I think Mayor Kasdan had said, their financial plan just isn't viable without that. So you've got a real serious issue in denying their request for the variance. So again, we support it. I hope that you will. And
we thank you, because you're a great example of owner-neighbor cooperation. We rarely see that, and it's such a pleasure to have people come up and support each other in a project.
Well, it's easy for us to do that with people like James Resio and the other people who are with the restaurant. They're good people, and they're very sensitive. They have said to us they want to be neighborly to us. They want to have good relations with us. So it's a win-win for everybody, I think. And as was alluded to before, you've seen the drawings, the renderings, how pretty this is going to be. Something we've never had again. But it's going to, I think, interlock seamlessly and complement seamlessly with the streetscape project. Ocean Terrace Holdings is going to do an amazing job. Raymond Jungles, his design. I think this is going to seamlessly go in. There will be a synergy going both ways. So, it's a win-win for us all around. Not only for our building, but for the whole community in the North Beach area.
Thanks so very much. Thanks so very much.
Thank you.
Any other comments from the public? Okay, seeing none. Comments from the board? Questions? Nancy?
I congratulate you on finding something that could finally fit in front of your building. That building must have been an eyesore for years. And I realized that you couldn't move out any further because of the water lines or whatever was holding you back. I think it's a wonderful new addition, and I hope it works. It's going to be a good thing, not just for you, but for the whole Ocean Terrace. The question I have is, Are you going to allow people to park in your parking garage? Because you know what it's like on your street to come and park? It's a non-event.
Yeah, we understand that all the parking is going away. No, we're not going to be letting people park in our garage. We don't have the space, and we don't have the inclination to want to do that. James is here, James Resio. He can speak to what they plan to do. But my understanding is they'll probably be running a valet service.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's fine.
And take care of the parking that way. And people obviously can go a block or two away to park on the street or whatever else is going to be coming. I know that with the Aquatic Center, I think there's going to be a huge parking contingent there.
Yes.
Once that is eventually built, that's only a block away. So, but to answer your question, no, they won't be coming into our premises to park.
And having it open like this, what are you going to do in inclement weather?
That's always a concern, and it's really up to the restaurant people as to how they want to deal with it. There's constant wind coming off the ocean. It rains like the dickens quite often. It gets nasty there for sure. That's been a problem for every restaurant that's been in that space. Each one deals with it a little bit differently, but I imagine they probably will have some kind of curtain. That's not the right word, I know, but some kind of curtain to block some of the wind and make accommodations to the climate.
I ask these questions only because I hope they have been discussed with all of you.
Oh, absolutely.
Those are the drawbacks of it.
Yeah. Again, James can speak more clearly to that, but yes, that's a concern.
The plan is beautiful.
It is.
I looked at first, when you pull out this bunch of paper, I saw just the front of it, and I said, well, I wonder where this could be.
And again, we're a 20-year-old building. We have never had anything remotely like that.
No.
It's actually, in some iterations, been kind of an eyesore while it was running as a restaurant. They weren't pretty to look at. This is amazing.
And are all your members agreeing to this?
We have 91 residential units. I can't get everybody to agree that, the sun will rise in the east tomorrow. But and frankly, we've had a few people come and question us, and I think we asked James and Toshi to come to our building about 2 weeks ago, and they allayed a lot of the concerns that people had. You're never going to get everybody to agree to it, but I think on a scale of 1 to 10, it's probably 90% of us are in favor of it. People really see the value of it. And again, we've been facing this empty space, which just looks horrible for the past 2 years now. So
I'm sure they love the plan and not that whole thing, but I don't know. I asked the question because of the I lost the word. When you go till what time?
Midnight on weekdays and 1 a.m. on Friday and Saturday.
Okay. I wonder how that sits with your people. I know the building well. I know people in there. We've had different give and take, so I know the feeling of the building.
I think the majority of our people are in favor of it.
And the people in the front, are they the ones that are?
I'm in the front, and I am.
Oh,
In fact, 4/5 of our 5-person board faces north, so we're all on it.
Because the last restaurant that I saw was around the corner. It was sort of on the edge.
He was all over that space, but he would come with, he would set up live music on the sidewalk, which he's not supposed to do, with amps.
And they got
pointed
used to
up
that,
and
or they complained.
Yeah, it was a lot of problem. I would also mention, when the original plan was brought to us, because we have to approve the lease and all of that. We have we're not the owner of that space, but we have control of it. Their original plan, or their business plan, called for 2 a.m. And when we expressed our initial concerns about noise and all, the first thing they said, no problem, we want to work with you. Can we agree on 1 a.m.? So I think that kind of gives you a little bit of a sense of the mindset of the people that we're dealing with. They want to work with us. They want to be neighborly.
I wish you a lot of luck with that.
Thank you.
And I think you probably, if you run into the problem that most people do when they have all the music right on their heads, they can pull out, Denise, and what happens if they don't agree to that time? I mean, 12 o'clock is like, okay, but once you get past that, it becomes a problem.
Well, if I can just interject, we do have, in our condo docs and our rules and regulations, we have language that allows us to take action against somebody, anybody in the building who misbehaves or doesn't go by the rules. So we're, by supporting this application for variances, we're not waiving any of the other rights we would have to control any problems that the restaurant comes up with.
Do you have to go to the Board of Adjustment to get it? Is this, or because they're a condo like that? What is that?
No. Why is it? Well, it doesn't go to the Board of Adjustment. All variances in historic districts go to your board, the Historic Preservation Board now, and that's why both the site plan's being approved as well as the two variances by your board.
Okay, my last question is, I hope this restaurant, the restaurants you have coming are great, and you're going to have a lot of activity. If that for some reason fails in a year or two, and somebody new comes along to buy it, they have to abide by what you have on the books at that time.
To that point, can I make a recommendation? In case the board should grant the variance for the hours, I'd recommend we add a condition tying that to the current applicant and requiring that any modification of the operator or 50% more of the ownership come back to the board for a modification of the application.
Good idea. Very good idea. Because I pictured the wonderful restaurants that you're going to have, and 2 years from now, you never know
We'll
what's
agree to
coming
that condition.
along.
My understanding from our legal counsel, our in-house counsel, is that anything that is waived or allowed in terms of the extending the hours is not applicable to anybody else coming after this. Now, I don't know if that's true or not, but it doesn't set a precedent that the next guy can just come in and just go to 1 o'clock.
The applicant is Sushi Beachy, so that's who's receiving the approval, but we are fine with expressing it directly as a condition in the order as well, that it applies to and is for this operator, the Sushi Beachy. So we can add that as an express condition.
No, but my question was beyond.
Well, and subsequent...
So then if a new operator comes in, they'd have to come back before the board, and they'd have to go to the condo.
Do all that?
Right, yeah.
Okay.
And if we're not satisfied, we would ask you kindly not to agree to the variance.
No, I think you
in the
need
future.
it. Yeah.
There's a future situation.
You're not going to be able to operate without the variance.
Right. But we have a comfort level, again, with these folks that I just don't think this is going to be a problem. I really don't.
No, you won't have the problem then. But if you have watched what goes on in this city, as things get further out, they get a little fuzzier.
Yeah, sure.
Moving right along. Kurt?
I've got a lot of comments, and good to see you.
Good to see you, Kurt.
Glad you came down.
I'm not used to the tie, though. I don't.
So, you know, as a North Beacher, I think there's a lot of great. I mean, there's a lot of. I'm excited about this restaurant coming in and going in this space. I would say with the very great familiarity with the neighborhood. There's some vibrant restaurants, just a couple of them, Burgers and Shakes and Tequiza, that bring...
Roni's on 73rd Street and Ocean Terrace, down the block from us.
Right, that bring good vibrancy to the neighborhood in a balanced sort of way. And
good food, too.
And great food, great food. And there's a beauty to that, and I think it's a draw for North Beach that we get the balance right. And for myself and for many, I think, that's a concern moving forward that we, revitalize and bring in more vibrancy and more activation, which there's no question. I think that the community largely wants Ocean Terrace activated, but not, and we have other neighborhoods to look at, to learn lessons from, and to walk away hopefully with better knowledge and foresight to not push it too far. And again, with good familiarity of this space, I know that logistically, it's set up in a challenging sort of way. It hasn't been successful. It's certainly people have tried. They've tried very hard and have not been successful. In terms of sound and activation, I wanted to ask you, Bill, because Burgers and Shakes, they have outside piped music. They have, a very nicely diverse, upbeat, mixed clientele that drink beers. And so my question there, and they're a little bit away, but they're sort of facing your building, catty corner. Do you get complaints from ambient noise in your building for that restaurant?
Not to any great extent, no.
Okay.
Trying to think of ever if we've had any. No.
Okay.
Maybe kind of counterintuitive, but no.
Okay. And this area of North Beach is changing. It is what it is right now, and if you look at it today, is nothing like what the vision of what is expected to be a little while from now. So I also am concerned that we maintain the balance as the neighborhood evolves. Couple of other points I wanted to make. One is a question regarding the design. It's a big improvement from the masonry planters is something that catches me because those are not for what the vision of this area is supposed to be. Those lined up planters, in my mind, are not what they should be to be facing a public promenade designed by Raymond Jungles that the community has put a lot into. Wanted to ask, there's not a lot of detail, and I hope I've stated I'm happy this restaurant is coming. You want it to be successful, and I want Ocean Terrace to be successful very badly. So I wanted to ask if maybe I could get a little clarification, because in the plans I wasn't able to see it. It says wood cladding, which I think is an improvement no matter what. But when you say wood cladding, there's different qualities of wood cladding, and without putting an undue burden on the applicant, I'm hoping it's going to be as beautiful as it could possibly be. Could you maybe clarify what that wood cladding is comprised of that's going over the planters?
We've contemplated putting the same cladding as the floor, which would be teak.
Okay. And a couple of other questions. In terms of the variance for the sound, I appreciate what you said, Michael, in terms of tying it to the current applicant. And again, I'm not interested in putting an undue burden on the applicant. Might make me feel better if there was a term for review, not a term for revoking, but, if it's not working out a year or two from now, I don't know. Is this a permanent variance, and that's that, so long as the applicant is in place?
I think you could schedule a progress report. No, it wouldn't be for revocation. I think it'd be very hard to revoke the variance.
So it is permanent.
I wouldn't say anything is permanent, but I would recommend.
Well,
if that's
so
your
long
concern,
as the tenant is there.
If that's your concern, then I would recommend something along the lines of a progress report, and it would look like a condition requiring the progress report, and that at that time the board could impose additional conditions and/or modify, or I think revoke the variance.
Yeah, it would make me feel a little bit more comfortable, because you really never know till it's there, and sound carries. Bill, in all fairness, I've heard people shouting in the little tiny canyon of your neighborhood, and it carries. It really does carry.
It does. We do hear that.
And again, you have a lot of change. You have a lot of building going on that area. So again, my intent would not be in any way, shape, or form to put more pressure and risk on the applicant, because I want them here and I want them to feel warmly welcomed by North Beach and by the city. I'm trying to find the middle ground where maybe there could be a built-in safeguard.
We're
make
just
sure
wondering-
everyone's happy at a certain time.
But Kirk, do you think the variance that we're looking at is for the hours of operation?
Correct.
Are there other? It doesn't mention in there anything about sound, and I'm wondering maybe you want to add something about sound. I mean, obviously the building has been convinced by the future tenants, the restaurant tenants, that there's not going to be music, and it's a Japanese restaurant. We know there are other restaurants. We know what that's like. But if you're still concerned, maybe that's what you put in. I don't know, Mike. Is that something that?
Well, no. By code, they can't have a DJ because that's entertainment. So they'd be allowed to have background ambient music. That's all they could have. Anything beyond that would require a conditional use application before the planning board.
Right.
I don't think we need to add any conditions.
So it's probably. That's what I was going to say. I think it's probably covered by and we're just dealing with the hours of operation.
I think what we're really dealing with is the ambient noise that a bar creates, just in functioning, right?
Well, I don't know whether that's it. In hours of operation in other parts of the city and other historic districts, it talks about like the quality of the clients who we're talking about, and obviously we've talked about the price point of this restaurant, and who's going to be there. And I mean, I would just say, because I thought your points were interesting, but I was going to say that maybe because the road, as you say, or Ocean Terrace is going to be changing, a lot of the time that this restaurant is just getting going is going to be when there's construction potentially in front of it. So I would say anything that we can do to help it to succeed economically, especially at the beginning, would be beneficial.
With that. I agree. Again, my concern is down the road, but if there's not a viable safeguard, or if everyone doesn't support it, because I would advocate for this project. I'm supportive of it. Again, my concern is down the road getting the balance right, and I think everyone probably shares that to protect it in every way that you can, that it's a harmonious neighborhood, right? And also, because it was mentioned, the TV outside, that's not in the order either, right? So that's an agreement, and it doesn't matter to you, Bill, that's not in the agreement, that there won't be a TV outside.
No, I trust them.
Big screen.
I don't think that's a problem.
Okay.
We haven't put it in writing or committed it to any kind of addendum to the lease or anything.
Okay. Well, no. I mean, lastly, I want to close with what I opened with. I'm excited and hope that they're very successful.
Nancy, first, just one quick question to Debbie. Have we ever asked that we incorporate sound reduction materials in the building? If there's any question like this in an open space, which might help?
In the past, the board has looked at that primarily with roof decks, with venues that are on rooftops. I can't think of a ground level.
The planning board has, when you have commercial uses below hotel or residential units, I think in this case, you have the buffer of the parking garage and a couple levels of concrete. So that would be the sound buffer there. There's no unit directly on top, and then you have the fabric awning, which is not really going to offer a lot.
But can I jump in and clarify? There will be no outdoor speakers.
No, they can have outdoor speakers.
They can have outdoor speakers.
They just cannot exceed ambient level.
And I just want to add, remember, I think the building to the north, I remember from the plans, the fire vault or the FP&L vault is on that side,
Correct.
The south side. So there really is not going to be a residential neighbor right across the street.
Oh, that's right.
Right?
Nancy?
I forgot one of the most interesting things that is happening. I assume you have seen the plan for the
streetscape?
The whole streetscape.
Yes, of course, yes.
And I know, I'm quite sure, and I hope it's still in the plan, that it's going to be grass and walking paths.
That's right.
And the cars are all going to be out of there, so
Right.
people aren't coming by with all the cars and
Right.
everything. So I think that's going to be a big plus to whatever.
You raise a good point, because they will not be having cars there, so when they
course.
finish their meal at whatever time it is, their really only choice is to get the valet or to walk away to get to their car. So I think people, you can argue, will not be milling around. They certainly will not have their cars there. They can't. So that helps us as well.
Well, I hope they won't be complaining. We sort of have a lot of complaining going on. But good luck.
Everyone complains about everything.
That's right.
Yeah, just building on Nancy's point then, can you talk, you mentioned the integration with the plan for the streetscape, and I noticed one site can't really fix everything, so you don't really have a lot of resiliency features built into the design here, but can you talk about sort of the relationship between this project and what you see as, you mentioned the integration with the plan for the streetscape?
I think from my point of view, it's more of an aesthetic integration. The Sushi Beachy design is beautiful, I think. And Raymond Jungles is designing something that will be likely
Beyond.
So, yeah,
beautiful.
The final design for the streetscape will be coming before this board, and if you're not familiar with the conceptual plan that has already been blessed by the City Commission, it includes, as Nancy mentions, they're pulling traffic off of vehicular traffic off the street. They'll have a drop-off area, and that end of 74th Street is going to have, they will have more of like an open plaza with the grassy area that you talked about. A lot of time was spent, and I have to again compliment Bill and his board, because it was a very professional dealing with them on behalf of Ocean Terrace Holdings with their legitimate questions and input, which was very helpful. And so that preliminary street design was done very much with your direct input, and in fact you influenced it by reshaping, I think it was the lawn or the water feature to accommodate what you're,
Sure.
So you'll be getting a full presentation and having to approve that final streetscape design.
Thanks. Yeah, my question was more about the integration. You answered the question, though, that it's an aesthetic thing.
It's an aesthetic thing. I mean, there's no, although I did introduce James and Toshi, the restaurant people, to Sandor, the developer, several months ago. And I understand they've been talking back and forth. So you could ask them or ask Sandor what they've talked about or what they've agreed, if anything. But I'm just talking more about just the look of it. You wouldn't want to have the empty space that we have now. That would not work with the streetscape, nor would the iterations that we've had over the years, these mom and pops. It just wouldn't work. This is a professional restaurant, a beautiful restaurant. We're going to have a beautiful streetscape. The beauty just goes together. That was my point.
Thank you. Mr. Rigg?
Yes, I appreciate the design, and thank you so much for coming and sharing the voice of your community here. It makes our job a little easier. I wanted to ask Debbie about something in the report here, actually, talking about the perimeter landscape being only 18 inches, Debbie, and something about visibility. How was that an issue here, and what's the thought process?
So these are responding to, there's I think a couple criteria within the certificate of appropriateness criteria that are relative to urbanistic concerns with regard to how the sidewalk interacts with private property. So what we're trying to avoid for aesthetic reasons, for historic character reasons, as well as safety reasons, any landscaping or other physical structures that result in the creation of a wall, of something that's, and that it's hard to think about, but that can be done with landscape. There are certain types of hedge species that will grow almost like a solid wall. So around the perimeter, we're asking to maintain that transparency because that's consistent. Now, this building is an anomaly in the historic district here. However, if you look to the south of this building or to the north of this building, you see what the historic character was, which was always this connection between the private and public realms. So that's with regard to our comments regarding no tall hedges.
Can I just,
now,
sorry, there's one other thing too, because there's an outdoor bar counter, so it's a combination, so that there's a conflict with the code requirement that the outdoor bar counter cannot be visible from any point along the right-of-way. So it's going to have to be balanced with, maybe there are areas where transparency can occur, but it cannot occur to the point where the outdoor bar counter is visible.
Correct. So at the perimeter, we can keep the site more open and have that connectivity. But once you get closer to the bar, there will have to be a substantial amount of screening, but just for that portion. It's a balance with a property this large. I think most of the landscaping can be low and retain that character while we just have the screening for the bar specifically.
Thank you, Debbie.
Can I follow up on Mike's question? The one I thought you were going to be asking was about the connection. Maybe this is not for you, but maybe for the architect. I was wondering because the deck is going to be. You mentioned the deck is going to. I think it's going to be like a foot tall at one point, and then kind of get at the highest.
Correct.
Can you describe the way the deck intersects with the street or the landscape beyond the space, or does it always end in the planters? Or can you walk us through where the deck is the deepest and where it's the shallowest?
Yeah, the planters define the edge of that deck right up to it.
So the deck goes. Where's the existing floor the highest? Because it goes down, it slopes, and I wasn't quite able to follow that in the drawings.
At the outer edge by the planters, because everything slopes, if you will. These are the current glass doors to enter this internal area.
Okay.
And from here, everything slopes to a grill, a drain, a linear drain that gets to ultimately to this grate. So everything slopes this way and this way.
And that way as well.
And and there's
so
a
it slopes east and north.
This diagonal. There's a ridge along this diagonal here.
Oh, okay, got it.
So the floor is sloping that way and this way. We have some steps here that you can notice a little better in this plan.
Right.
We have a step here and a step here to get to the internal level. We have a ramp on this end to bring the handicap into the bathroom area.
Right.
But the highest point is going to be at the entrance. So we have two steps at the entrance as opposed to one, and we have two ramps that handicap can come up to the deck because it's about 12 inches at this point.
And do you know whether the proposal whether there's a proposal to raise the road outside to roughly to the level of your deck, or is there any chance of seeing the no? Okay.
In our mind, the sidewalk remains at the
exactly
level
as
that it is currently, and anything that's happening outside will be within that level.
Okay, so people will be sitting kind of a little. So if I'm walking on the sidewalk, people will be sitting on a deck that's about a foot higher than the sidewalk.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. The planters themselves from the sidewalk side are about 40 inches tall.
Right.
From the sidewalk, so they'll be a foot lower on the inside, and then you'll have the hedge.
Okay, and does water drain out down through the deck to the existing drain in your plan? Okay, perfect.
That the water can permeate through the deck so that it could find the same way it's working today.
Okay, perfect.
To this,
Thank you.
I missed it. What is the purpose of planters? Is that part of there seem to be several people working here. we have the restaurant, we have the sidewalk, and we have the new beautiful outer edge where they're going to do planting and be able to walk down to the ocean. So what is the purpose of the planters? Where are they? I didn't get that.
The planters are right at the property line. They've existed there for many, many years. I presume because of the wind issues is part of it, the reason for them. But they define the private from the public. The private space being the restaurant and the public being the sidewalks.
So where does the public is that?
The sidewalk is on the, if you will, on this plan on the north and on the west side, up here and on this side.
The north and the west.
Right,
and
right.
What about the east?
In reality, the north is here and the east is there.
The east is there.
The ocean is here, and the northern properties across 74th Street. This is 74th Street, and this is Ocean Terrace.
And
planters sit right at the property line.
When the beautification project comes to that point, that's a different architect. It's going to be a different people. Have you all seen what you're
The
doing?
landscape architecture is being designed by Raymond James.
Right. Is he aware of all these planters? And
Are they aware? I presume so. I haven't talked directly to them, so that's been more of...
I don't know that they're planter-type people, but that's between you and them. I just couldn't figure out how all of a sudden all this open beautification is happening, and now you have these big planters with what in them, things in them?
Green Island ficus.
Which is not, that doesn't grow tall, so that stays low, the Green Island ficus. It doesn't grow like the clusia or the regular ficus.
Don't you think there should be some communication between the two
So
parties?
I think they right now they're showing an opening in the planters, I think on 74th. And I believe right now the Ocean Terrace side is continuous planters. But maybe we could work with them at a staff level, you know, as long as it doesn't interfere with the visibility issue with the bar, to create another opening along Ocean Terrace.
Can I ask a question on that?
I'm not asking about openings. I was just, there's got to be some kind of coordinated connection between planters and then you come to Raymond Jones.
Well, right, but remember, the sidewalk is going to remain. The right of the roadway portion, I mean, it's going to be modified, the sidewalk, but there still will be a sidewalk edge.
Just the edge, right.
Right, so that will be adjacent to what their existing planters are and in the proposed plan as well. So it won't bleed directly into the landscape area, because that landscape area, I believe, is proposed for the roadway. And even this portion, there's a portion of, actually no, that would be at the 73rd Street portion, which would be the San Tropez entrance, I believe, of paving. So this you'll have the private property, which is the restaurant, their planters, then you'll have a sidewalk, and then you'll transition into the Raymond Jungles plan for Ocean Terrace. I think it's a little premature because that project has not yet been approved, but I think it's something that we could certainly work with the restaurant tenant once the Raymond Jungles plan is finalized, to see if there's some minor modifications they may want to make along the Ocean Terrace edge.
Isn't the Raymond Jungles coming in like April?
They have not been scheduled for an agenda at this point.
They're separate then?
They have two applications pending, Ocean Terrace Holdings. One for the streetscape project, which will be the Green Park area in the right of way, and then the Ocean Terrace building project, which will be a separate application. Neither of those have yet to be scheduled for an agenda, so the timeline for that is further out than this restaurant build out. So I think there will be a chance to maybe coordinate better, but the timing is not ideal for the restaurateur because they're basically willing to, ready to go and start construction now so that they can open.
If I may, for the record, let you know that their plan, this plan, Sushi Bichi, has already been reviewed by Raymond Jungle's team, and that they are looking at the integration of the patio, their patio, with the rest of the streetscape. So Jungle's is already looking at it and working on it.
It only threw me because I heard planters lined up like little soldiers. That's what it looked like here. That's why I raised the
But as
issue.
Debbie said, staff, this is an item that I think you give direction for staff to work with the applicant and Jungles to finalize
That's
the.
fine.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Okay.
And that's one question on the planters. Maybe this is an obvious question. Why? I mean, I know they're existing, and I know they're sort of used as planters, and they're really setting a barrier too. Why is the choice to just keep an endless row of planters and not rather do a landscaping plan? I don't know if it's obvious to everyone. It's not to me. You can't really have any trees, and it seems like it would give you more leeway, but maybe it's economic. I just want to ask why that choice is happening that way.
You mentioned trees, and I should add that we do have 4 trees within the space, which are on 5x5 planters within the seating area.
But everything's in planters. I mean, except for the date palm here, right?
Correct.
Everything is in planters, so ultimately you're never really going to be able to get beyond a certain size tree because it's confined by a planter. And I just wanted to ask why there wouldn't be an openness to actually incorporating a couple of trees where they could actually grow.
I had that same, sorry to interrupt, I had that same sort of question. I'd made an assumption that maybe there was some reason why the canopy trees were in planters as well, but when you talked about stormwater going through the deck, I think you're also talking about an opportunity that's better for tree longevity if you can plant it in the ground, in addition to the other points about the landscape.
We started with that proposal actually to have the trees planted in the ground, and there was some conversation with the condo association where they felt it was not. I don't really know where that conversation went, but I know that the feedback for me was that the condominium association didn't feel, and correct me if I'm wrong, didn't feel
you're
comfortable.
Right. We were concerned. We were concerned about planting in the ground where 5-10 years from now a hurricane comes or whatever and knocks them down. Now the association is on the hook to repair it, to make it whole again, and we didn't want that responsibility. So that's really the nexus. Also, we were concerned about the height of some of the trees. If they get too high, then they start to block views and things like that. I mean, they'd have to be pretty big, but it is a concern. But again, we just didn't want to be putting permanent things that now we have to be responsible for.
I think the staff has indicated that the final design or approval of this screening will be presented to and approved by staff, taking into consideration these concerns.
Thank you. Moving right along, last but not least, Mr. Vice Chairman.
Yeah. I'm supportive of the project and the variances. We do hear a lot of projects coming in front of us with outdoor bars, entertainment, and the like, and it's always a contentious issue between the surrounding neighbors. Obviously, you've been in discussions with the tenant, and it's always good. I think Jack said it. It's always good when you can, the application comes to us and it's worked out already. It's you've had your discussions. You've come to an agreement, and like you said, I guess the vast majority of the people in the building are supportive. You've had experience in the past with bad operators, so I think if you're comfortable with this, I am. So as far as the screening material and that kind of stuff, obviously that can be worked out with staff. I did like, I'll see how the board feels. I did like Kirk's idea about putting some kind of progress report in there. If a year goes by and everything's good, you come here and say everything's good, no problems, and you're out, and that's it. We probably wouldn't schedule another one. But if
I'd be happy to do that.
yeah, if the board's in, just because again, we've had experience with a lot of these type of projects. So if the board's good with that, I'm good with that. But I do support the project.
Okay, do we need 3 motions here because you have 2 variances and approval?
Can I make a suggestion? I think regarding the progress report, does the board feel comfortable with 90 days or 180 days from the issuance of the BTR?
Let's time it from when they attain the BTR. I would suggest a year so they have some time to be up in operation.
I would be more comfortable with 6 months or 180 days. I think that's a good start. And I would suggest that we add this condition that the Historic Preservation Board shall maintain jurisdiction of this approval. The applicant shall appear before the board for a progress report within 180 days from the issuance of the BTR. The board reserves the right to modify the approval at the time of the progress report in a non-substantive manner, including modification to the hours of operation, to impose additional conditions to address possible problems, and to determine the timing and need for future progress reports.
You didn't pull that right out of your head. I'm like, whoa.
That's a standard condition from planning board.
Okay, impressive. That was very impressive.
And then we will add the condition regarding the approval is issued to the current applicant, and any change of the 50% ownership shall require the review and approval of the Historic Preservation Board as a modification to the application.
And in addition, giving staff the leeway to create whatever sort of permeability, planting, landscaping, right? Are we adding that in?
Yeah, I don't think, that would be, I think, should be added in to the C of A, and the variance, and should be, so the variance motion should include those 2 conditions regarding the progress report and the owner.
So we're doing the variances first?
Yes.
I move the
And
variances
then if you want some,
or one at a time?
one
We can do
motion
them
for
together.
both.
So I'm moving the variance, including the conditions that Michael so eloquently stated.
I'll second that.
Okay, so shall we call for the question here?
And then for the C of A would be, did you vote? Oh, apologize.
Okay, all those in favor of that amazing motion as stated?
Aye.
All opposed?
Motion passes.
And now the CFA with the condition, the planters and landscaping, how do you want that?
So under condition, so we have condition 1A regarding the materials and the final finishes for the wood cladding and the outdoor bar counter. I think we could add another condition, say the final design and details of the hardscape and landscaping can be reviewed by staff.
And again, just not to be long-winded, but in terms of actual landscaping, should they decide to plant in the ground in terms of, I mean, they're allowed to do that in terms of where we're concerned, and you have the approval to.
Correct. We can do that administratively if they wanted to carve out some of the deck and put actual,
Maybe put something that's hurricane tolerant and doesn't grow too tall. So
And
everyone
that,
can be happy.
I don't know if I would put that as
I'm
a
not asking to put it
condition
in, I'm just stating
because they're allowed to do that. and we
Correct.
will
So
review it.
administrative approval on the landscaping, placement of planters. We
And the-
already have in there for the materials, right?
Yes.
Good to go?
Good to go.
Anything else?
No.
Okay, move it.
Is there a second? Max? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You want to grab your display boards?
We're going to be here at sunset.
Oh, no.
Well, I thought this was easy. I didn't think this would take long.
Yeah, that's very good.
Okay,
Okay. The next application on the agenda is HPV file 190364. This is 1234 and 1260 Washington Avenue. An application has been filed requesting a certificate of appropriateness for the renovation and restoration of the building located at 1234 Washington Avenue, the total demolition of the building located at 1260 Washington Avenue, and the construction of an addition as part of a new mixed-use development. They are also asking for a waiver and variances to eliminate the residential or commercial use requirement for parking spaces at the ground floor facing the street. So this is, I think most of you are familiar with the site. There are two existing buildings. The first building that is proposed to be retained and restored at 1234 is classified currently in our database as non-contributing. It was constructed in 1961, designed by Maurice Weintraub in the post-war modern style of architecture. The second building was constructed in 1948, designed by E.L. Robertson, and is classified as contributing. And this is the one-story commercial building at the corner. In terms of the analysis for the demolition, again, this is something that I've spoken with the board about on many occasions regarding the classification system. So looking at the 1234 building, although its technical classification in our database is non-contributing, staff did analyze it and believe that it was architecturally significant, historically significant, and that it met the criteria and was a good candidate for reclassification. That is something that the applicant has agreed to do. It's relatively intact with a few minor changes, but they are proposing to reclassify the building. So that is included in our draft order, that we believe it satisfies the definition of contributing and should be reclassified. They're also proposing to restore the building, including some features that have been lost over time. They're proposing to restore the fountain, the flagpoles, do the repair if necessary for the existing keystone. And so staff was very pleased about that. This building, it's kind of a complicated site because it's very much connected to the one-story building. The 1234 that was constructed in 1961 was constructed for the Washington Federal Savings and Loan Association. After the one-story building was there first. Then the bank first moved into that one-story building. Then when the multi-story building was built entirely for the bank began to occupy more of that one-story portion of the site. Over the time, that one-story portion had been modified. It had been modified both on the upper facade and at the ground level. So originally, and I want to thank the applicant for the thorough historic resources report, it was a very different looking building at the ground level. It had angled storefronts, which were quite dramatic and beautiful. Those eventually, over time, were modified to what you see today, which is the elimination of that angled configuration. Additionally, the upper facade, and it's not 100% clear because the documentation on those changes that were made over time is not complete, but it appears on one of the plans that the original building likely had a crab orchard stone. You can kind of see a handwritten note on the original plan. And it's likely that was removed and replaced with the travertine stone when the bank was expanding into that. So it would match the building in the 1960s. So we think those changes probably occurred at the same time as the construction of the 1234 building. So I think that was important in terms of our evaluation of the restoration component as well as the demolition component. We are generally supportive of the project, but we do have some comments, some significant comments regarding the design of the new building. The most significant concern is the Drexel Avenue configuration and site plan. currently, and that Michael's going to speak about the variance, but they need a variance in order not to screen their parking with active uses. So not only do we not see a hardship for the variance, but also in terms of the character of the neighborhood, we do not believe it's appropriate to have a wall or, just a landscape buffer immediately adjacent to the residential neighborhood. So once you go to the west, across from Drexel, then we transition into an entirely residential neighborhood. So we did not believe that surface parking lot with some just non-habitable screening was appropriate to the neighborhood. We also have some comments regarding the design of the building. I see it looks like the renderings have been slightly modified. But some minor concerns about the design of the new building in terms of its massing and the scale, particularly at the corner. So we're recommending some changes. We also had some comments regarding the materials. I guess it's an aluminum that is going to look like a copper, but I know the applicant is going to speak to you more about that if they're still researching the use of different materials. Finally, they are asking for an off-street loading space waiver. That is approvable by the board as long as the parking department agrees with their on-street loading plan. So staff really has no major concerns about that. We are, however, due to the significant design changes, particularly along Drexel Avenue, that we're recommending, we are asking the board to continue. There is also an issue with their planning board application that does not permit the board at this point to approve or deny the project, but to discuss it, issue comments to the applicant, and then we would recommend bringing this back at the April meeting at the earliest. That would be April 14th for further discussion.
Thank you.
And Debbie, before commenting on the this application of variance, as Debbie mentioned, there is a pending application that is for outdoor entertainment that was applied for the planning board, that was heard by the planning board in January and continued to the February 25th planning board meeting. However, after this report was issued and after the planning board meeting, we reviewed the size of the project again, and since this property is located in a commercial district, the code requires that projects or new additions over 50,000 gross square feet, the code requires that the planning board review them under certain criteria before the Historic Preservation Board can approve an application. So we found out that the applicant made an error in their gross square footage. They're over that 50,000 square foot threshold. We anticipate advertising that application to the planning board in March. So today the board can review the application, especially the threshold issues of demolition and the variance, but the board cannot approve the application and will have to continue it till at least the April meeting so that the deficiency in the planning board application can be corrected. And now regarding this application, as Debbie mentioned, they're requesting a variance to waive the requirement for active residential or commercial use along Drexel Avenue. The code requires that you can't just have parking spaces fronting a street, which they're proposing. So we're recommending that the applicant actually construct some active uses such as residential uses or co-living units along Drexel. This could be in the form of one or two story townhome type project, which I think is an appropriate transition and buffer to the residential uses to the west. Although this is zone CD2, commercial medium intensity, across from Drexel is RO, residential office, and is comprised of all residential apartment buildings on Drexel. So that's part of our concern by eliminating that active use. I did email the board, or the board members were emailed several letters and emails from public comment noting concerns, and I did, Frank Del Vecchio mentioned that I forwarded his email to you as well, and he was objecting to the Historic Preservation Board hearing this application because of the deficiency in the planning board application. However, we think that there are important issues we would like the feedback on the board, especially regarding the demolition and the variance application. So we are recommending the board discuss it, take public comment, and continue the application until at least the April meeting.
Thank you, Michael. Okay, any disclosures on this?
Go ahead, Nancy.
Okay, I spoke Larkin and the owner of the...
He's over there, Rishi.
Is your mic on, Nancy?
Excuse me, it was buried. Michael Larkin and the owner of the property.
Rishi.
I'm sorry, you tell me his name.
Yeah, and this project was presented to the Flamingo Park Neighborhood Association, I believe, twice. And I have spoken with some neighbors, but I can remain impartial.
Okay. Anyone else? No? Okay, that being said,
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Michael Larkin, 200 South Biscayne Boulevard. And before I begin, congratulations to you and to Scott for your ascensions to chairman and vice chair.
it sounds religious.
You certainly have the confidence of your fellow board members, and it's well deserved. So I'm here today with the applicant, Rishi Kapoor from Urban, from Tuesday Studio, Jackie and Carlos Tuesday, and their colleague Ashley. Arthur Marcus is our preservation architect, and our landscape architect is Gage Couch, and my colleague Emily Balter. So Washington Avenue is coming back slowly, bit by bit. You know, good things happen even before the city recognizes that it needs help. So a long time ago, Simon Nimney restored the Clinton Hotel, and that came online. It was MDPL actually gave him an award for that restoration. And then the Anglers had two different additions well before Philip Levine looked down at Washington Avenue and said, what can I do to help? Then he convened the Blue Ribbon Committee. From that committee came recommendations that formed the Washington Avenue overlay. From that point in time forward, you have a very large hotel project almost open at the 600 block of Washington Avenue. And then you have the Moxie coming to the 900 block of Washington Avenue. Paul Sejas decided to go forward at 16th and Washington with a rental apartment building. Then at Washington and 17th, the Finbar family went forward and did a hotel there that you all approved in the last 2 years. WeWork decided to plant its flag at Washington Avenue and Lincoln Road in an existing building. So bit by bit, I see Washington Avenue coming back with you all shaping it with every project that comes before you. It's getting better and better. So Rishi Kapoor is anxious to join the ranks of those entrepreneurs and developers that have sought to improve Washington Avenue. He's investing $50 million plus in this development, which has such a multiplicity of uses, I had to write them down. They're co-living, micro-unit, hotel, office, micro-retail, and as Michael and Debbie described, outdoor entertainment as 2 outdoor bar counters, a cafe, a gardener's market, and a gym and wellness center open to the public. So all this will be within this assemblage, which is basically the northern half of the block approaching 13th Street and Washington Avenue. With regard to the geography, Michael accurately described it. To the west on Drexel Avenue, you have RO zoning. Could be residential, could be office uses, but almost all the buildings are condominium associations, so you have residential uses there, except for the northernmost one, which is apartment building. You have the post office directly north of us. Nancy Levin is disturbed about the current state of the post office, and you're going to urge your board members to tell the federal government to do something at some point. We have a T-shirt shop at the northeast corner of Washington and 13th Street. Across the way, you have a large building owned by Pix Realty. The natural people there are the Brandt brothers. They're my clients. And if you ever heard the three of them on the phone at the same time, competing with each other to speak, it's quite a spectacle. But they're good custodians. They're good landlords of the property. It's where the Irish Bar is on the ground floor. You have Crunch, the gym that's been there for over 20 years. The end of the block, you have the World Erotic Art Museum. To the south of us, you have an office building. Ground floor is Thai Tony there. It's been there for a long time now. Old City Hall is farther south than that with a police station. With regard to our neighbor outreach, we've done our best. Prior to the planning board hearing in January, we sent out letters to the presidents of all the condominium associations on the west side of Drexel. We were able to meet with a husband and wife that's the president of the Southernmost Condo Association. We explained the project to them, and we obtained their support. And then at the planning board hearing, various neighbors came out, offered their concerns about our outdoor entertainment. We're still continuing the dialogue with them. We presented, as Scott told you all, to the Flamingo Park Neighborhood Association not once but twice. We presented to the Washington Avenue bid and obtained their support. We presented to Miami Design Preservation League and had a healthy discussion with them. We've scheduled another neighbor meeting that will occur at the end of the day tomorrow, so the most neighbors can attend and voice their opinions. And then we're coming to the planning board, as Michael suggested, not once but twice, on February 24th for the outdoor entertainment, in March for the 50,000 square foot rule, as it's called, and then back to you all in April, which will hopefully be our final hearing. So we're doing a lot of outreach. There's a lot of public hearings associated with this application. We're happy to step up the plate each time and explain to you all the project. So without further ado, I'm going to turn it over to Arthur Marcus. As I said, he's our preservation architect. He's going to go through certain details of our application. He'll be followed by Jackie Touzé, and then finally by Rishi.
The slides? Sorry. Oh, here you go. Thank you. No, yes. Good morning, members of the board. My name is Arthur Marcus. I'm a historic preservation architect, and I did the historic report for the building. This building presents unique massing on both major elevations. It's really one of a select few of MIMO, or Miami Modern, buildings on the avenue within the historic district, and actually one of maybe 4 or 5 within the entire city. It's marked by a very unique T-shaped arrangement on the upper floors, and on the lower floor, you can, as you know, there is a open courtyard, which I'll go into it a little bit later. In 1989, when the district was established, buildings such as these were not then old enough to be considered as historic. In fact, at that time, there was no label existing for the architectural style, which later came to be known as MIMO, or Miami Modern. This all came about through the efforts of the Miami Beach Urban Arts Committee, of which Nancy was one of the leaders and I was one of the major photographers. And this started like in the late 1990s when these efforts really started to culminate in the city. Weintraub designed the 1, 2, 3, 4 building with only about 1/3 of the street frontage devoted to the 3-story tower. The tower portion originally contained a vertically designed glazed window wall on the front. However, it seems like in the 1989 renovations, these included the installation of solid insulated panels set into the original window wall system with obscured plastic glazing. The MIMO-styled metallic sunscreens, and I'm looking at the one on the right, are featured design elements throughout the building, on the front on Washington Avenue, as well as a major design element along Drexel Avenue. Sunscreens such as these were a prominent MIMO building detail, and the architect also took into consideration the shadows created by the sunscreens. It's interesting, when you see the detail, the sunscreens only go about 3/4 of the way down the window opening, and the shadows fill in the rest at the bottom. So it's a wonderfully kinetic kind of composition. The feature, obviously, of this building, one of the major features, has always been the recessed courtyard with a gracious semicircular first-floor facade. And within this gentle curve is a charming small park and fountain, probably one of the very few on Washington Avenue. And it's interesting that where these recessed courtyards occur are always at MIMO buildings. I can remember when first moving to South Beach, and in 1992, which seems like years ago, and coming across this tropical garden and a landscape courtyard. I remember koi fish in the pond and a charming little red wooden Japanese bridge that went over the pond. This was indeed a pocket park before they even had such a label as pocket parks. On the west elevation facing Drexel Avenue, an otherwise blank wall with very awkwardly placed windows, and you can sort of see in the picture on the right above the doorway entrance below, there are maybe 4 or 5, there's a row of windows up there. And the architect masterfully created this facade of a screen wall, which totally hid the awkwardly placed windows and really gave the composition some character. So what I find very interesting about this building is it's not only designed as the mid-century building along Washington Avenue, which is certainly its major street frontage, but the rear facade on Drexel, where you wouldn't expect most buildings to have design, the architect considered this as a major elevation too. So I thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Jackie Gonzalez-Tuzé. I'm a principal of Tuzé Studio. I'm here joined with my partner, Carlos Prio-Tuzé, and Gage Couch, the principal of Cadence, our landscape partners in the design of this project. I appreciate you guys listening and hearing this project. We definitely want the input. It's an important site, and we want to get it right. So we look forward to listening to what you have to say about the design, and we've been trying to meet with the neighbors as well and make sure this project is well received, and it does the things that it needs to do on the site. I just want to take you through a little bit of our thinking about why we determined that the existing building in its current state wasn't something we were advocating for keeping, and I'm going to take you through that through a series of explanations as to why, because we don't take that decision lightly, and we know it's a designated building. Arthur already did a great job at explaining why we love the other MIMO building, and that's one of my and Carlos's favorite buildings. We actually looked at possibly moving our studio there some years ago, so we're very well familiar with it, and it's a treat to be able to work on it and bring it back to its former glory. When we looked at this building on the slide right now, what we noticed is that the cool geometry, the zigzag shape of the storefront, the framing elements, and even the bulkhead was in doubt as to whether or not that was original. So there was really that we could see, historic fabric that was absolutely original to the design, and the condition was not great of what the renovations were. And what we had to do is really evaluate, given that situation, did it make sense to do a restoration that is entirely new and not address any of the other issues that at this time I think are equally important to us, which every project, if we're going to look at it and there's nothing new to keep and nothing new to restore, then we have to evaluate that decision. And I'm going to take you through some of the urban design considerations as well that we looked at. But this was the main reason was we didn't feel that historic fabric was there to restore. There was nothing there. We just finished 800 on Lincoln Road, and that was a treat because we got to restore all the panels, and there was the old South Florida Arts Center, and our firm is very committed to keeping and restoring that which can be kept and restored if we're able to find it and to work with it. But in this instance, the geometry was gone, the signature design features were gone, and the bulkhead, which was the little piece that is, as I think Debbie explained, it's noted as being replaced and to match the existing, the new bank that came after it. So what we then turned our attention to is that even though this one wasn't a designated building, we loved it, and there's a lot of cool things, and this would be, for us, there's so much there to celebrate and to enjoy and to restore that we really focused our attention on playing off of this building and working our entire, really the inspiration for a lot of the moves that we were looking at was based, this is one of our favorite eras of architecture, is one that we love because it really is such a celebration of materials, and they were doing climate responsive design, back in the day. Brise-Soleils are something that we've always been really interested in, and it's a very Miami Beach building that we just are really excited to work with. We also, I should go back, the kidney-shaped little amoeba pond, if you look at some of the images in the historic report that the city had, also was lit up at night, and the thought of having this sort of mini oasis in the city is really exciting, and we wanted to play off of that as well. Across the street is one of the most beautiful Miami Beach buildings, which is during the Depression era, 1937 post office, which is magnificent. And just to be next to that building is really quite an honor. So we take that site and quite, as a very important thing for our studio, and we want to make sure we get it right. So again, I appreciate all the comments, and we definitely look forward to your comments and thoughts about that. But some of the framing elements of that building, the materiality of that building, and the way that it steps back and creates a plaza as well. So on one side we had this MIMO building that created this beautiful little oasis. On the other side, we had the post office that also steps back from the street and gives us a plaza that really is a daytime plaza, because this is a side of Washington Avenue that has a lot of civic uses, and this one steps back to create an urban space. I'm not going to take you through all the different things, but just know that we are very committed to restoring this building, and there are some areas, obviously, where it could use some tender, loving care, and some of the stone is missing. The plastic panels are not original, and nor are they safe or to code, so we would replace that and put something back that it makes sense, and it is of the character of the original. And the interior finishes are of the lot, not original, obviously need to be replaced. You can see some of the interior. This building was designed as a bank, so it wasn't really concerned too much with daylighting for an office building. Now its new use that is proposed is an office, so we are going to introduce some glazing, but very discreetly on the side of the building that is not visible from the street, on the north side, just to get more daylighting into the building. We love for office buildings to have plenty of natural daylight. But the rear and the front and everything that's a major facade of this building, where our intention is really to keep it exactly as it is and to bring it back. Some of the elements that we are going to bring back on the facade, I'm just going to, the flagpoles, the fountain, the little oasis, and the eyebrow needs to be repaired and the cladding needs to be repaired. So you can see in this image where the new windows are proposed. And I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have. I don't know how much time we have, so I kind of want to take you through the design of the new building now, if I could. As I mentioned, this is the original condition that you can see. We have a plaza on the right, and we have the little urban, as Arthur described it, a pocket park. And so our thought was, because our studio is also equally interested in resiliency and in trying to create the weather forecast for the world is hot and humid and plenty of storms. So if we're going to do something different than what was there, we wanted to have a strong urban design argument for it and also a resiliency argument for it. And one of the things that we really want is to bring shade, and there is a precedent for that. I'm going to go to the boards soon to show you what we studied on Washington Avenue, but there are several areas along Washington Avenue where there are hotel uses, and those are all stepping back and creating almost like a green oasis to the street. So we felt that it was contextual to Washington Avenue. There are also a lot of civic buildings, as I mentioned. There's the City Hall, there's the police station, and then there's the post office. So for this side of Washington Avenue that we're on, there is a precedent for stepping back, and so we felt that urbanistically it made sense. And what allowed us, what was interesting, and I'll show you some of the resiliency diagrams that we're working on, but the idea of having a place for water to go and to creating shady spaces that are urban is super important to the project, and one of the main reasons that we were really excited about creating a place that people can actually be in Miami and be comfortable and walk through and also be comfortable, not just for our community of people that are going to be using the building, but for the residents and the community in general walking down Washington Avenue. So the concept, this is Urban Retreat. This is a company that it's all about bringing people to urban areas that are kind of priced out. You'll see a lot of micro units and co-living, and so the size of the units are smaller and people can share amenities, and that's how the price point comes down. And they decided to launch their Urban Retreat, which is a hotel brand in Miami Beach. So this is like the first one out of their brand, and we wanted to make it a celebration of Miami Beach. So on our site, as I mentioned, right next to us, we have two iconic buildings, the post office and the MIMO building by Weintraub. And we've long been studying brise soleils and concrete and metal, and we were excited to kind of really make this a statement about Miami Beach brand and Miami Beach architecture, and also with climate in mind. And so the materiality of the lobby, and we have Carlos and I will discuss the materials later. The other picture on this image is the roof of the post office, and in fact we are planning on using copper for the corner element, which we think is important and deserves a premium material. It's the louvers on the building that are on the other side that we're going to do in aluminum because they're not as visible from the front of the street, and also we're just concerned about using the copper as fins. So we know that aluminum can do it. I'm not so sure about the copper, so the copper will be used as a cladding on the corner, just to be clear. And that's something that we looked at. This is a historic palette of Miami Beach, and how can we translate that palette instead of just paint into actual materials? And that's the other thing that led us into using copper. We love these shades of blues and greens. And the other thing that we were looking at is the idea of creating not only the shady plaza in front of the building, but a little kind of courtyard space between the existing and the new, just to kind of have, again, a place for the water and rainwater gardens to occur, to kind of take all the water that's coming from the roof, clean it, and then store it in cisterns below. This is another image of breeze block, which we find we love it, and we have samples of it. Another material we like, and it's a way of using something that doesn't have to be an air-conditioned space and treating it thoughtfully and kind of in a bold geometric way. Even the most back-of-house spaces having a pop of color, some fun with materiality, and just the palette of Miami Beach, which is something of a celebration for this. I mentioned rainwater gardens between the two buildings. That's one of the things that we're doing. So the amoeba shape, which is a little beautiful pocket park, it meanders into another green space, and that space is actually a performance space for green, and it's taking the water from the roofs, it's filtering it, cleaning it, and then we're storing it in filters below. So our whole intent with the front of this building is to look at, and I'll take you through the plans quickly, but you can see, if I could just go.
Yeah.
Can I walk this?
Carlos will give you the microphone.
So this is really a good diagram, I think, to show you the intention. So here's the little park here, and then that's the space in front of the post office. This building has these two layers that sandwich a glass box, and our other gesture really obviously was very inspired by what was happening with the other building. So it was sort of a bookmark set, but different enough that it wasn't using any of the materials of the original building, any of the palette of the original building, and it stands on its own. But definitely that gesture came from looking at this building and how to end this block. We could have built the retail back where it was. We chose not to because, again, we wanted to give a space for trees. And we also thought that this was a beautiful way of framing the view of this building, which we love. And we didn't want to block it with lower retail that we recreated from historic images, not with any kind of accuracy at all. We would rather have a celebration and a framing of that building. So that was our decision to make. We also created a place for sidewalk cafes to happen and a place to...
Jackie, one
Yeah.
second.
I have a question, which I hope I didn't hear what you just said. You basically said that the park with trees is more important than the preservation of this building that exists there.
No. I said that we didn't know the original design, and we don't have the original design to recreate of
She
our...
has some documentation, apparently, that shows the original design. We'll get there later.
No, my point is that it would be our recreation of an original design.
But we do that in many places in the city.
So let me just clarify. We have partial document. We don't have complete historical documentation on the original E.L. Robertson building, but the applicant's information is thorough in terms of their historic resources report.
Yeah.
So we're on the same page with the amount of information.
We have some photographs, and we have a survey that shows kind of the line, but that's really all. We don't have floor plans. We don't have elevations. So it would be our approximation. We've done this quite a few times, also where we have enough to bring it back, and in this case, it's not that we don't think it's worthy at all. That's not at all what I meant.
Yeah,
It would be our interpretation or our version of what we think was there, and it wasn't strong enough what we had to.
In your opinion?
In my opinion, yes.
All right, go ahead, Jackie.
Thank you.
But I just want you to know that we have done this quite a few times, and when we look for it, and we're rigorous about it. And it's not that we didn't look for it or that we could. It wasn't there. So I mean, yes, we could approximate it. Sure, we could. But I don't know that that's in our and we everybody's welcome to have their opinion about that. But it was our opinion that we couldn't do a good enough job at recreating what we don't have any information on, except for a very blurry survey and some blurry photographs. We don't have anything else. That's all we have. So coming back to this, the idea was to create a front porch, and the landscape that we're using on the front porch, you can see here in the floor plan. We decided to take advantage of the freeboard and to create an elevated deck. This retail is a little higher than it needs to be, but the reason is we took advantage of the freeboard. So in the future, if the roads are raised, we have a place to go with this building, and we don't have. It's kind of building in a future resiliency. So how you do that and how you mitigate that height difference is something that we've studied quite a bit. And so we bury the ramp in landscaping. So what you're looking at is always a planted deck. You're not looking at railings, and you're not looking at this big ramp across the facade. And I think you could see that probably best here. We have some zoomed up images in here. The idea is in the foreground is the building of the historic MIMO building, and then this is the front porch that we're creating with the shady street in front. And then the other gesture that we thought was important is the density. We put it right at the 35 feet here, trying to keep as much of it on Washington Avenue as possible instead of going back into Drexel. So the only thing that we have at Drexel is an L-shaped the volume. So all of the density we put it here. All the activities that we put it facing Washington Avenue again, to try to really minimize the impact to Drexel, which is residential. So that was our thinking in terms of how we massed the project. And what we did on Drexel is, you can see this is an L-shaped building, and it steps down as it gets into Drexel. And this we'll talk about more as I get through the images. I'm not going to take you through all the plans because you have them, but here you see just a typical one. It's office on this side, and this is one of the layouts. On the ground floor is wellness. There was a gym. And on the second floor and third floor, we have hotels, and then we have co-living. So this is a mixed hotel and apartment building. And on the rooftop, we have a pool and a small bar here next to with openings that overlook the water and overlook the post office building. This is a passive green space for yoga, for just relaxation. And the back of house, we tucked it in behind the stairs and volume and bathroom, so not visible from the side. As much as possible, we've been talking to the neighbors a lot about the height of these walls. We had originally, our first application was lower. We've raised them to kind of mitigate some of the sound that could possibly come from this outdoor bar. And this is a framed element that we've been looking at in the renderings that show here and here. And then this is copper, and this, Carlos, can we get the materials? Yeah. The material that we're proposing for the corner is a pre-patinated copper, which is really what the post office roof looks like after many years. This is a process that speeds up that process, so we don't ever have to look at this. It's already going to get installed looking in this color, so we get this from the get-go. The louvers that we're talking about, those are the ones that here would match the color of the patinated and do kind of shades of the verdigris. But we felt more comfortable with this because it is a structural element and it's a louver and it has to go floor to floor. Not trying to do that at copper because, frankly, we've just never done that in copper and we don't know if, how that's going to go. So that's where the trade-off is, that the signature moment on the building would be in the premium material in the copper, and then these would be shades of the same verdigris. On the volume that's between the two buildings, that's a mosaic. And
Can I just ask you on the last sample, sure. What is that?
What, this?
Is it aluminum, like a coated aluminum? Is that what that is?
These, yeah.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Oh. There are different shades of this. We're kind of tending towards the middle one here. These are just... a section shows you what's going on with the pool and with the cistern that we're planning for the front porch. So the idea is that we have this porch is elevated from the street off of Washington. Here's the Shady Plaza, and below that front porch, we went ahead and take advantage of that space to create cisterns to collect water and to hold the water. The pool is facing, and all the outdoor entertainment, as I mentioned, is facing Washington Avenue, and we build a wall behind the cabanas, and then we screen it with green so that from Drexel, we've tried to mitigate the noise and the appearance of the volume. So that's kind of the design approach. Let's see what else. Here's the resiliency diagram. I'm happy to answer. Gage is here also, the landscape architect. He can talk to you through some of the strategies, but basically it's about collecting water from the roof. We are going to do energy collection as well. This is going to be a LEED Gold building. So both from a resiliency and a sustainability standpoint, we are trying to make this project a demonstration project of some of the important things that Miami Beach needs to start to design into projects and get built. So it addresses heat, the heat and the humidity. It also addresses water collection and then also energy collection. So those three things have been, in addition to all the requirements that LEED requires, those have been the focus of how we've developed the project. if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer. I know this is a preliminary run, so I would like to show you now, if I could, the Drexel side, just to talk about that, because I know that's a concern. So here's the other side, the corner. There's been a lot of conversation about this, is in one of the comments we got back, whether this should be dropped. Our feeling was that because it was a corner, that we thought it should be more of a prominent corner, but we understand your concerns. I mean, it's something we can definitely talk about. If you look at it at the other, a lot of MIMO buildings, the arrangement is asymmetrical and not flat, and so just to be, if we thought if it was just a flat corner where everything aligned, for us it wouldn't be as powerful, but I understand your concern about that. So, but you can see what we're talking about here, that this is the copper. The eyebrow, what we did is, in plan, it aligns with the eyebrow from this one, because this building is higher, it's slightly taller, obviously, because we can't match the same height as the original, but the geometry is curving, just like the original building has rectilinear asymmetrical composition with a curving eyebrow. And then this is a rendering we've done recently. As we meet with the neighbors, we've been discussing what do they want to see in front of their front door. Our feeling was that this is not a townhouse project. There is no typology for the client. And while I understand, that would be a nice product to have, it's not one that the client is part of their portfolio of offerings that they're looking to do. And we also felt that retail wouldn't be appropriate in front of the residential necessarily, and probably wouldn't do well on Drexel. There is no retail. So perhaps, a wellness component or bike valet or something that could be of use to the neighborhood, that is an amenity that the neighborhood could use and it would be welcome there, but something that's also, we feel like it should be as green as possible. And this is just a view of the front porch that's sort of a community space above. And then this is, and it is quite close to, it's at the setback as far as the building can go. And then we have layers of green and walls that we can show you on the plans now, but that's kind of the effect that we were going for. And Gage can certainly speak about the species and the pollinators and we're really trying to be mindful of not just doing a straight hedge, but doing something that is an amenity for neighbors to walk their dogs and to just kind of feel like this is a beautiful residential street with a green edge. And that we felt was better than any building that we could put there that really didn't belong or kind of, it didn't satisfy any need that the client had, and it really, having a transient hotel use on a residential street also didn't feel like it was maybe the best choice. But those were the thinking process that we went through. Happy to hear your thoughts.
Thank you very much.
Great.
Very
And Mr. Chairman, just one last speaker is Rishi Kapoor from Urban. Just offer you a few comments about this company.
Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you for having us here today. We really appreciate it. I just want to give you a little bit of background on the project plan and why we're bringing this to this neighborhood. And ultimately, our brand, Urban, it's URBIN, and it stands for Inclusion in the Urban Core. And what we're trying to do is solve problems of affordability, sustainability, and societal mobility, where people are looking for freedom of life. So how we are trying to address that, first and foremost, was ultimately being able to bring affordable and accessible price points to an in-demand submarket. So that was the thesis behind the co-living units and the micro units, and then ultimately being able to furnish those bedrooms for a lower top-line price for many people that are priced out of the neighborhood. So we're talking about teachers, we're talking about city and municipal workers, we're talking about service professionals in the bars, restaurants, and hotels. We're talking about artist housing because we have a gallery space in the work building that we are opening, and then also a space for entrepreneurs, which is a big part of who we're catering to as a brand. So ultimately for us, the desire was to be in the heart of South Beach in one of the most really progressive areas that the Commission and the city have embarked on revitalizing on Washington Avenue. So we're very excited to be planting our flag here in the heart of South Beach off of Washington, and we're very grateful for the legislation that was passed for co-living and many of the building aspects that you're seeing in front of you last fall. So ultimately for us, the goal here is to create a project that is also economically viable. It is a true statement that land in Miami Beach is not cheap, especially on corridors like Washington Avenue in the heart of South Beach, and we're looking for every aspect possible to wisely spend the $55 million that we are investing in this project. The goal ultimately is that this is a building that is representing a brand that is my life's work to create accessible price points in in-demand submarkets around the world. And this is helping people not spend hours in the car every day, being a part of the community and affording places that they otherwise are either priced out or spending too much of their income on rent. So for us, the goal here is to make sure that we wanted to work within the fabric of the neighborhood. It's something that my team or everybody that we've assembled as a part of this project are very sensitive to. So we looked at the historic office building and saw an opportunity to renovate that into something grand and bringing it to, like Jackie had said, its former glory. However, on the retail component, we studied that very, very carefully. And as you can hear all of my colleagues speaking about in depth and the documentation that we've provided, and we just don't feel that that is a building that we can necessarily bring to today's standard with an economic investment. So that is why we very carefully planted an idea of this shady plaza to create an outdoor space for the community to be able to gather. And then in addition to that, creating new micro retail that meets the trend of what people are looking for, which are more accessible price points on the work side and retail side as well. Catering to local entrepreneurs. We're taking no national flags as a part of our commitment to the neighborhood. And the idea is giving them spaces that micro retail is a trend around the world, where local businesses that are priced out in markets like Commodore Plaza in the Grove, or Miracle Mile in Coral Gables, or Lincoln Road, or even Washington here in Miami Beach, it's having a price point that small businesses can afford and also cater to a very clear direction in commerce, which is you need a smaller footprint, not a bigger footprint, because much of your inventory is managed online, as well as server space and all of that that is now managed in the cloud. So having a smaller micro retail footprint is much more viable for a small business, which we are encouraging. So building that to that standard was important to us. And then the other side of it is we had a choice where we are being sensitive to our neighbors. We've made very thorough outreach to our community. We're openly welcoming working sessions with our neighbors. I'm a neighbor in a community as well. I know what that feels like and want to be sensitive to that process. We're being very patient throughout that. But we also could have made a decision to stack the building as close to Drexel Avenue as possible. And ultimately, we thought that it was a win for everybody to avoid putting the building up against Drexel Avenue and ultimately bring that to the middle of the site where we have a nice plaza in the front, and towards the back, we are asking for parking for queuing reasons for our valet operation. But ultimately, we wanted to create something pleasant for residential neighbors to look into. We don't think, approximately 30 to 50 feet of separation looking into other residential uses is a great amenity for the neighborhood. And we're trying to create something that is pleasing for our residents as well. And that's where we've arrived at the presented option. So again, I just wanted to walk you through, obviously you understand the concept of what we're trying to bring in a very social mission with the building and many of its plans for sustainability. We're investing in solar, water capture, gray water reuse for irrigation and non-potable systems. These are all things we're committed to as a brand. But ultimately, the real estate also needs to work to execute on that promise. And it is why that we are making very thoughtful requests that you see here today. I really appreciate your consideration. And if you have any questions, please let me know.
Great. Thank you very much, Rishi. That concludes our presentation, Mr. Chairman. Just like to reserve time for rebuttal after the public hearing.
Thank you so very much. It was very, very nicely done. Good. Thank you. Any public, did we do disclosures, right? We did them? Okay. Any public comment?
Good morning. I'm David McKinney. I live at 1020 Meridian Avenue in the beach, and I'm a retired architectural historian. Today, though, I am representing, in Daniel's absence, the Miami Design Preservation League. First of all, we'd like to thank the applicant for the extensive meeting with us to discuss this project. We appreciated their willingness to describe the project and also to take our notes. We're also particularly pleased that the applicant is willing or proposing to designate 1239 Washington Avenue as a contributing building. In noting this change there, we really also want to emphasize why this project is a case study in which that the city needs to undertake a systematic review of its historic districts and its designations of contributing buildings. We realize that there is not staff resources for that, but we cannot look at this and see the very necessity for looking at our historic districts again and determining which buildings meet the eligibility and should be nominated for a contributing building. In the demolition of the now contributing building, we had a thorough discussion of this, and we are in agreement with the staff recommendation. Unfortunately, if you look at the original design, the building as designed, we believe that it's lost its design integrity in terms of its original design. We also note, as the staff had mentioned in another application that you will see before it, is that part of the historic preservation process is to show the continuous design and evolution of design in the city, and to try to take it back to to restore it to basically another time and place would, in this case again, we think, interrupt the continuous narrative of architecture in the city. In terms of the new construction, we do support the setback. We do believe that in terms of this, it will unify this block with the post office, and the post office is not only a neglected gym, but but also it looks like it. No, I meant GEM. I'm sorry, my accent. I'm sorry. Someone once described me as a walking Buddy Epson imitation, and my accent today is saying that. But we think that the post office is an overlooked building, and if we think by this setback and tying the two blocks together, we can emphasize this building and perhaps also shine a spotlight on its needed restoration. Finally, and I realize my time is over, but if you'll just indulge me with a few more comments. We both gave suggestions in what we considered as hard notes on elements of the new building. And these are, we really do feel that the reduction of the height and the bulk of the copper rectangular feature on the northeast portion, this part has to be reduced rather. We feel that as it now designed, it overwhelms the structure, and we're also worried about in terms of driving up and down Washington that it obscures the post office. And again, the post office does deserve to be viewed and should not be obscured from a tower as there. And finally, we received concurrence that they would relook at the 1260 building and the railings. If these notes are addressed, we would fully support the application, and we, in accordance with the staff recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else from the public? Hi, welcome.
I am Jane Sutton, and I live at 1218 Drexel, and I've lived there for decades because it's one of the quieter streets on South Beach. It's a little one-lane, one-way street, goes from the the police station to the elementary school, and I seriously object to the outdoor entertainment proposals that this company is making. Their application to the planning board asked for a rooftop bar and a ground floor bar, both outdoors with live music and DJs. And I just don't see, especially with the rooftop bar, how they're going to contain that noise. This building is considerably taller, more than twice as tall as the residential buildings. And with the noise, I just can't see how they can contain that. I don't want to live next to a boombox. So please, please consider the residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi.
I'm Lenore Bach, 1218 Drexel as well. That's the Drexel condominium. We have 19 units. I really disagree with the outdoor entertainment component. The developer has the opportunity to contain the music. I can't contain the outdoors. So I really think it's a nuisance coming to our neighborhood. There are other issues. I don't think the height and the design even goes with Drexel Avenue. Anyways, thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else from the public? Okay, the public, yes? Hi, welcome.
Thank you. I'm Charles Julian, 1218 Drexel. I have first floor apartment right in front of the building, apartment 101. And this is directly across the street from me. And I'm going to be listening to this music, and I'm going to be looking at the side of this building for the rest of my life. And I don't think it's appropriate in its design. It doesn't look anything like deco. It doesn't look anything like modern. It just doesn't go with the area. It's 7 stories tall and a 10-foot wall on top of that. It's block out my horizon until after noon, and I just can't see it being a part of our neighborhood. The noise component, I'm in the food and beverage business, 35 years. I know what these things are. I've lived with them and worked with them all this time. There's no way that they are going to be able to contain that sound because it bounces and it flows, and there's no way when it's an open area to contain it. I've worked in many of the clubs on the beach. I've worked in country clubs in Miami and in other states, and that noise cannot be contained in an open area. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
So, Mr. Chairman, just a quick rebuttal. We appreciate all the comments of the neighbors from MDPL with David. We will continue to work with them and try to address their concerns. As I told you all, we're going to meet with them tomorrow afternoon, and that won't be the last meeting. We look for compromise in every respect, and we hope we can achieve their support at the end of this process. The Planning Board will again consider the outdoor entertainment on February 24th. We hope to meet with them not only tomorrow, but in advance of the hearing as well. So that's all we have, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you so much. Any other
Let me just clarify, the planning board is February 25th.
Sorry, 25th.
Already confusion here.
Thank you, Michael.
Point of clarification, Debbie, please refresh my memory. The neighbors are complaining about potential sound issues. What did the city?
Well, that will be addressed at the planning board, but it's, I think it's good for the board to hear the whole perspective of the neighborhood. Currently, they would be allowed to have ambient music. What they're asking for at the planning board is entertainment level. It's either the noise or the live performance. So their entertainment application that's current for outdoors, which is currently pending planning board, would mean they could have live performance. A DJ, for example, would be considered a live entertainment. Entertainment is also the level of noise. So anything that is non-live entertainment and above conversation level would not require any additional approvals. Anything over normal conversation level or anything that's a live performance is what's triggering their application to the planning board.
Thank you.
Can you clarify what jurisdiction does the board have, the HPB have over that with it going to the planning board?
The board does not have much, if any, jurisdiction over whether or not they're permitted to have a conditional use for entertainment. You have jurisdiction over the physical design of those areas. So at the roof level and at the ground level, obviously this is all new construction, so there's a physical design component that you could comment on. Some of those things can go toward attenuating certain noise levels, but in terms of allowing them or not allowing them to have the right for that level of music or that live entertainment is solely in the jurisdiction of the planning board.
I should note, too, that the planning board did review this application for entertainment last month, and it was continued because of the concerns of the neighbors and the planning board. So that's why the planning board has not ruled on the application for the entertainment component as of yet.
And Kirk, just so you know, the neighbors have expressed one concern about the patrons of the ground floor uses traversing through our property and going out into Drexel Avenue. So we're considering doing a gate along there, like a rolling gate along the breezeway that would close at a particular time, maybe 6 p.m. to prevent that and address that concern. They weren't thrilled with the breeze block that's westward of the parking area, too transparent. So that's why we had first come up with the idea of a higher solid wall with landscaping in front. I don't think that staff was too much in favor of that. So we are continuing to explore what would be the appropriate buffer along that section to withdraw the variance request and something the neighbors could accept. So we are thinking about different ways to change the building, and just want to let you know we're trying.
Can I ask a follow-up question? I mean, in terms of the presentation, which thank you so much for everyone that presented, the discussion of entertainment use didn't really seem to come up until the very end. And so with regard to the spaces on the rooftop, which I guess are in question, I don't really feel like, at least I don't feel like I got a presentation with that in mind of it being used as an entertainment space and with the idea of possible noise bleed. I'm not really sure. In this presentation, I'm not sure that I got a sense of the vision I got a great sense of, and I really appreciate it again. A lot of exciting components, but in terms of the entertainment vision, I don't feel like I got a sense of what the intent was for that space on behalf of the applicant. I mean, is this sort of anticipated as like an entertainment pool area, or?
It's difficult, Kirk, because, I did mention in the beginning, I described outdoor entertainment and the outdoor bar counters. But when you have one board that has exclusive jurisdiction over the question of entertainment, hours of operation, occupant load, it's hard to know how much to discuss with you all when your main focus is design.
I mean, if there were a stage, for instance, it would be under the design jurisdiction, right? And again, I didn't feel that was discussed with that in mind, so I don't have a clear vision of, from an entertainment sense, how the space is envisioned to be used.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Are you going to answer? Nancy?
I thoroughly agree with you. I met at length with Michael and
Rishi.
where is he? Yes.
Yeah.
Really
So-
appreciate it. It was intended as a question. That wasn't intended as a
So-
comment or a slam.
Would like to
Sincere
continue
question.
my question because it's going to
So,
attach to what he's talking about. My experience. Wait, I see. Where is he? I would like, since we did when I met yesterday, we had a long discussion and we talked about the noise and the rooftop, and we are very experienced with the places that do those things. And for that to be up to the planning board rather than up to the owner of the property as to how he wants his property to operate, I think that we need to hear that. Because
Sure.
that we can talk about. And I would like everyone on this board and people who have any doubts to hear from him and his concept and how he feels about what's happening in South Beach. And he is a newcomer to South Beach who is planning an entire different quality. And I have to tell you, I was against the project when I first, I think I told you, but I was against the project. I took one look and it said, demolition of historic building. I said, hey, here we go. It's going to be a battle. And I wasn't. And when I sat and met with you, I expressed how different you sounded. I even went home and I told my husband, who you had met in my lobby,
I appreciate that.
I was very impressed with it. But to come back here now and hear about from the people who I assume have talked about it already with you.
Yep.
Drexel Avenue has to be protected as much as Washington Avenue, and you agreed to all that. So I'm inviting you to tell us some more about that.
So just to give both of you, so Rishi will respond to Nancy's direct question, then Jackie is going to show the ground floor space, and then go up to the rooftop, but after Rishi speaks.
Thank you for the opportunity to discuss this further. So for us, again, the concept of urban is catering to entrepreneurs and creatives and those that are looking to take the next step in their life. And our real estate, we don't look at it as just a roof over somebody's head. We look at it as real estate as a service or real estate as a platform for a lifestyle. So with that in mind, there's two reasons why we are requesting the outdoor entertainment. Number one is we are in the workspace, including recording studios and some opportunity for artists to be able to pursue their musical ambitions. So for us, the concept was to be able to have live performances where musicians could have an opportunity to be discovered. That's the bottom line of what we were trying to do from a operational standpoint. Number two is I'm as transparent and direct as I can be about this, which is you've got a lot of hotel uses, other uses that are coming on Washington that are all throughout South Beach as a whole. And it is important just from a business fundamental standpoint to pursue something that differentiates you from your competition. So for us, we wanted an opportunity to have limited outdoor entertainment, and we've been very sensitive in meeting after meeting, not only with the planning board, but also with our neighbors, trying to be respectful of coming to a compromise, perhaps on sound mitigation strategies. And I understand that everybody's going to raise an eyebrow to that we can do as much as possible, and I get it. But ultimately what we want to do is be able to find a compromise on hours of use. So we're not looking for 24/7 live entertainment. That's not something that we're requesting. We came with one proposal. Staff came out with a recommendation for limited hours, which we humbly accepted. And then we are even further evaluating restricting those hours, which we have invited all of the neighbors on Drexel to attend meetings with us to try and work through that together. So I hope the neighbors will, return the courtesy of attending the meetings that we have set up to try and have this dialogue ahead of the planning board hearing later this month. But ultimately, for us, just to codify what I'm saying, is number one is an opportunity for our local musicians to have an opportunity to be discovered, and number two is for the economic, again, viability of having an edge, which any entrepreneur should be seeking on their business, is to be able to have something that differentiates us from our competition. And ultimately, those are the reasons why we are requesting the outdoor entertainment use and trying to be a respectful neighbor. I am personally attending every meeting and every dialogue to be able to discuss restricting the hours to something that we can all live with, and that's something that I'm committed to.
Thank you. What are you going to the planning board for, just to talk about outdoor music?
So it's split into two.
Well, so the planning board has authority over it because we're a neighborhood impact establishment. The combined patron occupant load of the different food and beverage venues goes over 299. But they also have authority because we're proposing entertainment, outdoor entertainment. So there's those two reasons at first. The third reason is that our gross square footage of the building, which includes the rooftop pool area, exceeds 50,000 square feet. So for that third reason, the planning board also has authority over this application. So that's why we're going to the planning board. So it's occupant load, it's entertainment, and gross square footage.
Interesting. A bit unusual for what goes on.
I mean, again,
Planning board.
I'm just trying to get a sense of if there are live performances, where are they taking place?
I will show you.
How is the sound being designed? All of that.
Actually, when we started this project, this was kind of not only focused on Washington Avenue, as one of the comments that we got from staff was, please try to do everything you can architecturally to make sure that the sound goes that way towards Washington and not back. So we put the bar with a solid wall behind it here, and the idea was that if they were going to have any entertainment, it would be we had to locate the DJ booth, and this is where we put it. There's a solid wall here as well. So there's a bar that has inherently some noise because it's an after hours kind of place, and and then there's one more location, and we located all the speakers this way. And I understand the concern from the neighbors, and we also understand that sound travels, and this is a residential neighborhood. So we've done what we can architecturally. We've been studying lifting this wall to 10 feet, but when we make the wall higher, then we make the presence of the building bulkier. So it's kind of trying to find the right balance between not making this building even taller than it needs to be from their side, but also blocking the sound. So that's been the conversation. On the ground floor, we have double walls plus back of house behind the bar, and here what we're looking at is a bar that's in this location. The neighbors asked for a gate here because they said even though that they've never had this access through here, so that's one of the things that we did is we provided a way of closing this off so at night nobody goes through here and into their neighborhood. So that was one of the things that we talked about, and we've been able to incorporate. This wall here is the subject of a lot of conversation. Again, we started with what is the code requirement, which is 5 feet is the highest you can go. Then we took it to 7 feet, but that would require a variance. And I'm not sure that that's supported by staff to have a 7-foot wall.
Jackie, if I could interrupt for just a second.
Yeah.
If I could recommend that the board, because it's good to get the overall image of the different boards and the different approvals that are going to be necessary for this project. But I think what's going to be most helpful to the applicant is if we can focus on design issues, including the demolition, including maybe some of staff's comments regarding the design and that variance along Drexel, because that's what this board will ultimately be voting on. The noise issues are really going to be under the jurisdiction of the planning board. I think it's helpful information for the board, and that may inform some of your design decisions. But right now, I think we should be able to hopefully end this hearing with very clear direction given to the applicant regarding the physical changes that are made to the site, including that variance request that staff is not supportive of along Drexel.
Are you suggesting that we not be concerned that this is...
No, I think it's something you can talk
Drexel
about, but
Avenue.
ultimately those decisions, the binding decisions regarding the use will be decided by the planning board. However, there are some other large issues on this for this project that this board will make the final decision on. Staff has some recommendations that are different from what is being presented. When this project comes back before you, because we're not voting today, I'm concerned that if they don't get some clear direction today, they're going to come back with the same thing. Staff will have the same recommendation. Now, it's okay if the board is supportive of this current configuration. But I think that's the critical piece of information that would be the most helpful to the architects and to the property owner.
Well, I agree with you. We have to do that too. But this project is very tied to the whole neighborhood. It's not just about what's going to happen on Washington Avenue. There's a lot to be said. I know for myself personally, if I think that we're going to have a big commotion and people coming in here because we haven't somehow discussed the noise factor, I think we're not doing our job totally.
Right, but remember, ultimately, it's the planning board
I
members
think
that
by
will
the
make
time
the decision.
we can go there, we can make recommendations,
And
we
yes,
can do.
and honestly, if you want to, you could make recommendations to the planning board, and we could transmit that separately. But your decision will be binding on the physical changes that are being made. They're asking for some things that staff has outlined that we have some concerns with. At this point in the hearing, I haven't heard much from the board with regard to any changes or any agreement or disagreement you have with the plans that are being presented in terms of the physical changes.
Oh, well, we can
So
get to that.
that, I think, is the most critical. I think separate and apart from that, if you want to make a recommendation to the planning board or attend the planning board meeting, that would be perfectly appropriate. I know Jason from our city attorney's office will stop me if I'm not correct, but this board is a recommending body to other boards and the city commission, so I think that would be
When
appropriate.
is the planning board, just so we can put
There-
that aside and
February 25th.
Okay, Vice Chairman Scott.
I'm going to jump in. As you know, Michael, this is probably, I think, the third time I've heard this presentation. And I haven't really opined too much, or at all, I guess. But I'll go through a few things real quick, and then we'll go on to hear from the rest of the board.
Okay.
Happy with the 1234 building renovation. I think that building is a nice building, deserves to be renovated, and made a contributing building. So that's good. I don't have an issue with the demolition of the existing building there. Obviously, it's changed quite a bit over the years. I'm generally okay with the design of the new building and the uses in the building, the micro units, the co-living and the like. To Debbie's point, the Drexel activation, I'm okay with not having, let's say, a residential use there or something built there. What's there now is a parking lot, obviously not ideal. I do think, though, if some structure is built there or something, I think that would kind of maybe take away from, it keeps the character of the neighborhood, but it does kind of close in Drexel Avenue a little bit. There's a lot of open space there now, but it is a parking lot. So maybe something can be done. You've got a great design team, so something can be done that satisfies that requirement, but it's not a structure. It's not a building or a wall or just a hedge that, in essence, is a wall. I leave it to you. Maybe come up with something, but I'm not, it's not something that I and would push for. Obviously, whatever you do design there, hopefully would try to limit any impact, whether it be noise or traffic or whatever on the neighborhood.
What do you think about an outdoor workout area, that location, like kettlebells or?
I actually, something came to mind while you were talking, and you have a little pocket park in the front of the building, maybe something like that right on Drexel Avenue. I don't know if that would satisfy the requirement, but I'd be much more willing to approve a variance if needed.
Okay.
So, something to
Just to that point, since we're micro units, I'm just asking if we had like a micro park and something that was dedicated for like a dog run or something along those
something that maybe the neighborhood could use. The rest of the residents in the neighborhood. I'm just throwing that out. The point I'm trying to make is I'm open to not having townhomes there or whatever was talked about.
Okay.
Something the neighbors brought up, that Washington to Drexel, I could call it a pass-through. I understand their concerns. Drexel, you go from Washington to Drexel, it's like a different world almost. So you do want to kind of limit some of that pass-through. So whether it's a gate or a fence or whatever it is, I think that's important. We can't, as Debbie said, we can't put a condition in that says no outdoor entertainment. But obviously, this is the main issue that the neighbors are concerned about, and something the Flamingo Park Neighborhood Association for years has tried to control is what we call the intrusion of commercial uses into the residential neighborhood. Quite frankly, in my opinion, and we heard it from you want to have live entertainment on the roof, bands. Bands that are not well known. Give them a shot and go from there. That's what you want on the roof. If we can't control that, maybe we can control. And Debbie will let me know. When we talked about this earlier, hours of operation for an outdoor bar. I'll tell you one thing. If when it comes back to me, whether or not outdoor entertainment's limited, I'll try to limit the hours of that bar use. I'd rather not see the bar up there, because with that we know what comes: the drinking, and even if there wasn't live entertainment, there are people congregating, and it gets loud. That's a big concern.
Just to give you a little bit of comfort, the entertainment is proposed to end at 11 p.m.
Again, it's not our purview to approve it or not, but I'm sure when it comes back to us, we'll look at the hours of the bar, assuming it's approved. We're okay with the bar being up there. As far as going back to the design, a couple of things we can do to try to limit any impact on the residential neighborhood. On the roof, you have a green space which goes toward Drexel Avenue. My concern is, you talked about maybe having a DJ on the south side of the pool. That's a space there for whether it's a DJ, whether it's people congregating after drinking and talking loud, whatever the case may be. That's pushing it toward Drexel. And I know in all the other presentations I heard, it was always emphasized you're trying to move the activity toward Washington. But
If I can clarify that too. So as part of the planning board application, that's not part of the alcoholic beverage establishment. That green area will not be for alcohol service or for live performance or for music or a band of any sort.
But it's open to whoever's up on the roof.
Yeah.
We can't afford to have the occupancy for that area be assembly, because we've already,
Is it going to be closed off by a fence or
yes.
other?
And the idea is that you could use it
So
for
there's
yoga.
no occupancy
it's a passive
there.
use. Yeah, that's not a.
Michael, is that correct? There's no occupancy?
If it's used for yoga and not part of an alcoholic beverage establishment, it's not going to count in their occupancy.
It's not assembly use.
Restriction. But they wouldn't be able to have it open as part of. So you wouldn't be able to go to the bar, get a drink, and then walk out into the area.
Well, that's a concern, because you're not going to have someone up. I don't know how you're going to police that, but I see that as a concern. Okay, yoga, yeah, obviously it's not very loud, but I just see that as something down the line. If you get too many people up on the roof or whatever, it just spills out into that area. So that's a concern. Along those same lines, you have a covered or green space area on the second floor facing Drexel Avenue. Do you have any idea what that's going to be used for?
That's just a community room. That's an outdoor. Okay. That's not a. There's no bar. There's no associate.
So you're not planning on having any entertainment there?
No. We were asked that by the city, and we actually reduced it, and we're moving it back from Drexel. So it's getting smaller and smaller because that originally wasn't going to count as FAR. So we wanted indoor-outdoor spaces for the residents to have. With when they have smaller units, they need places to gather and to have community spaces that are not. So that was just it's not intended to be a bar or any kind of entertainment area or anything like that.
It's a concern because, as the project's explained to us, it's a lot of entertainment there, live bands, and we're very very sensitive to that, and we see anything like that, possibly being used toward that. So it's a concern, and those are my sort of, I guess, design comments, and I think they all go toward trying to mitigate any noise that may flow onto Drexel Avenue. But Debbie, going back to what I mentioned before about the bar, could we limit the hours of the bar on the roof?
No, that's really, the code allows, they have to close at midnight. So they're not asking for a variance.
They're not asking for that.
They're not asking for a variance from this board, so I think that would not be appropriate.
So if this board was so inclined, if we were that concerned about noise and what the bar may bring, we could not approve a bar up there if that was the direction we were going to go.
If you found that the bar was not consistent with the certificate of appropriateness criteria, you could not allow the bar. Okay. It should not be based on anything except for their certificate of appropriateness criteria.
Incompatible.
Could I recommend that the board, because I think there's the major issue here is the demolition. So I think the staff and the applicant wants to be comfortable, since they're going to come back, if the board is accepting of the proposal to demolish the structure and build a new. I think we should start with that and then move on from that point.
Well, just on that, I did mention that I would be okay with that, but again, I look at it as a whole. I see the final project, and then we go for it from.
Sure thing.
Go forward from there.
Thank you, Scott. John.
All right. Well, I'll just be brief because I won't be here for the fireworks in April. But I'll just say that I would recommend that the board at that time approve the demolition of the existing building and the designation of the 1, 2, 3, 4 building. I do think I agree with staff recommendation about the Drexel Avenue side needing more activation, obviously. And I was also thinking about because I've done a lot of work on the the post office building and talked about it as a series of parts, and it was kind of related to constructivism and these pieces that were constructed together. And I thought maybe your volumes, because I think you're going to come up against possibly more pushback with the sign, the big green kind of corner piece, and I was wondering if somehow when you're reworking this, you can think about the volume, instead of having a big block, you could kind of think about either shifting or pushing back or pushing out volume, so there starts to be a slight shift in volumes instead of having the large green sign and then the large green band kind of wrapping it around. Thinking about pushing in and pulling out, but not having such a change of material, because I think the change of material is quite jarring. And even on the post office building, the blue, shockingly, is on the roof. It's very hard to see it. You have to kind of cross the street if you're going to see those beautiful diamonds on the roof of the post office building. You can't, when you're up close, you just see the tiny ribbon of blue. And I think to be a respectful neighbor in that historic context, that kind of subtlety might be a good thing for your project. But again, I wish you good luck with all that.
We go down the line. Okay, sorry, I missed that. Thank you. Yeah, it's kind of difficult to tease apart the demolition from the overall, but I'm in agreement with my colleagues here that the demolition, I think, makes sense, can support the recommendation. For the things that I was looking at, forgive me if I'm going to hop around a little bit, but the recommendation about the height of the tower and the new structure, the line of sight diagram in the plans is a little bit misleading because it shows the person on ground level kind of looking past the tower versus what the tower level actually is. So supportive in giving the post office a little bit more of its due and some space and recognition in the height of the tower next to it. Going back a little bit closer to my wheelhouse, you mentioned the stormwater management components. Can you clarify? I wasn't sure if I saw somewhere in the plans. Are you planning to take stormwater flow from the street and manage it on site, or is it only the on site?
Right now, it's only on site.
Okay,
yeah.
That makes sense. Okay. And the solar, is that something that's aspirational, or is it something that is actually?
That's in the drawings, and it's on the roof of the existing building. And one of the things we're looking at for Drexel, if we want to put a structure, is the idea of having like a charging station for electric vehicles there as well. So definitely, to get to LEED Gold nowadays, you have to generate energy, so it's going to be there.
Yeah.
The extent of it, for resiliency, what we'd like to do is limit damage when things go offline and just have at least the capability of people getting back faster and limiting the damage and having at least fans going, or, you know, having some sort of resiliency-focused solar. It's not going to power the entire building. It's not that much solar to power the entire building, but it does provide basically the ability to have fans or to have certain components that, you know, the elevators running or things like that that are essential for people to get back and to get the building not to have as much sustained damage after an event. So.
The regulatory side of that might be an adventure, but it's a good goal to include in there. And yeah, on the Drexel Ave side, also would agree. I'm at the risk of becoming a target. I don't love parking, so you know, a reduction in the amount of space is in favor of something that's more of a active use. And I don't have a ton of design direction on that, but something that is sensitive to the Drexel side. But if you can find a way to reduce the reliance on the parking lot, it's kind of takes up a lot of room that could be kind of allocated somewhere else. And that was what I had. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nancy?
Good grief. John, you're taking up so much room. I have to get.
Oh, you're going to really miss me then. You'll have so much more space to spread out.
I can't. I need it. I said earlier, I came into and saw that in my on my desk, and I said, "Oh, we're not demolishing historic buildings." When I went through the review, I think it's the best review that I have been to with, just to get information, because I totally realized that I balanced it. I felt that the historic building really, it had a curve. Everything else had been taken away from it. And I thought about all of the gains that we would have as far as the Washington Avenue area, all the gains that would come. And it was very easy for me to say and accept the fact that it should be demolished. So thank you for teaching me how I could do that, because I have never, ever made that kind of choice.
The idea I could teach Nancy anything is amazing to me, but okay.
In this case, a false.
That's all I have to say. I'm in agreement.
Incredibly brief. Okay. I really appreciate today's presentation and the challenge that the developer has set out for himself and for his architects to develop this kind of project with a social mission. I think is really great, really exciting, and really tough. And part of that challenge is clear with all of the voicing of the neighbors' concerns. I think part of it stems from not just demolishing the historic building, but pushing back and creating that kind of wider space, right? It really changes the kind of the urban character of the street in that place, right? The street section really widens there and creates, I mean, arguably something very positive, but it's a big departure from what's there. Not just the changing of the historic building, but changing of the the character of Washington Avenue there. And of course, pushing it back creates these other challenges on the Drexel side. And so I'm wondering, and just throwing it out there for consideration, whether some of that entertainment that happens at the front porch might not shift towards the front of the gym, in the existing pond of the neighboring building. And I just wonder why, that's the existing courtyard there, but it doesn't seem like there's much emphasis on using that as for entertainment. And I wonder if it would be helpful to to create a kind of buffer on Drexel Avenue to activate it, maybe by reducing the parking. I see in the staff report it suggests reducing the height of the building, which would mean less units, which would mean less parking. Maybe there's something in there, and push the building closer to the street and shift some of that function over that way. And I guess I'm curious whether you guys have given any thought, or what your thinking is with regard to using that oasis, that courtyard that's already there, that's historic and that everybody seems to really love. Why would that not be the kind of center of activity?
Well, the reason was that the client wanted to put the wellness center there, so we left the palm trees as they were in the historic photos. We were going to restore the fountain, but it seemed like more of a zen, relaxed space, and less of the micro retail, the market, and all of the other little retails there's not that much of it. So to kind of create the little bit of critical mass near the lobby seemed to flow better than with the office use and the wellness center. So it was really more of I like the idea, but just because of the programmatic reasons, that one space is more of a little green oasis where you would relax, and we're thinking of doing we're going to bring the pond inside the lobby. It's in the ground floor plan, so have rocking chairs, more of just a quiet contemplative space, and the other space has the music and the activity of the market and the lobby and the to and fro of people coming in from the hotel. So it just seemed like active, and that was our thinking.
It's curious because then, hearing that, I imagine that the residents on Drexel say, wow, can't we have that on our side? That kind of quiet, contemplative space.
Well, that's what we're talking about. I think it was Debbie who...
It's curious, Washington's the busy side and Drexel's the quiet side. And so they're kind of competing interests there. And it's tough. I see what you're trying to accomplish, and it's very challenging. So anyway, I'm just...
But yeah, one of the thoughts was to put some wellness component or fitness component on that side of Drexel, because that could be like a neighborhood amenity, and the idea of having like a linear park or something that still activates it but doesn't require buildings or structures there. Just the nature of the program is it's hotel and it's long-term rentals, so you have a permanent residential population there. That may be like a park, an activated park with fitness or wellness, or I think a dog park. We did a lot of interviews for a park we were working on recently, and they were talking about joggers and bikers are looking for clean water. So we thought about putting like a clean water station, try to make it programmatically something that'd be of use. And if we have the solar charging, like a little mini oasis on that side of things that's of use to the neighborhood without bringing too many people that aren't there now. Because that's the other concern we heard from our neighbors is that they don't, right now they have an issue with people like in this, I mean, we're going to have 24-hour security, eyes on the, there'll be more activity, so hopefully some of that will get alleviated. But we don't want to create structures or things that are not, with eyes on them or that can present problems that they presently don't have. So it's that balance of finding something suitable. And we're still in conversation with them, and we're open to hearing what they think about that.
One more question. I'm sorry. With regard to the valet parking on the back, the tandem parking, is there any? I know parking is a premium, but is there any room or any way that you would see to reduce some of that parking to create more buffer back there? I mean, besides reducing the unit count, which I know throws things off.
We're looking at that.
Yeah. Yes.
We're open to that. Okay. And as for the comment you made about the precedent, on the urban plan, I tried to show, but there are several hotels and clusters of hotels along Washington Avenue, and they do step back, and they do have a green, almost like a park in front of them. And that's kind of where we've started to think that because it's a very different use, and it is in keeping with and I can show you on the urban plan, but there is a pattern of that happening along Washington Avenue where you give space to trees on the front, and so that's where we came up with that idea that if we can't have a building that's historic, then at least we can present a front edge that's green and frame the view of the post office. So that's how we got there.
Cool. Well, I wish you luck with planning.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Thank you.
I'll start with my challenge to appease Jack that I'm challenged.
Struggling.
Struggling, that's what I am. No, I do appreciate, and I want to start by saying that this could have been a very different conversation we could be having today, and I'm extremely very appreciative of so many components of what's being presented right now. I want to first touch on the demolition of the contributing 1948 building, because as easily as you're making the argument of why it should be demolished and why it can't be restored, generally speaking, I don't really buy that. I don't buy that the front ground level fronting Washington retail space could not be restored and that it could not also accommodate a tower going above it. We've done that in other instances. Just for the record, I don't buy into that. Just the basic premise of that. At the same time, I'm so incredibly excited about the 1, 2, 3, 4 building. I mean, I have to sit here and appreciate that the discussion could be that we want to demolish it. It's not contributing. And there you go. And that's the position we're in sometimes. That's hard. It's hard to be in that position. And we've had that discussion with other buildings from a similar era that were not protected. And it's hard because you want to win one. And I think in that regard, you're presenting one in many ways. And I'm so appreciative of that. I'm so in love with that 1, 2, 3, 4 building and the vision of what it could be. I do want to touch on a couple of technicalities that concern me. One being that there's no changing of minds as we're moving forward here with the preservation of that building, and that somehow, I don't know how there's assurances, because there's a process, right, of designating a structure, supporting it, or you're
what's
just
your
switching
question?
it to contributing.
They are requesting a reclassification.
Right, and
It's
the
not a designation.
reclassification requires what in terms of process?
Just you all. It's not a
Let me-
designation.
We just do it and it's done. That makes me happy.
Okay. It requires an application, which they have filed an application to do so, and it does require limited notice, which has been done in this case because it's
So
part
we're
of their
proceeding with that
application. So in the draft order, again, this is draft and it's not to be acted upon today, but we'll be back before you. You will see in our findings section of the order, we have found it satisfying the definition of contributing, and the finding would be that it's reclassified to contributing, and that will be updated in the Historic Properties Database if this board agrees with that.
Let me keep going because I still got a lot to go.
Kirk, just to give you greatest comfort, the words reclassification and designation are used interchangeably, and that creates confusion. The designation report created this local historic district, and then all the buildings were cataloged at the time of the creation of the district. This was classified as non-contributing, so we're seeking the reclassification of it, and it stops and ends with you all. It doesn't go up the chain to anybody else.
Got it. Thank you. With regard to 1, 2, 3, 4, it sounds like the vision is to have it really be beautifully restored, and that's what I would love to see. There's a little bit of detail, and strangely, in a pretty extensive historic resources report, there's for instance, no reference to the original color of the structure. I have no idea what it is, and I've looked. I don't believe that it's to be found here, but you wouldn't expect an all-white building in 1961.
It's a travertine building, and we'll look at when we start the restoration.
Like the window panels too, which are now white, right?
No, what we're going to do is start to do demolition and do paint chips to see what the original. Yeah, we'll get to the original, and that's something we do with staff all the time.
And this building is so worth it. I mean, the way that the fountain and the plaza, is framed by the canopy over the walkway. I would even ask for, the round circular fountain, the actual fountain itself, the water feature be restored and be lit, and that all be included so that we're guaranteed. And again, I get the sense that you're excited about that, and that makes me feel very confident and excited about it too. In terms of, parking, I wanted to touch on parking. There's some challenges connected to this building being in a revitalization area, right, that's abutting a residential neighborhood, and I understand the challenges of fitting in there. The parking staff made a recommendation of reducing the parking, which I understand from a design standpoint. I'm not sure what that looks like and how you still get the parking you need. Because again, I appreciate that if you're having live-work units that, there might be actual legitimate functional needs. So I'm curious to see how that gets worked out. And as someone who lives in a multifamily neighborhood, I'm not so quick to say just do away with the parking and deal with it, because I'm assuming there's specific needs of the building. So I'm interested to see. I agree with staff from, relating to the neighbors across the street, relating to the streetscape. Parking is not ideal. And so I'm interested to see how that can be worked out and still facilitate the needs and success of the structure. In terms of commercial activation, again, I hear what staff said. My personal feeling, don't know if I got a sense from the community if they want commercial activation.
And what we're not recommending, it's commercial activation, just activation. Residential or accessory to residential type activation, not commercial.
Got it. Thank you for clarifying. Have to say this, design of the new structure, and I'm going out on a limb here because intuitively, the corner I don't object to. I am concerned with how it relates to the post office. I see it as bold in a way that appeals to me. So for me personally, in my limited view, I'm struggling with that as well, because I kind of, I like how it's designed. I like the material. And that's my feeling on that one. The louvers, however, on the other hand, I don't like the louvers. The louvers, in my mind, will perpetually compete with the copper. Will never look the same and will look like it's trying to. And I would much rather see the louvers be a more natural aluminum, like anodized, something that doesn't have like a coating, and particularly a coating that competes with the copper, which is authentic, which is really nice. And then I guess I have to touch on. I'm just going to say this. The entertainment. I come from the entertainment industry. I love the idea of a space that the vision is to develop and give artists a platform. I think is wonderful. Worries me that the success of the project, of that entire space, may be contingent on the entertainment not having an adverse impact on the community, because regardless of what the planning board says, and I respect their discretion there, if it ends up being a problem, you have a space that was designed as a performance space that there's a conflict with, and so I might have wondered if maybe it would have made sense to have possible indoor space or combination space. It could be used for performance just in case that were to happen, but that's not my place to really say. From a design standpoint, I say it as a concerned individual that would like to see a beautiful project and would like to see it succeed. And I love the vision of what this project stands for. So, but I remain concerned with that component. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Now it's my turn. Okay. I have so much to cover. I'll try to reduce it because I know time's moving on. I'm disturbed by many, many things in this project. First of all, I really love what you're proposing for 1234 Washington. I take that off the table. I'm not going to discuss it at all to save time. I think it's great. However, I think your new building basically violates, as I was taught at Columbia University, where Arthur went. We'll never forget where we're coming from. That your project basically destroys the idea, in my opinion, of the streetscape. You have two drawings which, to me, prove my point. The first, and I also implore my 5 fellow board members to listen to me, because I'm speaking from the heart and from the view of a historic preservationist, not a revitalizer and not an economic developer. And the first thing I need to say is, with all due respect to the developer, I don't think that development should, and a revitalization or whatever you want to call it, should overshadow the purpose of historic preservation. That's why we're here. And in this case, I think this is a prime example of the architect and the developer not looking down the street to see what has been done elsewhere to save the streetscape. I'm specifically talking about Jane Gross's former properties, a whole block long on Washington Avenue, where they saved the one-story facades, built a parking garage set back a little bit from it, and then your beautiful tower in back of that. There's no reason in my mind why you can't do the same thing here. I am not convinced that the 1260 Washington is beyond repair and beyond the documentation needed to restore it. You're talking about a façadomy here. You're just talking about the facade. You're not talking about 3 feet in the building. The rest of it can go. I have no problem with that. But the main thing here is the preservation of scale, and that's what historic preservation is about in the neighborhood. These projects are all building 7, 10, whatever story buildings all up and down Washington Avenue, but in some cases they are preserving the one-story buildings that were there. There's no reason on earth why you can't do the same. I am not convinced there's no documentation. We did a building on Lincoln Road that had the little pavilion on the end with a copper dome. We didn't know if it was copper, the stepped-up dome. We didn't know what material it was. We didn't know anything about it. And we searched it and had them go back. And finally, we are restoring that building the way it was at one point in its history. And it changed its design 3 times. So I don't think anyone can tell me that it can't be done. It's at the convenience of the developer that this scheme is being presented, not at the convenience of historic preservation. And when you start designating and certifying and de-designating things, that really bothers me, because that's a slippery slope, my fellow board members.
You don't want to designate it historic?
Designate what?
1, 2, 3, 4?
No, I think that's good. But de-designating something, to me, is a problem. unless there's a real reason to do it. And in this case, I don't see it. I think you could build your beautiful 1260 building and keep the form below, the one-story form, with no problem at all. You're going to have a one-story, you're going to have a first floor there anyway. I don't see the issue, other than we just don't want to do it. And that, to me, is not the reason to destroy a designated building or contributing building. The streetscape is again made evident here by this photograph. Everything on that street, from that corner where the post office is to the south, is lined up with the street. And this, just by definition, breaks that up. And you're using the excuse that it makes a nice plaza and it duplicates the feeling of the post office, the plaza being the post office. That's all well and good. You can make that argument, but I don't buy it. I think you're creating a space to justify your need for a new building at the expense of the demolishing an historic building. And I don't buy it. It's to your advantage, and if it comes up, if this is not changed, I may be in the minority, but I'll vote no, because I think this is an affront to historic preservation.
Well, Jack, we always respect your opinion, but with regard to the streetscape, just know on the west side of Washington Avenue, it's markedly different than the east side when it comes to plazas in front of buildings. Just to the south, there's a plaza behind the police, in front of the police station. And what we're going to do better next presentation is just give you all a sense of all the different plazas that are in front of these larger buildings that are on the west side of Washington Avenue, just to give you an idea of a response to your well-founded concern.
Thank you.
Jack,
Yes,
I'd like to make a small comment back about the reason why, and I thought I had said it when I had said that I would like to see it demolished. I think if what the plan is moves forward, it's adding more than just a building that you don't like or you like. It's forget the building. It's adding a different sense of neighborhood to that area. It gives the prices of what they're going to rent for are not what we see going on.
I have to interrupt you. I'm not opposed to the building. I think it's gorgeous. I think it can be built almost the way...
I'm talking about the
1260.
Yes, I am talking about why I didn't cry over the fact that we were going to demolish something that's called historic, that doesn't look historic anymore, except for a little curve on the size
the scale of it.
Well, the scale doesn't in any way match the new building that everybody loves. So there's a lot more to it.
Yeah, there is,
than
but that's not
just
true.
taking down, well, let me just finish and we will call it a day with that argument. I just think that we're moving toward the future. You see how people are living differently. They're not going out and renting big, expensive apartments. They're living smaller. I can see it with my own children.
I agree. It's nothing to do with what we're talking about.
Yes, it does. It does.
No, it doesn't.
Okay, goodbye. Goodbye.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Jack, for your comments.
Okay, so what would you need for us to do?
So we will continue this. I would recommend at the April 14th meeting. We will need a motion and vote to continue the application.
I'll move to continue it.
Okay, Rick made the motion. Do we have a second? Second, Nancy. All those in favor?
Aye.
Great. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
And John, thank you so much for your service these past years. Well done.
Have lunch now?
I just wanted to say thank you to everybody for hearing us today.
We're going to take a 10-minute break now for lunch and come back. I have to be good now. Okay. Good afternoon. Welcome back to the afternoon session of the February 11th Historic Preservation Board meeting. We're all here and ready to move on to the next project.
Yes, the next application on the agenda is HPV file 19036 and this is 1225 and 1235 Lenox Avenue. An application has been filed requesting a certificate of appropriateness for the total demolition of the existing single-family home located at 1235 Lenox Avenue and the construction of a detached addition, including variances from the required side and some of the side yards. So this particular property, again, is two lots. It's actually two parcels. There's an existing building at 1225 that is a single-family home. That particular historic single-family home is proposed to be retained and restored, and the home located immediately adjacent is proposed to be demolished. That's a contributing building built in 1936, and the properties are proposed to be combined so that the new structure proposed for 1235 will act as the accessory guest house to the existing 1225 Lenox Avenue. In staff's analysis, we noted that we did not believe there was sufficient information with regard to the request for demolition. It's something that staff had done a little bit of research on. Again, this is for the 1235. 1225, they're retaining and restoring. 1235, as you can see on page 11 of the report, which is page 87 of your book, we were able to find the Historic Properties Database card photo, which shows the existing home relatively intact from when it was constructed originally, with obviously those are new windows, those are not historic windows, so with minor modifications. Today, it looks quite different. You can see the entire roof structure was replaced over time. We were not able to find a lot of permit records for all of the changes, but we believe that happened shortly after that 1989 photograph, sometime in the early 90s, the changes that you see today. So while we're not recommending at this point denial of the request for total demolition, we are asking the applicant to provide additional information to see if there's an opportunity to remove some of the later additions that were done and the modifications to the house to bring it back to its original, closer back to its original design, and even perhaps get some engineering information and potentially a feasibility study to see, number one, if we could strip down some of the alterations that have been done over time, bring it closer back to the original, and if that's possible, would it also be possible to elevate the structure? It is a one-story home, but we don't have any information with regard to its foundations or with regard to the feasibility of doing that. So we're unable to make a formal recommendation regarding the demolition due to basically just a lack of information for staff to evaluate. It may not be possible. It may be possible. We would just like to be able to review that information before issuing the board a formal recommendation with regard to demolition. Regarding the new guest house construction, if it is determined that the demolition of the existing home is the most appropriate option, then we do also have some comments regarding the design of the new construction. First, we would ask that the design of it be further developed, either as a contemporary reinterpretation of the historic home or a contemporary new design consistent with the scale and mass of the surrounding historic district, that it should not be replicating an Art Deco period building, because first of all, when this building was constructed, it was not Art Deco, and that Art Deco period has ended in Miami Beach, and we advance our design continuum here. So we don't think that imitating a historic style is appropriate, or really has been the policy of the city for the past 20 years or so. We also have some minor comments regarding the establishing a dialogue between the new guest home and the street and the sidewalk, in a manner that's slightly more consistent with the historical character of this portion of Flamingo Park. And so we are recommending a continuance. Again, we're recommending, I'll let Michael explain the variances, but we're also recommending that the discussion with the variances be continued as well, because we will really need to evaluate whether or not we're recommending the total demolition of the home prior to issuing you a formal recommendation regarding the variances.
Thanks, Debbie. As Debbie mentioned, regarding the variances, based upon the information provided, we couldn't provide a recommendation at this time. But because the way the code is written, when you have a larger property requires larger setbacks. It's not just a matter of a constant setback. So they're combining two sites. The existing building home that they're keeping has a non-conforming side setback of at least a little bit more than 5 feet. So proportionally requires a much greater setback on the opposite side. And in this case, that required setback is 18 foot. I'm sorry, the required setback is 25 foot 8 inches, because that's a factor of 25% of the required lot width. So they're asking for a variance to reduce that by 18 foot 2 inches and construct the new accessory structure at a side setback of 7 foot 6 inches. However, because, as Debbie mentioned, because of our concerns over the demolition and some additional information required, we couldn't provide a recommendation this time until that additional information is provided.
I have a point of information question. Has something to do with what you just said. Now that we have our wonderful Max down there, this question also involves him. We've been talking a lot about sustainability and water rise and raising of buildings. You just mentioned that for this possible idea for this historic building here. Are we expecting property owners to come to us if they have a building like this with a plan in hand to raise a building if it's below the G whatever the NBD, or I mean, because that's number one, very expensive, or number two, takes a while to do, and is that going to delay a lot of applications if we ask that be done so we don't have to drag this out for months and months?
Well, when there's a request for total demolition of a contributing or historic home, that is one aspect that goes into our evaluation. Number one, can the building be saved? It is something that, I know staff takes very seriously, and so does this board. When someone comes before you and says, I want to totally demolish my existing home, sometimes they say because it's, it floods, or because it's structurally unsound. And those are all reasons this board can take into consideration. And I do ask for that type of information to be submitted to the planning department so we can then review it, analyze it, and make a recommendation to the board, and also give the board that information. I'm not a structural engineer, so I don't always have the ability to go to a site on my own and make these determinations, whether or not these types of things are even possible, because in some instances they may not be. The best evidence we can use would be engineering evaluations for that.
But do you tell
if there is no application before the board, if they're not coming before you to ask for anything, we aren't knocking on people's doors telling them they have to raise their home. If they come to us with a major new project, then that would be something that we would discuss with them.
So you do ask.
Yes, if it's if they're coming to the board to change their windows, it is not something that we believe would be commensurate with their scope of work. If they're coming to you to add a 25,000 square foot addition, and they're keeping their little historic home, of course we would ask them to look at the feasibility and provide us documentation to elevate that historic portion. It's commensurate with the amount of work, and we do the same things with commercial property. Obviously, single-family homes, there's more of a consideration because they're not income-producing properties. So we really look at the scope of the project and use our best judgment with what to request. Now, they don't have to provide it. They don't have to, tell you if they can be raised or not. You can approve the demolition of the home based on what they submitted. which is why it's before you today. Staff did not feel like we had enough information with regard to the existing home because it does retain, now it's been altered, but it retains some original historic features.
Thank you.
Can I ask a follow-up question to that? Just to that point with, a more than minor renovation to a structure, if the expectation were to elevate the structure, which has additional costs that are substantial, I assume, I just want to ask, aren't we then creating even a greater incentive to want to just demolish it?
Well, demolition requires this board's 5/7 vote. So I don't think we're creating any incentive. What we're asking for, which is part of our sea level rise criteria, part of the board's review criteria, is to look at some basic information even. Can this be done? What is the likelihood that this could be done successfully? There are particular structural conditions in certain buildings that would make it very difficult, if not impossible, to do it in some circumstances. And other circumstances, it could be done relatively simply. There's a cost to any application that's coming before you, right? They're improving the property. And I think it is important to look at what is their scope of work. Would raising their house be commensurate for what they're coming to this board and asking for? It's not a requirement to raise an existing house. If you're a contributing building or a historic building, the city's building official has the authority to waive the floodplain requirements and allow that existing finished floor to remain where it is, even if you're at a 50% or greater job valuation.
Okay, thank you. Okay, sorry. Are there any disclosures on this?
Is it a disclosure if you visit the property by yourself?
Yes, if you conduct a site visit, that is something that you should disclose when we call for disclosures on a particular application.
Okay. I did that. I walked by.
Okay. And since I see a couple new faces in the room, I'd like to take the opportunity to swear in anybody who's not yet been sworn in. Please raise your right hands. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
We did speak with Ms. Leibman the other day on the phone, a conference call.
We had a conference call with you the other day, Nancy.
Busted. Okay.
Okay.
If you say so.
Okay, thank you. Hi, how are you?
Good.
Welcome.
How are you? My name is Clemens Schaub. I'm the architect for the project, and this is Kara Osborne. Our firm is in Vero Beach, 3383 Ocean Drive. I guess to start things off, really, and try to be quick about it, we're passionate about the preservation as well. I started my career actually apprenticing in Puerto Rico, doing restorations in the old city in San Juan. Went to school in New Orleans where preservation was huge. I was co-authored a design guidelines for a historic district of Pensacola, Florida. So we're passionate. So that being said, the history of the project as described is the clients came and they found 1225, which was a Harry Hohauser home from 1929. And we began to renovate that quite thoroughly, actually even down to having some hardware and things recast and things like that. So it's been a very methodical and true kind of renovation of the house. During that process, and by the way, the same clients are passionate about preservation. They don't want to touch anything that's there that they can make it back. They're sticklers on the methods and the craftsmanship to be equal to what was done at that time. And we're actually doing another project for them in our area, which is a 1959 house that's done by John Volk from Palm Beach, and taking it rather than everyone saying knock it down, which there was no district there to stop them. They chose to strip it back and take it back to its original sort of board and batten sort of 50s style. So they're passionate as well. That being said, during the process of renovating 1225, 1235 became available. And so they began to look at it, and we did studies and climbed all over the building to see how we could use it or parts of it or those things we did. But we kept coming back to the same thing. We had no information of what it was and what it had been. We had no drawings. Opposite that, the 1929 house, the Harry Hohauser house, we did find documents. We were able to methodically go through it and find out what was real and what wasn't. And so we used that. But here we have nothing. We were told that it's Albert Ennis was the designer of the house, but we have no information. That was as far as we got. The photograph that we're seeing here does show something, but it doesn't show the house. And I feel like the additions even here were from, say, the 1950s with the jalousie windows and things going on. So it's not even, I'm not sure we have a true picture of what it was. The entire facade, the roof, everything has been modified. There are overhangs added to the project, which now have been stuccoed, which is quite strange. No one would stucco an eave like that. Go ahead.
We have some photos of that. Aaron, if you could pull up the number 2, the PDF presentation.
Even here, you can see very quickly as we're leafing through that this is not original. This little cottage in the back is not original. The overhangs from even this one photograph that we have, nothing there is original. We opened it up. It's got, I think the problem was that they sealed the eaves, and when the eaves are sealed, it allowed the humidity to hang out up above. So we've got mold issues inside. We've seen quite a bit of cracking in all the walls. There's principal beam has been damaged, and we just can't find any of the architectural features that you as the board would want to preserve that are still there. Even that central pointed arch, that entire facade has been covered over in some type of a flagstone. And so it has none of the character or the terracotta features, even in this photograph, that show it. Actually, can you step back? This is the stuccoed eaves. I don't think this is original at all. I don't think the overhang is original. So you basically have to remove entire roof to take it back to, we don't know. You know, if we had a drawing, if we had anything that would show us, in past projects we've done, we've even gone back to, other owners to see if they had family pictures, to see if we could glean something from that. But we have nothing here. We've hit dead ends. We've gone to the University of Miami to see if there's anything, but we have found nothing. So it's also very difficult. We can't even walking through the house to find out what the original footprint was. There's an odd step down at the front of the house that we don't think is original, but it's there, and it's quite odd. There's no internal features that we loved in the house next door that sort of say this is we'll work from the inside out to get there, but we can't find that. Usually quite good at trying to find those little, having the house sort of talk to you, like as preservationists, know what that is, and you walk through and you say, it'll have the house sort of tell you what it was, and it's being silent for us here. We can't find it. And even the function, we don't think the kitchen was in the same place as it was, but we can't find out where it was. The flooring materials are all different. So it's hard to go from the outside in and the inside out. So that's where we were, and that's where we fell with the client. As I mentioned, if there was something to save there, of all the people in the world, these people would save it. And so we then embarked on saying that it should be demolished, and we pursued this cottage, the guest cottage, and attaching it. We did find photographs, for example, of the original 1929 house that showed it was in more of an open field with coconuts and things. Do we have that one?
Aaron, could you pull up number 4, the photograph?
So we found that there was a sense of sort of openness and garden to the original neighborhood. And so then we sort of went to sort of pursue that. So this is an original, again, having this photograph with one photograph just told us almost everything about the 1929 house. So given the fact that we had no information and the state of the house, I was commenting earlier how curious it is that we have this house that's so well preserved from 1929, and the one next door is like the poor cousin that just didn't quite get the TLC that the one next door did. So anyway, we went to pursue a cottage. At first, we looked at them as two separate properties, and so this would have required us to build a minimum of 1,800 square feet on 1235. The client didn't want a larger house. Now, this is a rarity that you don't find very often. But here's the client who wanted to underdevelop the property. So what they wanted was just 2 bedrooms for some guests. And so we came up with the only way to do that from a planning and zoning point of view was to actually unify the 2 properties so that then this would be considered an addition, an accessory use to the main house. The house you're seeing on the screen is the jewel. It's there, it's intact, and we're almost done with the restoration. So the new house we were able to do, it was a new cottage, was literally 1,000 square feet. We wanted to minimize the exposure to the street so that it remained an accessory to the main house, visually and aesthetically an accessory. We borrowed some things from that time, which we feel is in keeping with the,
Would you like additional time?
Yes, if I could, just, I'll try to be quick. I apologize.
Okay, like 3-4 minutes, or?
Sure.
Okay.
I'll get it.
Is that okay with the chair?
But I thought it was important for you to understand sort of the history of this and the actual desire to do it, and that more as we were backed into corners, then this is where we were. We think that the house stayed to be simple and tried to understate it, but we did want it to somehow speak back to some deco roots to the main house. And so that's what we've come up to. Should we get that one image, please?
Aaron, could you pull up number 3, please?
And then we should do the quick video. So the point being is that we're trying to keep it. This speaks to your earlier question about raising the floors. So if we do this accessory building, it has to be at a higher elevation. So we actually used the lower part of this wall to be able to lift the grade. So we sort of concealed the grade being raised and trying to keep it down to a minimum. We wanted to keep it 1 story, so again, it did not compete with the main house. We were trying to go to a more modern nod, but with, again, some evidence of it being sort of deco in terms of proportion. The heights are kept, all the rooms are just 8 foot high, 6-8 doors. So it's all, again, consistent with the scale of the neighborhood. Originally, we had it with the landscaping sort of almost being blocked. There's no entrance off the street. You actually go back to the rear of the garden. And so this was our methodology. And then even this gate sort of looks between the houses to the garden and back. Should we do the quick video?
Aaron, can you play the video number 1?
So the point being, this has been an evolution of a process by clients who are very sensitive and love the character of the neighborhood. As you can see, this is the video going through, but and so the idea was that it kept the scale of the original neighborhood, and then this was actually just sort of a garden entry up to the side, but the focus being also on the garden. And again, keeping the sort of the texture and scale of it. It goes, again, back to being mostly open space. Again, just 1,000 square feet. If it were 2 separate houses, it'd have to be a minimum of 1,800. And I would think that if someone else purchased it, it would have been quite a bit more. They would have pushed it a little bit further on. But in the end, we think that, again, with these clients who are extraordinary, we're trying to match the character of the neighborhood as well as be consistent. But I'm happy to answer questions. Did you have something else?
Just as another piece of information, we did receive 2 letters of support from the neighbors. We presented the design to them and showed them what we were planning to do, and those were included in the final submission. So we had kind of the blessing of our neighbor to the to the south, and also one of the letters was written by the president or the head of the Flamingo Park Neighborhood Association.
Okay, thank you. Any?
Let me just clarify, that's, I guess, Flamingo West Neighborhood Association, which is sort of, we work with them, but it wasn't my group directly.
Okay, no, it was not you, but it was Flamingo Park.
Okay, any public comment?
Good afternoon. Once again, David McKinney, representing the Miami Design Preservation League. We've reviewed the plans as they were posted on your agenda, and I'm afraid that we oppose the full demolition of the existing structure. We share the staff concerns about developing a false sense of architectural development with the proposed construction, and also share the staff concerns about the siting of the proposed guest house, as well as its context within the block. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
Can I rebuttal that, or I guess
Sure.
question is just simply, part of what we did was we've held the setback to the north, which does not require any type of variance. The variances was only for the north side, which was actually done in concert and conversation with the staff, that it actually kept more consistently the side setbacks of the neighborhood. So it was actually intended to actually blend in more with the neighborhood than to create the variance. The variance was only there. We don't need it. We can pull it back. But the idea was it was trying to be actually in keeping with the neighborhood scale.
Okay, thank you. Okay, board comments, starting with Vice Chairman Scott.
Yeah, I'm not going to talk about the demo right now. I think we would need to learn a little bit more about the building, the condition, and maybe a little bit more of its history. So, assuming, I'm going to look at your proposed plan right now. The only thing that stood out at me initially was the guest cottage being so, I guess, close to the front of the lot. Normally when you hear about a guest cottage, it's usually toward the rear. It looked to me like it was, if someone was on the street, be a little not overwhelming, but kind of stand right out because it's right up as, I guess, within, 20 feet from the front. It just seemed a little odd. But when I saw the video you showed, it again, I mean, it's a video, but it didn't look that imposing, I guess. That's really, as far as the design, the massing and everything, that's really only my only concern. As far as the architecture, it's true. When we see a new building, we try not to, usually it's try to match something as best as you can, a certain type of architecture, or do something completely new. So when this is sort of in the middle, it's a new building, but it tries to incorporate some deco features. I guess we, as a board, don't really, we either like to see one or the other. If you're going to go deco, go all the way, or if you're not, do something completely different. So I agree with staff on that. The mechanical equipment that you have on the north end, I would not be in favor of it being there. You have a huge lot. The less you can kind of impose or noise you can put on your neighbors, the better. So I know for you it's better because it's completely out of the way, outside of view from anywhere in the lot, but your neighbors see it. So maybe you can bring it around and put it on the east side and maybe put some landscaping around there. But I would not be in favor of keeping the mechanical equipment there. And I'm all for, obviously, the renovation of the existing home. I think it's great. We like to see that. And I think when we see that as a board, we, can kind of, I don't want to say look past other things, but give you a little bit more leeway on other things you're doing. And I think it is very unusual that you're coming in, and I don't think I've seen this since I've been here, but somebody building, a lot less intense than what they can. So, that carries a lot of weight with me. So, I'll leave it at that. And again, as far as demo, I'd like to see a little bit more about the condition of that building and maybe some of the history and the like.
I wish we could have it.
To that point about the history of the building, I know it's been mentioned and touched on. We did request the records that were available from the records department, as well as reach out to the Miami Design Preservation League. I gave them a call. I called libraries. I called the property appraiser's office. So we went through all the avenues to see if there's photos, sketches, kind of anything that we could glean what the original character or even the original plan of the building was. So to that point on getting more about the history of the building, we were kind of at a standstill. I don't know where else we would turn to when there's no records that exist.
Yeah. Are we going down the line?
Yeah.
Is it? Okay. Shotgun? All right. So I was to that point about where you find stuff. You might look in newspaper.com. We found, for example, when buildings are just open, they're sometimes advertised. There's sometimes, if they're for speculation, there'll be something in the smaller local newspaper, and you can find it online. You have to get a subscription for a month, and then put the address in, and you might find something there. We've had luck with those kind of resources. I wanted to hear how you'd present this because I understand what you're trying to do and appreciate the way your owner is thinking about the property. But I have to say I agree with the staff report here that you need to have, in order to make a case to pull the building down, you need to have more of a data-driven rather than kind of like look at this picture together. It looks really like it's rotted out. I believe you, but I have to really know for a fact before the existing building can be taken down. So having a kind of, as they suggest, a structural engineer come in and give you the report that you really need to show that this is the condition that we can expect that the building's in. And otherwise, I would recommend that the that the staff, I think the staff recommendations are very solid in this. So, and with the setback too. I mean, you're building a new building on the site of an existing building, and I mean, if you're building a new building, the setbacks, the site and the size of the setbacks would require that it be closer to the main house and higher, and raised up, of course. So, you know, it is a little bit, yeah.
Just in comparison, there's some of the diagram sheets show kind of a dashed outline of what was the existing building that's there now, and the setback there is 9 feet and some inches. So we're proposing 7 and 6. So it's not a huge difference. Just to keep that in mind.
It's not right. It's a little bit like the issue of the style. It's not a huge difference. So it's a little betwixt and between. I think you guys are sitting on a fence and you just need more data. If you're going to propose that it really be torn down, or you need more data you really need to move it and not ask for the variances if you're planning on building a new building. So.
If I could also then skirt the question about demolition in light of getting more information. My comment on the excuse me, on the proposed location and the need for the variance, what the plan doesn't show and what the video didn't show is the proximity to the neighbor, which is pretty close to that lot line. So when you talk about getting the support of the neighbors, I think it would be helpful to consider that neighbor to the north if they're going to be okay with a structure that close, particularly in light of the location of the mechanical. That's going to be right there. It's something that doesn't really show up in the plans, but
yeah, we can easily move it back. What we were trying to avoid was the fact that the aggregate setback of 2 properties put together would have had it be 25 feet back. And so regardless, from that point, we would be here to talk to you about where it's located. Along the street, it's actually right on the one-story setback. So it's only on that one side that it was back. And we thought that in discussion with staff that was sort of more in character with the neighborhood than, the original house over on 1225 is only 5 feet off the setback. So that we felt like, okay, we're a third bigger on that side. So we attempted, we felt like we were in character with the neighborhood.
But you can see why the historic district is structured like that, so that you have the incentive to keep the historic building, which means you do not have to get the variance because you're restoring the historic structure. If you really want a new structure, then you have to play by the new variance rules within this new compound.
Right.
So.
No, I totally understand, and we're in sync, and the client was in sync. It's just that we can't find the data that you're all seeking in that sort of definitive spot, as well as I've been an architect for 45 years, and when something's falling down, so it's sort of we can go get someone to stamp that, but our assessment was someone left it too long.
It's not only the historical data, but staff is asking for a detailed engineering report to show the condition of the foundation, the walls, the roof, because that weighs into our decision as well.
Understood.
And without wading into too much of the discussion before this too about incentives for elevating, not elevating, I think having the, whether it's elevating the existing structure, or if demolition is called for, it's a good thing to be building higher on the new building. So that's all I got. Thank you.
Nancy. First of all, please let me apologize. When I was in the back there when you all started, and I came out, I didn't realize you were part of this project that was happening. I thought it was another project, and I, of course, didn't recognize you because we spoke by phone.
That's correct.
And we had a very nice conversation. I love the project. If you can put together all of the rest of it to make it happen. I didn't realize how beautiful the neighborhood was down there where the buildings were, and that so many of those historic buildings, I think most of them down there are historic, or at least back a decade or two. And I would love to see your project go through if you can maneuver through getting whatever you need to make it happen. And again, I am sorry that I confused you.
It was a conference.
I was the one confused. Thank you.
Hi, I understand you're from Vero Beach, so welcome to Dade County.
Thank you.
Just looking at some of the photos, I know you said you're waiting for the house to kind of talk to you and figure out where was the the historic value in it, and you do have one page here with photos of the living room that I think speak to a rather nice room, right? And it's got that very special opening towards the street, which is clearly visible on the in the photos from the street. This room has a very subtle vault in the ceiling, the windows on the sides, the sills that come down low. I mean, there's some interesting things there, and so I just wanted to pitch as an alternative approach the possibility of recovering just that room and then not having to go through any variance process. That room which has a gable roof on it, again, I don't know what the condition is like. Getting a structural report, of course, will be the thing, to answer that question. But as a kind of ideal path forward, I mean, I think it would be great if, the architect Annis's work were preserved. It would be something this board would really love to see. And if it were, elevated, on site, that would be a kind of lesson for the community as well. And then whatever adjacent structures you need, to accommodate a, kitchen and bathroom, whatever else. But I just wanted to put that out there as one alternate path is just to aim to recover that room, which I think, the character of the house, the only thing we see of value is really kind of embedded there. And it might simplify some of the other issues you're dealing with.
Yeah, what we found was that from the photograph that you're referring to in here, that the facade as it is now it's not the same. Everything's been covered in some weird stone. On the inside, there is that one room, but it's hard to say then that we replicate the rest of the house to attach to it, or and then lift it to find out. I think that would have to be part of a structural thing. Could it survive being lifted? So there's a lot of layers to what you're saying.
Is there a crawl space?
No.
It's a slab on grade? I see. Thank you. Thanks. Okay.
That's what's odd, that's actually odd about it as well. We wonder the same. Typically, the house next door, the 1929 house, does have a crawl space, or had a combination, some elevated slabs, but this one does not.
I did want to add one more thing, and I'm probably in the minority here on the board, but to the comment about discouraging you from building in an Art Deco style, I don't buy that at all, really. I mean, personally, I think you should feel free to design how you wish, and if you're so inclined to take inspiration from the great Art Deco architecture in the neighborhood, I think it's very odd to ask you not to do that. But that, again, is personal here. So.
Good afternoon. I don't want this to come across insensitive. I'm afraid that it will. Because I have some strong feelings. I just have to say it. I mean, it has to be said from my standpoint that I'm miffed, baffled, flabbergasted there's a few points I want to touch on, but, and it's no disrespect to anyone, to yourselves as professionals, to the owners. I get where you're coming from, I do. From a historic preservation standpoint, and a historic district standpoint, you consider what does, I think we have to consider all the time, what does a historic district mean? What are we protecting here in the face of a lot of changes that happen in Miami Beach, and I appreciate it. It looks like you've done a lot of fact finding. I guess I want to get back to the part where I'm most baffled and miffed about is you have, and I point of clarity as well, because you keep referring to the Henry Hohauser building as a 1929. Staff are referring to it as a 1937. But in any case, you have two Med Deco transition structures side by side, and there's continuity in the architectural style. I appreciate and don't deny that so far you've had a hard time coming across much detail. I hear you, and at the same time, you know, as someone who's spent a good deal of time trying to determine you know, the originality of certain structures. I mean, you have the greatest piece of evidence right there in your ownership, which is the building itself. And, you know, I'm just really surprised if the conclusion here is that the building should be demolished because there aren't enough clues, and yet, for instance, you know, the front facade and that parlor, which is clearly a signature feature of the structure, and then you have, you know, the detail around the windows, which matches the detail around the door, which is already represented in a photograph, and it seems like you could potentially find more just to remove the stone veneer, the rock veneer, pull it off. If the intent is just to rip it down, pull it off, and I don't understand why, you know, the conclusion again would be to demolish it because you can't find detail, because not only an engineer report, but I feel like there's details there that haven't been fully explored. And also, I think Rick sort of touched on this. You know, I feel like in terms of, this is a historic district, and it's a cohesive, consistent, beautiful, very, you know, representative South Florida of that time period neighborhood, and not to respect that. And I do feel like this board, and for myself, that I'm very open to reinterpreting how, for instance, a street facade would relate to a different addition, for instance, which again, I think, Rick, if that's not what you were saying, it's sort of the way I took it from, you know, maintaining, because what I see already without any further exploration is that signature window, the parlor in the front, and the way it connects to the entryway, and the porch, the entry porch running along the side. And I don't see why, particularly with individuals with the pedigree that you have and the owners have for historic preservation and trying to remain consistent with just these two parcels in and of themselves. I mean, you have two side-by-side structures that already have a consistency between them. And again, you know, it brings me back to being a little not understanding why, rather than respect the existing Med Deco transition between the two neighboring buildings, why instead you would choose to go a completely, you know, different direction with the streamlined deco rather than celebrating what's already there and what's authentic. Yeah, I mean, you know, I guess that's the gist of what I want to say. I agree with what staff says, but I'm not looking for a reason to want to tear it down. I mean, I'm looking for a reason to be able to save and incorporate what's already there, even if it's not in its entirety. I would, at this point in the discussion, I feel as if I would celebrate being able to save that parlor, you know, the signature front window, and to excavate and find out whatever details are there, and either exploring lifting it, that section, and incorporating it into a new, larger, same-size structure that could be reinterpreted. I'd be completely open to that, but I'm not comfortable feeling that the options of legitimately saving what's important and what contributes to the cohesiveness of this historic district has been fully explored. I appreciate it. Thanks.
That was really good. Thank you. I appreciate that. I had a point of information for you because it's an educational moment for the TV audience too, I think. In this case, as in most, the interior does not factor into this at all, does it?
It does not. This is a single-family house, non-public interior.
That's what I just wanted to confirm. I agree 900% with what Kirk has said. But on the other hand, there are two sides to everything. I really think that your proposed new building, I would call it secessionist because I think it looks very Austrian to me as opposed to Miami Beach, whatever, is a gorgeous building in and of itself. But as a preservationist, I think that I agree with Kirk that I don't think enough study has been done on 1235. The photograph on page 87 to me is very, very clear. You may not have documentation in a photograph of the two side elevations in the rear as to give you clues as to what might have been there or what's been covered up. But by definition, that's the problem. The things that are covered up layer after layer. And I think, with all due respect to the historic building, those things should be probed and looked at more clearly. As far as the interior is concerned, you showed lots of pictures of the interior. Maybe that was for the condition, I don't know. But to me, in a situation like this where other than the vault in the living room, there really isn't anything on the interior, I think it gives you a golden opportunity to do whatever you want to make it a modern, vivacious space in the interior while preserving the exterior as much as is possible. And to me, I would think preserving that house with the information you have is a good start, and if you could get more, it'd even be better. And I think we should go in the direction of trying to save the house, even though, again, I think your proposed new guest house is really quite elegant and gorgeous. And your video, to me, shows that it fits very nicely into your property and to the other Hohauser house. So I'm a little torn, but my focus, as always, is on trying to preserve what you got, and I think that overrides my love of your new building. So I would go in that direction if that would be my decision.
Yeah, if I could respond slightly to that, because in both cases, when the house has been that dramatically modified, when the eaves don't match at all, it's been putting at some point a whole nother roof has been put on. When the materials are not even the same, what we found is that one arch at the front is the only shape that even is the same. The materials have all been changed. So we can try to document this in another way that sort of says definitively that it's worth the value to try to go back to save that arch. But that's what we have. And I've said this is not without effort. And so I want to point out that, when you try to take it back, you again take it back to what? You can take it back to this photograph in the front, but you really have to entirely modify some of it structurally because it didn't have overhangs, and now it does. And it doesn't have those types of windows. The shape of that arch, that pointed arch, is the one shape that is discernible from one photograph to now. And that's our dilemma. And at what value then do you go back to say the arch? Do we just simply replicate an arch in a new design?
Can I ask a question? In this photograph that we're referring to, I don't know the materiality, if it's brickwork, stonework, or tile work, but which is obviously covered on the frontmost section of the structure. Does it still exist around the doorway?
What we see on the next page that you look at is the elevation not even today, but as it was, which is an interesting art thing to see.
I mean, it looks like the texture is still there. It looks
Yeah.
like the materiality is still there on that page.
You mean the part that where the arch is covered with the stone?
Where the doorway has the same, again, I'm not sure what the material is. I'm sorry? If it's terracotta tile or brickwork around the doorway that according to the page on 80.
Yes, but do you go to the next page and see where now that's all been modified? That overhangs it?
Isn't this page current?
2011.
No, this page.
Which is 12 of 13 here.
Which seems to still show the same texture around the doorway, which, again, I would assume was the same material, right? That was around the window frame.
Looks like they said 86.
1989 photograph.
Could I show you this photograph, please?
Of course.
That's this one.
Right, what I was asking about, because in this photograph, it's the same material that's framing the window is framing the doorway, and in this photograph, it looks as if that material is still there, just painted over, which would seem to indicate what the actual material and composition would be, right? I'm asking the question. Sorry, I'm not on mic. Does that make sense, my question?
It makes sense, but that one thing, you're talking about that door and this whole front facade is now been grossly modified.
Right, but we're talking about, I think
gross.
what the discussion was having a representation of what was actually there, and it seems like in terms of this section and this porch section, whether, obviously it didn't have an eave here, it does now, but you know what was there is my question, right? I mean, it seems that you would know what was there, right?
You would know, well, there's a lot, at least we found this in that we put on, like, for example, in the house next door. We actually, when we had a drawing or whatever, we knew what kind of cornice it had underneath the eaves. We knew there's a lot more there that we could sort of grab hold of. When they destroyed that whole edge of the roof, and put the overhangs on it, you have to go back and say how you get at, that really.
Right, but you're balancing the idea of ripping it down and building something new versus, trying to balance out what's.
You're trying to find that point where is the tipping point that says what we're trying to say is this arch and that architrave. And is that, and lifting up the house.
Can I just butt in here, because it'll be one of my last opportunities, just to point out that I don't think we're going to really be able to resolve this with him here and design it and kind of get to a decision. And they're applying to have the total demolition of an existing single-family home and the construction of the detached addition and the variances for the side setbacks. I think everybody's kind of made their kind of objections clear. Maybe the staff recommendation to continue this so that they can kind of have some time to mull over at least where the board is, so that in April, if they come back, they'll have some direction, like either more evidence for demolition or a possible way forward with either with a partial or full renovation.
Exactly. So what our direction is at this point, staff is not making a recommendation against demolition or in favor of demolition. A lot of the things that we verbally talked about are valid. Unfortunately, that wasn't technical information that was submitted as part of the application in order for us to evaluate. We have gone by the site. The roof is an issue, is a major issue. The roof is also brand new and a completely different configuration than it was historically. There are, original features still left somewhere, in there, because when you go by in person, you can see remnants even closer. So there's the issue. Can we even strip down those modifications and bring it closer back to the 1989 photograph, which is probably very close to the original? Can we do that without losing the house or without having to reconstruct the house completely. And then number two, could that or a portion of that then be elevated to base flood? Because this house is currently very low, and this is a very vulnerable area of the city. So it may not be possible, and it seems like the professional opinion of the architect is that it's not possible. We haven't seen the evidence that supports that other than the testimony today. So, I think that's where we should start to have that submitted. This is what it would look like if we were going to try to bring this house back and elevate it. Maybe it's not even possible. If it's a slab on grade, which, could be, that's what the testimony was today, that may not be possible. And then that's more consideration to what do we put in its place to make sure that it's consistent with the historic character of the district. So that's the number one direction. Number two, and it sounds like the board is a little more flexible with the actual style of if demolition has been justified and the board determines that, the style of a new home may be a little bit more flexible. The other recommendation of staff was to set it back further to be more consistent with the character of the district. So, the last two things are relatively easy to negotiate and figure out. The first one is what the technical information just seems like it's missing. And a lot of your narrative today about the existing structure and what it would be if we elevated it or if we try to rip off some of these new additions is compelling. It just needs to be evaluated and evidence needs to be submitted.
Okay, anybody have any further comments?
I have one other comment, just based on what you said. It seemed like you presented two absolutes, either retaining the existing building or demolishing it and building something completely different and what that would look like. And I'm a little worried that we also keep a combination of the two in mind, of saving a portion of the authentic material and trying to compatibly. I just hope that will remain in as a consideration.
Thank you. Okay.
Staff is recommending a continuance to the April meeting to give the applicant some time. The March meeting, we don't believe would give the applicant enough time because we would need all of that documentation submitted by Friday.
I would move that.
So April
move the staff's
14th.
recommendation.
Okay, so we have a motion by Mr. Stewart and a second by Ms. Liebman
That's to continue
to the April 14th meeting.
All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? So moved. Thank you so much for coming. Okay, next.
Okay, the next application on the agenda is HPV file 190368. This is 2925 Indian Creek. An application has been filed requesting a variance to reduce the minimum size required for hotel units. This is a really spectacular little building, the Alden Hotel, as it was originally and is still called the Alden Hotel. It was It was constructed in 1936, designed by Nagel and Norden. In 1940, there was an addition constructed on the site, and that was designed by Henry Hohauser. So the applicant is requesting a variance for the minimum size of hotel units, and those hotel units are proposed to be in the existing hotel. They were not part of the original unit count, which is why they don't automatically get the smaller sized unit. The applicant is also proposing some minor improvements, including the renovation of the lobby, the introduction of accessory restaurant for hotel guests. Again, the building was originally constructed with 52 hotel units. In 1940, the Hohauser edition had 18 hotel units. So it increased the total number of units to 70. The applicant is proposing to introduce 6 new hotel units within the existing ground level of the original 1936 portion of the building. This area originally contained a kitchen and dining room and other ancillary uses. The majority of the existing hotel units do not comply with the currently minimum unit size, but are permitted to be retained because those are the original units, and our zoning regulations allow for units that were original to a contributing building to be the 200 square feet. So these are new units. They're not within the lobby space. They're not in the public interior space. And they're basically just matching the existing unit size. It's a very low intervention application. Again, they're doing some repairs. They're doing improvements to the building, but they're not adding any additional square footage. So we are supportive of the variance and are recommending approval.
Thank you. Disclosures. Anybody? Seeing none. Hello, Monica. I want to welcome you. I haven't seen you for a long time.
Thank
and I
you.
must say, this is the first time in 4 years that I think I will agree with you, which is an historic event in and of itself.
Excellent, excellent. Well, good afternoon, board. Monica Enton, Burka Rodell, Fernandez, Larkin, and Tapinas, along with Jose Gomez of Balinson and Gomez, representing the property owner, 2925 Indian Creek, the Alden Hotel. So we are not demolishing. Yay. As Debbie indicated, we are preserving the existing hotel that's there, making minor improvements throughout. We're adding a restaurant for the hotel guests in order to really just update this building. And what we are proposing is in previously existing spaces that are interior to the property, including basically back of house areas, to basically create an additional 6 units, 6 sleeping units. The units follow the window lines of the existing units so that we are not impacting the exterior. We're using the same load-bearing walls. So that is part and parcel as to why the units are a little bit smaller. They range between, I believe it's 220 and 300 square feet. I'm sorry, 205 and 320 square feet, which is very consistent with the units that are in the hotel. We do have a presentation if you'd like to see it. I will ask if they can go ahead and put on the video, please. And you all know Jose.
Hello, everyone. Jose Gomez, Balinson Gomez Architects. I'll run you through a brief presentation. It's basically everything that's been said here, so I guess it's my duty to show it to you. Let's see how we can make this happen. There you go. So this is the location of the building on 29th and Indian Creek. On the above images, you can see the original hotel from 1936, and on the bottom 2 images, you see the 1940 addition, which the building right now, its exterior is pretty much preserved based on 1940. These are some of the images around the neighborhood. This is the existing site plan. Again, we're not touching anything on the exterior. The area that I'll show you, I'll highlight the area that we're talking about, the new rooms. There were actually rooms in there in the lobby. We're doing a small restaurant in the lobby area. Outside the lobby area, actually, there were rooms added at some point there. This is the highlighted. This is the existing on the left, and on the right, you see the rooms that we're talking about. This is existing on proposal, the 2nd floor, 3rd floor. Everything will remain the same. Basement. Right now is a vacant basement in poor condition that we'd like to eventually put some bathrooms and a small kitchen, trash room area, sort of back of the house spaces. This is the final plan. Again, nothing on the exterior. You can see the rooms. They're highlighted in a darker shade. They are the rooms in question. And again, this is the proposed plans. This is the existing conditions of the lobby. More of the existing conditions. Some of the detailing through the building has been pretty well preserved, and we're not planning to do anything to the exterior, replacing any railings or so.
And
but we're gonna
taking advantage that Jose's on that image, just to let you know that those windows are preserved thanks to Michael Belush. I think he needs credit for that. I don't know if Debbie worked on that,
We
but
approved that permit years ago, many years ago, and they are exactly identical to the historic configuration.
he required the casement windows, not not a mullions, but actual casement windows to be replaced. So I thought that was worth mentioning.
And it's basically the existing conditions on the exterior. It's just a pool area with brick pavers, just pretty standard stuff. And these are some of the other details I just wanted to share. I think it's in our package. A lot of the original still remains intact, and we're not planning to remove them or do anything to them. And that's basically it. That's my presentation.
Thank you so much.
You.
Very clear and perfectly done.
So as Debbie indicated, the space is within the interior of the property. We're not adding any floor area. It is a practical difficulty in order to maintain the historic character of the building, not to play with the windows, not to change those load-bearing walls, and that's why we request this variance. With that, I request your approval and reserve time for rebuttal.
Okay. Any public comment? No public comment from MDO? Okay, seeing none, board discussion. Let's start with Kirk this time.
Yeah, I mean, generally speaking, I agree with staff's recommendation. I don't have a problem with the room size variance. Yeah, my only concern that I just want to mention is I didn't really see, there's images of the lobby of the hotel. There's not really an image of what's being replaced as it exists right now.
On A010, there's an existing.
Have the existing plans.
Right. A010.
This one? Right. I'm talking about a photograph.
Oh, yeah.
Just so you,
photos.
I mean, obviously, in the report we're reading, there was previously a dining room and kitchen area. And again, this is not an objection. I just, in general, you'd want to see what's being replaced with something else. But generally, I have no reason to object. I'm supportive. And that's it for me. Thank you.
Great.
No objections here.
Nancy.
Thank you once again. You always come back to us with a project that is done. I mean, this is the first time today the board has just thanking you, because you always come back and you've always done the right thing for the buildings that you are working on. I appreciate it. I've known you for years and years and years, and you remain steady. So I hope you keep coming back with these kinds of good projects. Thank you. Thank you for bringing in Monica.
Thank you, guys.
No comments. I'm supportive. Thanks.
I was only going to ask one thing about the, just because it says not satisfied, the recycling salvage plan for the partial demolition. I've asked about this before, and I think I was scolded about this. There's something I'm not getting, but is that like always satisfied later after we see it?
Correct.
Okay, that's what I thought.
But yeah, it's a good point.
But it really should be listed on here like some other way than not satisfied, because that's our cue to kind of look at something or not applicable maybe at this point.
Point taken, yes, okay. I agree.
Can we, not related to this, but put that as a discussion item for the resiliency criteria?
We're gonna have one formal discussion item after this item, and then I think some of the board members want to bring up other things, so we can just sit here all night
Going
and chat.
into the sunset, right? Exactly. No, I think the project makes a lot of sense, and you guys are doing a great job with it.
Thank you.
Yeah, I support this as well, and if my calculation's correct, it's actually a net increase of 5 rooms, because you're
Correct.
getting rid of the rooms where the dining area and bar is
Yes.
going to be, so, okay.
Correct.
And just quick question for staff, would this variance request be subject to that ordinance that's going through about room sizes?
Which ordinance, Nick?
I don't know which one.
No,
In certain areas of the city, I know in the Museum Historic District, which is the Collins Park area, we recently adopted smaller unit sizes. That's pretty much the trend, not only for residential units, but also hotel units. But it's not in all, the ordinances typically that are reviewed are not blanketly throughout the city. I'm not currently aware of one for this Collins waterfront area.
Because I know we had, in
There's
that
one, there have been several
blanket of ordinances we passed with common variance requests. I know there was one related to.
There's
room
one, I
size.
believe, that was coming
There is
through,
a
but I think it stopped by like 17th, and it was like from 5th to 17th, I think is where they were
And
proposing.
then you're
and then
right,
there's one in
Scott, there was
Collins
a
Park.
common variances, and that, I think, may have just been for rooftop additions to follow the same.
I just was wondering.
Yes, there was one.
But we're periodically reviewing that, and I think we'll probably be taking a more comprehensive look citywide. Right now, there have been some small hotel unit ordinances passed. Washington Avenue has it. The Museum Historic District was able to get an ordinance amendment for smaller units, but not this particular area.
Okay, well, still in support.
Excellent, thank you.
I'd like to echo Nancy's comments. I think everything you do is fabulous. I wish so many other architects who come before us would be as fabulous as you. And thank you, Monica. You always try to do well by us.
We try.
Thank you. So with that said, I guess it's time to make a motion.
Can I move it?
Sure.
To do it is just a variance, right? So I'll move the variance per staff's recommendation.
So many seconds. Okay. Okay. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Congratulations.
Thank you so much, Board. Have a great afternoon.
Thank you.
Thank you, Monica and Jose. Okay, so we have a discussion item that's on the agenda next. So just, John may be the only one here that actually remembers the entire history of this property. This is the Versailles Hotel. This project for the renovation and restoration of the Versailles Tower, including the construction of a new residential tower, was reviewed and approved by this board in 2014. So almost 6 years ago, the board reviewed and approved a project for this site. A building permit for that project was issued, I believe it was issued sometime in 2015. And up until this day, it remains an active building permit. However, more recently, this board will remember, it seemed like construction was extraordinarily slow, if not relatively stalled out. So back in 2017, about 2 years ago, the board had been asking for periodic updates with regard to the progress of the project that was approved, of the existing building permit. And more specifically, the concern was for the safety and restoration plans for the existing Versailles Tower. Because since a building permit was issued, demolition work was able to commence. They removed the south addition, which was approved by the board. The windows and doors were removed. There were certain repairs that were being done. However, for several years, the building remained open to the elements. So the representative from the ownership periodically over the past 2 years have been giving the board updates. Very recently, staff is pleased to inform the board there's a separate partnership that was entered into. And Neeson Kasdan, the representative, will get more into the details of that. However, we have been meeting with the new team, with the architects, to try and expedite the restoration of the Versailles Hotel Tower, to address concerns of the board, concerns that staff has had over the years, to protect the building, to bring it back to its former glory. So the good news is it appears as though the current team is very serious about getting that tower restored as quickly as they possibly can. They also want to introduce themselves today, talk about the hotel tenant that is likely to be moving in. Also the change of use, because the previously approved project by this board was to turn that into residential towers. Now it looks like we're going to bring the original historic use as a hotel back. And they do have some modifications. They're also wishing to bring before this board at a separate hearing for the historic hotel tower. And those would be modifications to the previously approved project, which again currently has an active building permit. I'll turn it over to Neeson, and he can explain the new team and hopefully give us really good news.
Thank you, Debbie, and thank you for all the work you've done with the team on this exciting project. Neeson Kasdan and Matt Barnes, Ackerman LLP. This is here for preliminary discussion, not for a vote, but and it will be coming to you in April for approvals on some modifications. But we felt that it was important to share the main concepts and themes and how this project has developed, and so the team is here to present, and I will introduce them shortly. But I would like to, if I may, provide a little bit of context to this. This is a very important project for the city of Miami Beach. You all are familiar with, of course, the Versailles Hotel itself, the original Roy France Tower that stands. As Debbie pointed out, it has been approved for redevelopment. The most recent concept included turning the hotel portion into a residential building, as well as building an additional residential tower. Now the original hotel will go back to its original use as a hotel. So this will be a wonderful preservation. Candidly, I think when you finish hearing the presentation, you'll see this will be a veneration of this hotel, as it will be more glorious than it ever was, even from the first day that it was built. Because we have the good fortune of the ownership group has been joined by OKO Group, which is a global developer of real estate and also owns Aman Hotels. And this will be an Aman Hotel and residences. The Aman Hotels are the finest hotels in the world, and we are fortunate to be able to get one in this community. To provide a little bit of additional context, and the team they've assembled is a phenomenal team. We have, you'll hear from shortly, Ferdinand Wurtelboer, who is the Managing Director of Operations for Aman Hotels and Resorts, Luis Revuelta, Project Architect, as well as Richard Heisenbottle, who is Project Architect and Historic Consultant, to lay out the vision for this property. Also here with us today as well is Aktay Sine, who is Chief Operating Officer of the OKO Group. I want to provide one last piece of context before we introduce this team. And that is that there is an existential element to actually what is going before you in terms of the future direction of the city of Miami Beach. You know, there is a debate, a very lively debate in this community about which direction the tourism and hospitality industry is going to go into. Is it going to be more like what Ocean Drive evolved into, which is just bashes and parties and sort of a low-grade tourism? Or is it going to be more of a high-end, glamorous, attractive, upscale tourism? And you see this as you deal with the issues that this board even grappled with today on some of the applications. The concern that this not turn into a place where you get, you know, cocktails with straws and loud music blasting out. Well, what you're going to see now is actually the exact opposite of that. The finest hotel chain in the world, being developed by a team with tremendous experience and enormous resources. As part of the Faena district to this day, as of this point in time, the Faena is the finest hotel in Miami Beach. And so this is the direction this community can go into, and this project can help move the community in that direction. One final little point I would make is, and it's not as though this end of the market is without competition. All you need to do is go a few miles up the road to Surfside in Bal Harbour, where there's the Surf Club Four Seasons, and the Chateau Fendi, and the St. Regis, and the Ritz-Carlton, and the Oceana. And you can see that there is a very strong market and competition for that high-end, high-quality, high-scale project. With this project coming here, the Aman Hotel, the flag is firmly again planted right here in the center of Miami Beach as the center for the best hotel project in this state. So with that, I'd like to introduce Ferdinand, and then you'll hear from Luis and Richard Heisenbottom. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I must say I'm a little bit nervous. Normally I speak to guests, to staff, and the like. So thank you for the introduction. I would like to take this opportunity to explain a little bit about Aman. What is Aman? What do we do? What do we stand for? Aman, to start with that, is the word means peace in Sanskrit. It's an old Indian language, and that's something that we've lived up to for the last 30 years. We've been around since 1988 when we opened our first property. I'm going to share with you a presentation, and you probably will have the time because I have a tendency to kind of get carried away a little bit when I talk about this organization. I'm going to share with you a presentation that's very visual, that talks about who we are, what we stand for. There's a little video in that as well, and then I will talk through the rest of the presentation as we move forward. I believe there is a presentation. Is there a volume?
Aman. Meaning, peace, serenity, opening doors to journeys of discovery. To exceptional locations. Connecting people to the spirit of a place. Places with an extraordinary past. And places with an extraordinary now. Aman, connecting people to the spirit of a place, monuments or monument, jungle or jungle. Introducing Amman, New York.
Thank you. There is some more presentations to follow, but what this video showed, what this imagery showed, was our journey. We're Asia-centric. We were born, if I can say that, in Asia. The vast majority of our properties are in Asia, and the vast majority of the properties are quite small. Our biggest property, if I can use it like that, is our property in Tokyo with 84 rooms. But we've taken great pride in focusing on a number of properties in locations where probably very few other hotel operators would go and work into. And in the following presentation, and I will try to go through that a little bit faster because there's another video, but I think what we've seen. Here we go. Again, I will leave it up to you to read, but I'm not going to go through it. But it shows who we are, what we are, and where we are focusing on in terms of our properties. But there's a key element that I would like to show as well. Again, like I said, it's very visual. This is our first property in Thailand, Amanpuri, which was created over 30 years ago. It's 40 rooms. It has beautiful beaches. There's a sense of space, and the architects will talk about this in far greater detail. Whilst it's small, I think this particular slide is quite critical. It shows the efforts and the tendency that has gone through as a red line through our properties. That's a number of sites where we have created properties or been able to restore properties in communities such as Venice, such as Sri Lanka and Amangol in Gol, Tanga, and Tangol, which are UNESCO heritage sites. Kyoto, our most recently opened property, is equally in one of those sites. So you see there's 10, 11 sites amongst the 32 sites that are in environments where we are very sensitive and need to be very sensitive about the buildings that we either restore or have been allowed to construct. This is our latest property. Carey Hill was the architect who recently sadly passed away. Again, very small property, 28 rooms. Sometimes it's better not to talk and just to look at the visuals, because it talks for itself. We have 2 properties in the United States, and with New York, which we just recently saw on the video, our 3rd property coming online later this year. This property is in Page, Arizona. This particular property is outside Borobudur, which is a UNESCO heritage site. It was designed by Ed Tuttle, an American architect. It's short of 36 rooms, if I'm not mistaken. One of the key components in all our properties is and I was able to observe this morning the various discussions that you had as to the relationship with the community. That's our life. All the employees are from the local community. We have properties in locations, like I said earlier on, where very few other people would go. So the link and the community relationship is extremely important. It's a property in the Philippines. It's on an island where we have 40 rooms. We work very closely. We do a lot of corporate relations with and sustainability programs with the community. Just opposite this island is an island called Manamok. I had the pleasure of going there many times. We've set up a school. We've done a lot of education programs, a lot of progress in terms of the environment. I'm Hanoi in Vietnam. This is in Bali, Indonesia. As I said, we're very centric in Asia, but we've moved away over the recent years towards Europe and towards the United States. This is Morocco, Marrakesh, UNESCO heritage site, where we've built a beautiful property just outside the city center, about 40 rooms as well. What is important to us is the attention to detail, both from an architectural point of view, from a community point of view, and that completely works together in what we do and how we do it. We have 4 properties in China, one in Lijiang. This is our property in Venice, which is obviously UNESCO. This was particularly challenging. This is a property that dates back to the 16th century. If we talk about challenges, that is a challenge. And it was a very painstaking renovation, restoration. Again, clearly we couldn't touch a number of elements. So it's a stunning property, completely enhanced. This is one of the living rooms, dining rooms that we have. This is the ex-private residence, a guest residence of the former king of Cambodia, which was just outside Siem Reap, just outside Angkor Wat in the city of Siem Reap. It's 24 rooms, completely renovated. I can tell you, I can talk about this property for about an hour, which I won't. But this story, the gentleman who created this property is absolutely mind-boggling. I will do it very simple. Over a period of about 13 years, he completely restored the buildings. He took down the buildings that you see there, took all the trees because the Chinese were building a dam, so he basically excavated about 1,000, 1,500 trees, brought them all the way to Shanghai, and they were planted on this property, and it's absolutely mind-boggling. Summer Palace, UNESCO heritage site. Again, there was a relationship that was created, that was built in 2008, a stunning property, over 50 rooms. Luang Prabang, UNESCO heritage site, 24 units. Montenegro, Sveti Stefan, UNESCO, again there, similar challenges. Very, very old building, going back to the 15th century. A lot of detail, but a lot of things that we couldn't do, whilst respecting obviously the various requirements by the authorities. I leave this up to you to read because that's there's been a lot of recognition for us, which is always great. But the recognition is due because of the design, but also more so of what we do and what the staff does for us. We have over 5,000 employees in our organization spread over the various properties, and they create the experiences that we offer. As we saw in the video, we talked about New York. Our first urban property was in Tokyo, which we opened in 2014. 84 rooms, again, very small. For us, it's quite big, but it's a property that has done extremely well. It's a new build, obviously very different to the challenges that we have today. Crown, Aman, New York, for us, it is a watershed moment. It's going to be phenomenal to have this property coming in New York, and hopefully it will be joined very shortly after that by Miami, and that will be phenomenal. We've seen, I think, similar pictures in the video. Pipeline projects, we always have projects. New York is in there. We have Japan, Bangkok, and so forth. There's always a drive for us to look for other opportunities. Bangkok brings us back to Asia. It's very much a gateway into Indochina and obviously a larger part of Asia. And it will accommodate and, how can I say, complement our property in Tokyo very well. Another property in Japan, that will be our 4th property in Japan. This is in Cabo San Luca, Miami. This is a brief introduction as to our chairman, the chairman of OCO and the chairman of Aman. Under the leadership of Mr. Doranen, the group has moved forward significantly over the last years, in many ways more than one, but very much through his leadership, having the opportunities that we have today are quite remarkable. And with his own private, through OCO, as was mentioned previously, he's done a number of other developments as well as in Miami. That's it. Thank you very much for the opportunity, and I appreciate it.
Well, good afternoon. Nice to see you all. Jack, you're sitting in that chair. I'm not sure if I would want to go down and hide, but I look forward, since you're not voting, I look forward to, Nancy, I need your help. John, pleasure to have seen you over the years. Good luck, and thank you for your endurance. Scott, good to see you again, and nice to meet you all and see you. Hello, Kirk, Debbie. As Nixon said, we have met with staff 4 times, extremely helpful meetings, and we felt very fortunate to have been invited by Oko and Vlad and his partners to become the architects of record for the project, so it's exciting, extremely exciting. And be a part of bringing back the Reside as a hotel, not as the previously approved, and to its glory, we invited Richard to join our team as the preservation architect, so there is going to be design architects for both the Versailles hotel, the interiors, the man resort, sanctuary, philosophy and image, as well as eventually we'll come back, obviously, for the as an agenda item, because we're making this request and these revisions to the previously approved situation, and eventually for the residents as well. Initial steps that we took was review the existing site conditions, analyze the current state of the structural repairs, try to determine the extent of all possible restoration, obviously with the help of Richard, research the record and data to determine the reconstruction of historic features as much as possible, and review the previous approval conditions and review the current status of the building permit. A brief outline that I'm going to go through are the positives, the analysis, the conclusions, and the recommendations. And the positives are that we are bringing the hotel back. Excuse me if we repeat this few things a few times. It will be back as a hotel, not only hotel, but an Aman Resort Sanctuary, and the restoration with the exceptional historic exterior by Roy France. The reconstruction of we are going to be requesting the reconstruction of some historic elements on the roof that have been previously demolished, gone, I don't know when. Richard will explain that in detail later. We are going to be requesting the deletion of the spiral stairs on the west roof that were previously approved. Not sure how that happened, but we're going to request not to implement them. We don't think that it's a good idea. And most importantly, it's going to be the reconstruction of the Gulfstream social dining room, better known as the Orangerie, as a function, not just as the previous approval that was going to be a facade with canvases and a swimming pool and some water features. This is going to be restored with the help of Richard to its original grandeur. The analysis was to look at the process of the exterior of the building permit. We need to extend the building permit as soon as possible. We need to evaluate which repairs are critical at this point as it balances out with the requests that we're going to be making that are structural requests, like Debbie explained. Develop a very sensitive shoring system of the structure along with the Desimone engineers and Joseph Hakem. We analyzed the geometric modulation and the rhythm of the Roy France facade and the layering of architectural elements to be able to develop a sense of how to design properly with proper tribute the extension that you're going to be seeing that we need to request. Richard will elaborate on that. We evaluated the Aman Resort Sanctuary International, very exclusive, very elegant elements that they have programmatically, and of course the perennial requirements for the building and fire code, which are part of what determines the core that we are going to be presenting to you. Aman requires at least 2 passenger elevators, 2 service elevators, for all the reasons that you saw in the previous video, and I don't have to tell you the separation of stairs that the code requires, et cetera, et cetera. Conclusion was that the column spacing currently right now of the building from 1939, it's a big, tremendous, substantial suite layout programmatic challenge for the design of that. The concrete beams that are there are huge girder beams coming down sometimes below 8 feet. They happen anywhere. Difficult to deal with air conditioning, fire suppression systems, et cetera, plus the ceiling height. The building has 10 feet floor to floor, which with the current system goes to maybe 811, 810, sometimes below because of the beams and the precast joist slab system that they have. The historic floor plate is very small. It's about 5,900 square feet. So our conclusion was that the structure is not compliant, definitely with the current codes. The repair strategy will not be efficient that was previously approved. It's almost like a Swiss cheese approach to the structure. The final result will be a compromised, inefficient structural system that will affect substantially the design of the suites of an Aman hotel. Therefore, we concluded that the current situation does not really allow for these standards to be developed. So what we're proposing, and what we discussed with staff thoroughly, was to develop a systematic phased system, starting from the foundations, lobby, first, second floor, to start essentially removing the structural system that's there now, that is in a bad state of disrepair. And as I described to you, something very, very challenging, and start replacing floor by floor, using each floor, develop a shoring system, which, by the way, it's been filed, and we're going to talk about it later, but go floor by floor. So if we remove one floor, we build one floor. That floor strengthens the building and becomes the shoring for the next floor. So that way, it's a long process, it's an expensive process, but it will make sure that this building is not going anywhere. We will not have to come back and say, oops, something happened. It's a system that allows a free span from perimeter to the core with column-free maximum height, because it's a post-tension system. It's going to have a slab of 8, 8.5, 9 maximum, which will allow proper ceiling heights. And we believe that when the building is finished, structurally will be one of the most sound structural buildings that anybody can have, mainly on a historic building. And of course, the restoration of the Gulfstream dining room orangery, the exterior of the building, the reconstruction of the rooftop elements, all is going to basically, I believe, bring back the Versailles to an original glory that had in 1939 when Roy France was finished with it. Now, with that, I'll just let Richard talk to you about historic preservation, and then we'll have a series of exhibits that we'll show you as fast as I can. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone, and it's good to see you all today, and Max, nice to meet you for the first time. Let there be no doubt, no question in anyone's mind that today we have an extraordinary opportunity to correct a course that the Versailles has been on for quite some time. We know that it was constructed in very early 1940, and of late that it has suffered from a bit of abandonment and neglect and false starts in its restoration. But today we have this extraordinary opportunity to correct that course. The goal of our submission to you today is to show the Miami Beach Historic Preservation Board how the current design team can successfully integrate the program requirements of an Aman hotel, which, as you can see from understanding Aman a little bit better now, John, are pretty extraordinary. Okay, thank you. To align those program requirements with the restoration and rehabilitation guidelines of the Secretary of the Interior Standards and the current building code which we work under. Everybody here knows that the Versailles Hotel began construction in June of 1940 and was amazingly completed by December 28th that same year with great public fanfare. And you all know that it was designed by Roy France, and that Roy France has many, many other notable hotels here, many that have been lost and many that have been saved. And you should have a little idea of what Roy's design philosophy was. And that was, quote, letting the air and the sun, that's what people come to Florida for. And I think Roy was still right. Even today, that's exactly what people still come to Florida for. So what are the kind of things that we're going to be doing to restore the hotel? Well, as Louis said, according to the microfilm plans that we obtained from the city, and thank you, Deborah, for all your help in getting us some of that information, and having corroborated some of those with the public brochure that was published on the hotel and the dining room that was once called the Gulfstream Room, we're going to restore that original dining room, also known as the Orangerie, and it will take up the entire the north elevation along the lobby level and run east to west in the hotel. The dining room was a rectangular in shape with a semicircular projection. You're going to see plans of that here in a little bit. And it projected out to the east, kind of reminiscent of an ambulatory in a church, in church architecture. The north side of the dining room was entirely covered, the eastern bay, and with floor-to-ceiling glass windows, and then, of course, the curved bay on the eastern side was also glass. An interior photograph of that room gives us a great idea of exactly what this room looked like back in the day, and it also had a small circular stage located on the west side of the dining room, and tables oriented in a manner that gave room to a rectangular dance floor. So it is our pleasure to be able to enhance the previously approved COA by adding back the original dining room by going a step further and adding back those elements at the top of the tower, the tower stairway that Louis referred to earlier, on both sides, by taking out the crazy circular stairs that were proposed by the previous design architects, and by returning that rooftop also to exactly what that rooftop looked like in the past. And we will, of course, still have the addition that was previously approved on the rooftop. There is it will be a restaurant in this case, and it'll also have a penthouse suite up on the rooftop. But by putting back the mechanical rooms and the stairways that we were just talking about, the view will be almost completely obscured of this rooftop restaurant and suite addition. So we like to believe that we've got a tremendous client here who has the betterment of this building and of Miami Beach at the heart of its goal going forward. And we look forward to getting into the details of this project with you more today, but certainly much more elaborately in our upcoming meeting in April. Thank you.
I'll try to go real quick with the graphics that are going to give you an idea of what we would like to get some feedback from you all today, and what we will be presenting to you as a formal agenda item on April the 14th. So with that, I need electronic help. Oh, okay, well, that's our presentation. Look at that.
It's got the clicker.
This is going to go, well, this is going to show you the extent of what we are going to be applying or seeing and discussing on April the 14th, and what we would like feedback today. These are photographs of the current state of the building. Not sure if some of you have gone by there, but these are very recent photographs. Next. Steps, facades, east facade. And there is practically nothing left inside the building. All the walls have been taken out. You can see these are the mezzanine floor and the upper floors. And this, it's the historic roof plan. Part of the presentation will be to show you what was there historically as a reminder, and then the north and the south. And at either side of the center element, there are mechanical spaces and stairs that the only remaining element right now of the historic 1939 design is the north stairs. So these are elements that we are proposing to reconstruct. Next slide, it shows you the current condition, showing only the center element. The little box that you see inside the center element are where the old elevators used to be. That's just a shaft now. And then the north stair. This is what was previously approved. The two circles that you see on the west side next to the prominent center element are the spiral stairs that we are proposing to delete from the application. We don't want to use them. The only thing that we want to use and revise and extend towards the east is the previously rooftop approved addition. The next slide will show you, and the light blue is what we're proposing to extend towards the east to the existing rooftop addition, and then in blue also are the stairs that we're planning to reconstruct as per the original historic design. There should be a blue-gray elements to the west of the stairs that are not there now, but that's also a request. But it happens to be inside what was already approved in the previous application. The next is Jack. This is the little man rendering. As I told you, I'm going to bring one back. It just happens that this is a requirement for this, but I'm going to bring it back for every single application. But what you can see here is that the previously approved, there was actually an encroachment of that view that was previously approved. And that's what shows in the line of sight and at the roof. The next slide will show you that by deleting those spiral stairs that were previously approved and by introducing the reconstruction of historical roof elements from 1939, essentially the view from the west of whatever was approved or whatever extension we'll be requesting are going to be totally obscured from the west. Turned out to be, I think, a plus for both us as architects and for historic preservation. This plate is the historic plate. I'll go now into the explanation of what is it that we're going to be requesting for what we need for an AMAN program. This is the previously approved core that, again, it was a core for a condominium, not for a hotel. And frankly, I don't even know, I haven't checked if it meets the current fire codes, but it's a core that would not work for the AMAN program. The next slide you're going to see, it's what we are going to be proposing, which is the new core. It's got in the center 2 passenger elevators, very elegant. At either side, there are 2 service elevators that discharge to the north and to the south into service areas, but then there is a lobby in front of the service entrance and the fire stair. So what you have is the possibility of creating very elegant hallways and corridors that are not exposed to any kind of service or any kind of fire stair immediately. This does meet the current code requirements, but it's a very elegant setup. The other issue, as I mentioned before, the plate is only 5,900 square feet. AMAN requires an average of about 1,000 square feet, which we will not be able to meet in terms of suites. We can only fit 6 suites per floor on this building. In order to be able to fit 6 suites and be able to come close to the AMAN International standard, we are requesting an 8-foot extension to the east and an extension of outdoor terraces, which also is a trademark of AMAN. And these terraces obviously are to the east, to the Atlantic Ocean. Richard will explain to you the theory that we have collectively used in trying to express the perimeter of the facade extension to the east, as well as the terraces that are using the same modulation as the existing east facade that happens to also mirror the west facade in certain subtle manner. The west facade is a more stronger facade in terms of layering, and Richard will explain that, but we are using that as our inspiration for the extension that we're requesting for both expansion of the plate and extension of the terraces. The next slide is the original microfilm of the of the lobby, the ground level lobby of the Versailles, that shows you the dining room, the Gulfstream dining room, known as the Orangerie. That's on the north east corner. The next slide will show you the extent of the previous approval that came before you, and it actually has a building permit. And the next slide, it's what we are proposing, which is this core that I spoke to you about, coming down to the ground level, the reconstruction of the Orangerie, and what we believe it's a lobby that now mirrors the strong, elegant symmetry of the Versailles on the exterior. This lobby now will be a complement to that strong symmetry and elegance that the building has on the outside. The next slide is basically the elevations, and the progression continues to be the same. The historical elevation, the approved elevation, and what we're proposing. I will not bore you too much with that. The red is what was previously approved on every single slide that you will be seeing today and later on April the 14th. These are the north and south elevations. You can see the previously approved rooftop addition. These are the elevations of the proposed west. All that we're doing on the west is handing it to Richard and say restored, obviously, to its original condition, as AMAN has done over the world on all other properties. That's what Richard is commissioned to do, so the pressure is on for Richard. The east facade is the east facade that you'll see a 3-dimensional view of that later on, but it shows the expansion of the slab and the extension of the terraces. And next is our elevations, and this is a view of from the south going north of what was previously approved, and you can see at the top, without the recreation and reconstruction of the original stairs, you can see the approved rooftop addition. The next slide will show you that, granted, it's in color, so you can blame me for trying to put the best foot forward here. But as you can see, with the reconstruction of the stairs and the mechanical equipments that were from 1939, you cannot see what was previously approved, and much less what we're requesting to the east. And of course, the new residential tower that was also part of the previous approval that will come later before you as a separate item, basically just disappears from that. One of the first things that we heard from Debbie said, you got to convince me. If you don't convince me, this is not going anywhere. So we really appreciate all her effort, because we really bother her saying this is what we plan to do, this is what we plan to do. We met 4 times, so I'm surprised she didn't kick us out of there the 4th time. And the next slide just basically shows you the previously approved from the north. She said, you got to show me views from the south, west, and from the northeast, because this has got to be very clear to me, very clear to staff, and very clear to the board. So the next slide, which will close up, shows you basically the expansion of the plate, the extension of the terraces, and the extension of the previously approved rooftop addition. And with that,
and the reconstruction,
and
the historic reconstruction of the Gulfstream Room or Orangerie right in front of us, that really makes the mass of this building what it should be, what Roy France intended it to be.
And with that, Richard, and thanks to Richard that found a lot of information. With me here are Barbara Pedrosoli, Tony Lopez, and Federico Zicari, which have been working very hard on this project, and we were able to put in the rendering, thanks to Richard and the information that he found, the Gulfstream Restaurant Orangerie on this rendering at the last minute. So with that, Richard, it's up to you.
Thank you, Louis.
If I could just wrap up real quick, explain to the board. So obviously, the city as a whole, including the planning department, and I know this board, has expressed deep concerns over the historic tower. We do want to see construction activity resume as quick as possible. There's two changes that they're going to be coming for in April are critical for resuming construction. The east expansion and the core, where their elevators are going. Because in order to start construction, they need to know where the foundations are going, where the load-bearing walls are going, etc. They have been working with staff to improve certain portions of the project that were previously approved and permitted. So we're going to be bringing back to you in April some very positive, in our opinion, some very positive changes, restoring portions of the building that were previously approved not to be restored. And those 2 critical changes we'll review in greater detail at the April meeting. But we do understand the opportunity for the city is very unique with the Aman Hotel Group, as well as the urgency to resume construction prior to the next hurricane season. So we don't want to wait another 6 or 12 months before we start hardening this building again. So there is some degree of urgency. Like, we have several properties right now in the city that are in a similar situation. We're fortunate that this one looks like we are going to have a positive outcome in the end. So staff is very excited. We were relieved that it seems like this group is very serious and they're well financed, and that we will see some significant progress on the historic tower. I would also like to commend the team for focusing on the historic tower before they start focusing on the new condominium tower that was also approved for this site. So we think that is a very positive. One other point, which we usually see the opposite, which I was positive about, was they're actually adding more FAR back into the Versailles. So where's that FAR going to come from? That's going to have to come from their new tower. So they're putting the reconstruction of the dining room, that's all FAR that's going to have to be transferred from the new construction back to the historic building. So we're excited. We haven't fully evaluated their April submittal, but that has been submitted, and we're optimistic. And if the board has any comments, please, express them to the applicant and staff, and we'll take that into consideration.
Would you mind allowing Richard 5 minutes that I took away from him to talk a little bit about the historic details? If I can, please. Thanks.
I think one of the things that I would like you to come away with here today is an understanding that the changes that you've seen relative to the main building, to the Versailles Hotel itself, are a significant enhancement from a design perspective to what was previously approved. It may sound very simple that we're putting those stairs and those mechanical rooms back up at the roof, but they're actually really important to what happened on that roof. It may sound very simple that we're going to add the dining room that was torn down, the orangerie, to the side of the building, but it was elementary to the design to Roy France's design, that it have that base on the building that extended out to the left. And we saw when that elevation was actually up there on the screen, albeit too short, that how much it meant to the entire design of the building. So while we are expanding the floor plate to the east, the previous approved plan already expanded the floor plate to the east. While we're expanding that floor plate to the east to accommodate the program requirements of the Aman Hotel, we are nonetheless significantly enhancing the historic preservation aspects of this project from the top of the building right to the bottom.
Right. And briefly, Richard can mention to that, the theme that we're using again on the expansion on the east is that he obviously had a design statement on the west that he had quarter-round windows framing the whole mass. Then he went to a 90-degree window. Then he went again to a quarter-round window, and that framed the center portion of the building with windows and scallop design that eventually turned into the vertical element that the spire is. We're using essentially the same geometric rhythm and modulation, but for example, on the east, we're using all glass for the quarter part of that addition. So it starts right where the building ends today, at the 90-degree window on the east. We start there with a quarter-round all glass. And from there, we go essentially with the same modulation and rhythm, go from quarter-round to 90-degree to quarter-round and back to 90 degrees. So I think it's going to be very
took
successful.
The Roy France facade and moved it forward. Only enhanced the window area by bringing the window area all the way down to the floor.
Correct.
But it is, in fact, the same geometry. It is the same structural geometry that literally loops around to the front of the building, from the front of the building to the back.
So while always being able to identify what's new with what's old, there is a tribute to the architectural massing, layering, and detailing of the existing east facade as well as the west facade. The graphics are here, so if there's anything that you want to go back to any of the graphics, I know it's late, and you guys probably want to stay here for another hour looking at graphics, but
we're just overwhelmed, I think is a nice way of putting it. And congratulations to and thank God that this is coming to fruition. And I don't think any of us could be happier.
All right. Anything that we can take back with us about?
Just one concern. I think it's a great concept, what you're doing. I mean, structurally, though, you mentioned basically replacing the floors with a post-tension slab. Obviously, there are perimeter columns in the building. There are interior columns. The interior columns are coming out. Are you retaining the exterior columns and walls?
So the walls, 400% sure. The exterior columns are the columns in the perimeter of the building on the interior of the building are going to be beefed up. New columns are going to be introduced. We have the structural engineer from DeSimone.
Structural engineer from DeSimone to come to the microphone right now. Give us the short version.
His name happens to be Luis as well, so I figure I could take the liberty to explain some of the structural system just because we have the first name.
Good afternoon. The short answer to your question is yes, the walls and the columns on the perimeter are going to be maintained. The perimeter columns will be enhanced. They're going to grow towards the inside, so the facade.
And that's what your post-tension slab is going to sit on, so you'll keep the exterior wall.
That's correct.
Is that slab going to go to the exterior face of the exterior walls?
No, it will not.
Okay.
No, we're going to make the existing building right now has spandrel beams that will remain in place, and we will be connecting the new slab to the existing perimeter structure. So the facade of the building will be maintained.
And this is going from the ground up.
This is going from the ground up.
From
Yes.
below the ground.
Below ground. So all those interior columns obviously support the building as it is. So, in a quick version, how are you going to support the building above while you're putting in the slabs?
Right. So the quick version before any new construction happens is we're going to be installing a shoring system from foundation to the roof of the existing building. That shoring system will be once that shoring system is in place, then we will start the removal of slabs and reconstruction of slabs as we go up. This will be all to the interior of the building so that the exterior of the building is not affected at all. All the shoring system that will be that you'll see in the
I'm just trying to figure how when you pour, I guess the shoring is going to, the structural part is in the core and on the exterior, or the inside of the exterior walls.
Inside of the exterior wall.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. I'm sure you're going to, draw it all out. It's going to be, documented and everything, and submit that to the city as well. Yeah.
That'll correct me if I'm wrong. That'll be part of the presentation material that you guys will.
Okay. So it has been thought out quite a bit.
Yes, very much so. Very much so.
Are already in the package that you're going to see.
Right. More importantly, this is not something that's being done for the first time. We've executed it on a number of different projects, historic projects, buildings, 200 and 300 years old.
Well, I'm sure Scott, I guessed that answer. Part of the reason we're here today is because the ownership needs to have a very clear understanding that we can commit resources to proceed with the permit revision, because nothing can be done without revising the existing building permit, as Debbie mentioned. There's a current building permit that needs to be revised to be able to implement the foundations and the structural system, the expansion of the plate, the extension of the terraces. But we cannot do that if we did not have a feeling from staff and from you all that we're moving in the right direction. So that's the reason we're here today.
Do you need a motion?
We don't need a motion because nothing is formally before you. I thought this was a great opportunity to update the board and to introduce to the new team. And because of the urgency, and they're coming back only for the historic building. Later on, at some point, we'll talk about the new construction that was previously approved. But to just get a feeling of the board's comfort level it's really two changes. Most of the changes could have been reviewed and approved administratively. The reconstruction of the historic portions, the removal of some of the rooftop things that were previously approved, because that's all restorative nature. The core, which impacts the original lobby, is not something staff can review and approve administratively as a permit modification, and that eastern extension also needs a variance for the setback. So those were the two things that cannot be reviewed at staff at administrative level that will be coming before you in April. So I think what the applicants, and I know this is unusual, and again, I wanted to bring it to you for a few reasons, but one of the reasons has been over the past 2 years my extreme concern about the structural integrity of this building, because it is one of our most important historic hotel buildings in the city. To get a comfort level, and this is in no means a binding discussion, for the concept, the general concept that they're discussing with you today. And it's really the two things, that eastern extension of the slab and the core, which does impact the configuration of the lobby.
Can I jump in?
Please do, Rick. We'd love everyone's input, everyone's.
I was going to ask that Rick and John maybe can make a motion that Jack will be nice to me.
I think this is great news, and it's really exciting to see this this hotel come to town. It's very exciting. I'm happy to see you two working together in this way. It's really wonderful. I think that the structural system you're talking about is very exciting, and I love that it's thinking out of the box. I was happy to hear it's been done before.
We've done it.
Who said that?
We really do
Who said
have
that?
the best
Store Club,
structural engineers
we had that
to
in the
accomplish
Greystone, which
this
was
challenge.
recently. Yep.
And I look forward to seeing those drawings because curious to see what that looks like. You mentioned 6 suites per floor. You're trying to match up what Amman needs to make it work. You mentioned the size of the units was what, 1,000 feet?
They try to average 1,000 feet. We're not going to get there, even with the request that we're making to extend to expand the plate. We're barely going to get there.
Mm-hmm.
But as you saw, Amman is not about a lot of room keys. It's just very small amount of suites, very exquisitely elegant design. And that's what people look for in Amman.
I'm curious to ask because the expansion to the east I think is the most kind of challenging one to get over, and maybe we have to see more drawings and see what that really looks like, because that's where the building's going to really change the most, right? It's that view from the ocean. It's hard to say that it's the front or the back. A building like this really has 2 fronts, right? So this waterfront is going to be transformed. And so I wonder, with regard to the structural strategy that you've outlined, is it dependent on new structure from the ground up on the east?
Yes.
Yes. And we should also point out, though, Rick, just to make note, as Nissen was just reminding me, that this expansion to the east is already in the approved plans for the previous COA. And ours is, yes, we're expanding it further, but we also think we're doing it a lot more sensitively than it was originally done before. And you will see those in the next presentation in a more detailed way.
There was a previous approval in 2012 that had a major building or expansion to the back of that eventually expired because the new 2016 revision took place, and basically, but over the years there have been a couple of proposals that have expanded to the east. We feel that we're, like Richard said, what we're doing is very sensitive, and it's just absolutely key to the success of bringing Amman to Miami Beach.
And one last question. You mentioned the Roy Franz quote, "Let in the air and the sun." Are there going to be terraces on these units, or do the units go straight, out to that eastern wall?
To the east. Terraces on the east.
The only terraces are the ones that are on the east.
On the east, there's obviously, there is nothing proposed to the west.
Per se. The expansion and the terraces
So the suites that face the east will have a balcony. Maybe I missed it.
Barbara's going to bring us that floor plan that illustrates this the best.
On average, it's about 12 to 14-foot terraces, very, very large terraces.
So that new glass that comes down is actually going to be set back from the edge of the building?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, got it.
Rick, if I may also add, if you look at the peer group of hotels built by France for about the same time, the former Crown, the Cadillac, now again the Cadillac, it was the Sea Isle, now it's the Miami Beach Resort. This addition already improved for the rear extension, but now the one that they are going to propose is far and away the most sensitive of treatment of that portion of the hotel. So it should stand up well against any other that has been done on any of those similar properties.
And as you mentioned, Rick, although the actual facade of the building that is going to be behind the terraces, and the terraces are going to be anywhere between 12 and 14 feet, we're still introducing some solid elements there at the same rhythm and pattern as the existing east facade. So although, granted, the new expanded plate is going to have more glass than what the existing historic building has now, and it's going to be 14 feet back from the edge of the terraces, you're still going to perceive some strong, solid stucco elements that, as Richard pointed out, are
correspond to the front elevation, that correspond to the original east elevation. Differences in the glass, for example, is that this glass will be floor to ceiling in the back overlooking the ocean.
So here in this plan, it looks like there's 3 units that open to the east, one big terrace, or they will be separate terraces. So do you anticipate including in your next presentation like views within the balconies? I mean, I think it'd be interesting to see what those spaces are like and what the existing or the historic building wall is on one side and the new on the other. It'll be clear.
There will be renderings, color floor plans, and like we mentioned before, even the edge of the terraces do have the same rhythm and modulation.
Mm-hmm.
Then the facade, then the historical facade, then the west facade. So it's been throughout consistent in terms of the detailing and the execution of the geometry.
Great. Anybody else have a
question? Just can you clarify, is the eastward expansion going beyond the footprint of the approved building as it is now?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just the thought, I can't remember for sure if the dune extends in that area, but when you talk about being sensitive that way, I would say also some ecological sensitivity to whether it's a dune, but there is some sort of buffer with the beach and any sort of existing coastline protection there.
Well, as you know, the dune is there, the boardwalk is there, and whatever amenities and public areas Amman is going to create in terms of being ecologically sensitive, I will not be the designer of those exterior public areas, but I would be willing to guarantee that they gotta be one of the most ecologically sensitive designs that you probably have seen on the board here.
And Max, this portion of the property, and you'll see once you have the full package, is significantly west of the erosion control and bulkhead line.
Okay, yeah, that's helpful. I was looking at the rendering, and it's not really a reliable
Yeah, the
way of
tower
looking at
portion.
In addition, the Gulfstream room will be of a building will be the easternmost projection, which extends well beyond, historically did, and as recreated will extend far east of the tower, the extended tower floor plates. So everything is far west of the erosion control line, and the expanded floor plates will be significantly west of where the Gulfstream dining room, the pre-existing Gulfstream dining room that's being restored, lies.
Max, just to get a perception, this is there's 3 red lines on here, which you can probably not see from where you are, but this red line here is the required tower setback line, where the tower is roughly 100 feet back from that setback line. So we're way back from the coastal environmental regulatory required lines. And as I think Nisan was just saying, the Gulfstream room in itself, we don't have a number on here, we'll put one on for next time, but is still set back significantly, maybe as much as 40 or 50 feet from the setback line.
Thanks. It seemed in line with the presentation so far and the sensitivity of the place, but as we're talking about it, I appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jack.
Great presentation.
Thank you, Rich. John, we're going to miss you.
Can we have
Max,
a
welcome.
motion to temporarily?
Scott, next time I'll stay away from explaining the structural issues and let my...
I just also have to say, Mr. Chair, I got through this presentation without mentioning that my aunt was the social directress at the Versailles Hotel. 70.
The social director.
It took a lot of restraint on my part to not mention that.
And perhaps you can take her place part-time when it opens.
And for those younger people, I'll explain what a social directress was.
Somehow, some way, every time I come here, some relative of Nisan has something to do with the project.
I think we should do a motion to at least temporarily support their efforts.
You can,
I don't think you can vote on an
non-binding
item.
discussion item
Yeah.
of expression of of support of the concept. If you want to do that, I don't think
That would be
that's.
appreciated, yeah.
So it's up to the board. If you want to
What do we
express a
think?
non-binding general concept support.
Sense that you're supportive of this.
John, it's your last act. Do a motion.
I mean, this is all
Well, I
you.
mean,
This is you guys. I'd be happy to support that, but I won't be here in April to.
We'll leave a
I'll
lasting
be
mark.
kind of lining up to get a room.
That's precisely why,
For free.
that's why Jack is selecting you, so they can blame you while not here.
Exactly.
I mean, it seems from what I've heard that the board is supportive of the concept, supportive of this unique opportunity for the city and for our historic building. And it's it'll come back and you'll have full authority over any final decisions or details that you want to talk about. So I think this was positive. Thank you, Neeson. Thank you for your team. I know you've been here. It's been a long day, but for your attention to the historic building, first and foremost. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your
Thank you
work.
very much. See you all.
Okay. Additional items.
Hey, I think Commissioner Liebman, I believe, had something she wanted to talk about, and Max maybe too, for at least some initial discussion so that we can bring stuff back to you as well. But I think, Nancy?
Yeah,
Did you want to?
I do.
Okay.
Good evening. That's what it feels like. I have a situation that I want to speak about, and I'm hoping that you all, as the Historic Preservation Board, can possibly help the situation. I live on Collins Avenue. Across the street from where I live at 5555 is probably the most wonderful Mars Lapidus hotel. It used to be a hotel. It's now a condominium. The condominium has a new board that is trying to, and you'll recognize the word because I hear it all the time about change here, remodel so that they can become more modern. Well, I heard about this all the way across the street, and I invited, come on up, Stephen. I invited Stephen, who is, I believe, the chair of the board, or you'll tell who.
Well,
I want him to tell you, because he can tell it better than I can, how the board is trying to upset it. My purpose in coming here, and you will hear from him, that I am very distressed over the fact that a board of 6 people, I think there's one person on there who doesn't agree with the rest of the board, that they will try to change the historic part of the building, which is the entire lobby. Have any of you been in 5555? It's the one with the rounded corners.
Oh yeah. For Seagate.
Well, it's one of the
Oceanside Plaza.
It's one of that
Oceanside
collection.
It's
But
right next to the castle,
Okay,
which used
you
to be the
go
Playboy
ahead.
Plaza Hotel.
And tell the story. I'm
Yes.
asking for help for this problem of this board.
I brought this for the board.
On the photos.
There's photographs of the lobby and external building.
Oh, look at this.
And I also brought 2 comparisons of what the current board would like to do to the lobby versus what the lobby currently looks like and the fencing for the pool deck. So I bring these to your attention. And And I'd also like to thank Nancy and the board for the opportunity to present. I was the secretary of the board a year ago. A new board was elected this year at the time that the 50-year renovation was scheduled and a special assessment was then levied. And in the special assessment, the new board, some of the members of the new board have a penchant for modern and simplistic design. And they've already looked at designers who would materially alter the look of the building. Now, I think it's important to note that this is a building not only that attracts attention from the outside when you pass it, because it is on 55th Street, so it's not that far from the Fontainebleau and other Maurice Lapidus neo-Baroque designs. It also has a public restaurant inside, which is called Lola's, and as a result, it is open to the public, and so it attracts people who have the privilege of seeing the ambiance that is reminiscent of the neo-Baroque Miami modern design that was prevalent many years ago. The problem at this point, everyone, is that the board is trying to change it. And the majority of the owners, from my canvassing, do not want it to be changed. The board has decided that they would hire a designer, that the designer would make 3 designs, and that they would then show the 3 designs to all of the owners of the building, but not give them a choice of retaining the original architecture and the look of the building, which I must tell you is far less expensive to do than $3 million, which is budgeted for upgrades of the building. They would like to change the lattice cement pool railing to glass. And you can see from the pictures of the comparisons there a very simplistic, modern-looking lobby that makes it look just like any other modern building that's in so-called Millionaire's Row. And since this is so close to the historic section and the Maurice Lapidus section, which I think theoretically ends on 43rd Street, where 55th Street, I think it behooves the city to take a look at working with us to find out what we can do to preserve it. Nancy, at the ad hoc meeting last evening, there were approximately 32 to 34 people, and I asked them, I took a vote, and I asked if there was anyone who would like to see a modern design for the building to raise their hands. Not a single person. Not a single person. And we have it on...
Did you ask how many people who would like to see the building preserved?
100%.
100%?
Well, we're talking about the building, the whole building versus the common areas, as we discussed. Okay. So, so everyone is absolutely interested in exploring this with the board to find out what, if anything, that we can do. So I present this to you as an opportunity to preserve, I think, what is one of the most beautiful common areas of any building on the Strip to date. And we would hate to see that be destroyed. There is marble on this floor that is of the most expensive kind that could be diamond ground to bring it back to its original luster. And the new board would like it to be destroyed and replaced. So there you have it. I brought 3 sets of photographs. Some of them are actually on printed paper and some on photographic paper, but I would be happy to answer any questions that you may have or to discuss what we might be able to explore together.
First,
Please describe what happens on February 27th?
Yes. What the board has done is quite unusual. There is the previous board voted for a $9.15 million 50-year renovation project. The new board voted for a $15.6 million because they would like to replace all the common area piping, which is okay to do because it may need it, but there has not been an engineer's report to determine the detail in what is required. But they did add also a $3 million renovation budget. A $3 million beautification enhancement budget. And they're insistent upon getting it. So what they did was they took the $15.6 million, got an approval from a bank, more than one bank actually, but a bank to do a loan over 10 years. And most of the residents who live there have been living there for many years. They are on fixed incomes, and they really cannot afford to pay their portion of it, which in many cases is about $52,000, $53,000 over an 18-month period. So what the board did, I think very cleverly, was to provide a ballot for everyone to sign who agrees to the loan, but they're also agreeing to the enhancements. Now, according to the bylaws, the loan document approval would require a 2/3 vote, but material alterations would require a 75% vote. And what we're trying to do now, and Nancy's aware of this, is to acquire as many yes ballots as we can for the loan, but to hold them until February 27th, which is the last day we have to vote for the loan, and provide as many ballots as needed to reach the 2/3, but not the 75%. We're also represented by an attorney. We're also willing to place injunctions against this kind of remodeling, and we are also prepared, if it becomes necessary, to recall the board. The loss of this kind of architecture in the city of Miami to the public would be, in my opinion, and the opinion of many others, a disaster.
How about if you don't pay?
Yes, if the loan doesn't pass, then everybody is going to be required to pay their $52,000 over 18 months. And there are retirees in the building who just cannot afford it. And so we are an ad hoc committee that came together out of necessity, as well as passion for the building and to maintain it the way it is and to bring it up to its original beauty the way it is. The outside of the building is very unique, as you can see from the pictures, with the curved sides. It's a structurally magnificent building.
And it's going through its
50-year recertification.
On top of all that.
Correct. That's right. So any questions, gentlemen, ladies?
I think we all empathize with your plight. I have a question for Debbie.
Yeah, because I can explain a lot of the different options.
Yeah.
Do you want me to just jump right in? Okay. So this board has jurisdiction over historically designated properties. There are 3 types of historic designations that our ordinance provides for. One is the historic district designation, which means we designate an area that, it has more than one property, several properties typically in a row, but they can be non-contiguous, but it's usually an area of land that has multiple properties within the district. That's a district designation. The second type of designation provided is a individual site designation, which means this board has the authority to make recommendations regarding individual properties. We have over 20, I forget what the exact number is, maybe 23 individual historic sites. Those are properties like Old City Hall. That's an individual historic site. The Old old Mayflower, which is now the Variety Hotel on 17th and Alton, that was just recently restored, is an individual historic site. So that's the second type of designation. The third type of designation is an individually designated single-family home. So those are the only three options we have with regard to designation. Again, in order for this board to have any binding authority, a property has to have some sort of local one of those three local designations. The historic site designation does not provide for interiors. However, district designation and site designation encompasses original or public interior spaces. So if you have a historic district, every single one of those public interiors within that district is also under the review of this board. The same thing with an individual site. If it has a public interior, it's automatically rolled into the jurisdiction of this board. Single-family homes do not have public interiors, so that is the designation that we wouldn't include an interior for. A lot of other municipalities do their process the opposite, which is why in the city of Miami, in New York City, for example, they have provisions for designating interiors. And so you can designate just an interior. And the reason why these other municipalities have that provision is because district designation or site designation does not alone include that interior. In order for the interior to be protected, it has to have a separate designation on it. Because ours is a catch-all, we don't have that provision, because anything that's a site or a district automatically includes that interior under review. So, and I have talked with the planning director about this, because we did talk with Nancy earlier, it was earlier this week or last week. There is no provision to designate an interior. A site, the site could be designated, which would be the property. That's how we structure our designations. And then the interior would be under the jurisdiction of the board, and any significant changes, material finish changes, or demolition of significant interior elements would be under the jurisdiction of this board. So that's the situation we're in currently. Staff can go back and speak with the city attorney's office and our planning director again about any potential interpretation of that, but technically that is how our preservation ordinance is structured.
I think I asked this a year or two ago, and I don't remember the answer. Is there any entity in, I don't know Florida law at all, but it works in Maryland, Virginia, and New York, and many other, South Carolina and Georgia. Is there any methodology by which a majority of their owners could give something like the Miami-Dade Heritage Trust an easement on the building or the interior to make sure this doesn't ever happen again?
Yes, that would be a private agreement between the condominium association and one of the entities that would hold the easement. I know the Florida Trust for Historic Preservation holds easements. The Dade Heritage Trust also does. There is a provision for that, but that would be not something the city would enter into, but an agreement with the property owners. There are certain tax benefits to granting easements, which is why a lot of people do it. The city actually granted an easement to the Florida Trust for the Colony Theater. So the city has also taken advantage of that program. But obviously that would be the decision of the private entities.
And your lawyer could explain that.
Yes, no, I appreciate that. I understand that. Thank you. Yeah, since the current board represents the association legally, that would be unlikely until the board is replaced.
There's also potential, and again, I haven't really studied this, to go for a National Register designation. Now, that doesn't necessarily automatically protect anything, but that could include the interior. That would not have any binding authority from this board over what happened, but certainly would express to the community and to the condo owners the significance of the structure.
Would it be inappropriate for us to pass a motion in support of the preservation of the building?
I don't think it would be inappropriate. I'm just trying to figure out who that resolution would be to.
Their board of...
I think right now the building is under jurisdiction of the Design Review Board. Whether or not the proposed changes would require going through the Design Review Board, I'm not sure. That's something I could also look into. The Design Review Board does not have the same authority over public interiors, but I think they do have some limited review. And in our Design Review staff, which is headed by James Murphy, who is very diligent, very smart, works with me a lot too on historic properties, so he's very familiar with these types of issues. It's much more limited, if any, real authority they would have to deny something. But right now, it's not like there's no review of the property. It is under the jurisdiction of the Design Review Board, the entire property. And I believe there may be some latitude for them, at least the staff of the Design Review Board would likely be reviewing the interior in accordance with the design review criteria, which of course are different from your criteria because they don't have any provisions for demolition. But that's something I could look into. I don't want to give you any false hope. But that might be interesting information.
I'd be happy to present at any times, and we appreciate.
Yeah, what I can do
information
is
we could
maybe we can come back next month. I know Jack.
But it'll be too late for his February 25th.
How we stop this?
Well, I don't think there's anything that can be done today that would have any impact in the next 30 days.
But just a motion of support for their efforts would go along. It's better than nothing.
It would. Anything would help to get it out in the open so that we're aware of it. People are.
I think this board could express support for the retention and restoration of that original lobby design. I just don't know who you would be. I guess it would be to the condo association.
Once we get to that level, it's, I don't know.
Yes.
I mean, I would think.
My thought was that it should go to the Design Review Board if your project has to go ultimately to the Design Review Board, and to get that, even it was kind of an anticipation of it coming to Design Review. Even though they don't have it on the docket now, presumably changes will come along, and presumably they'll go to the Design Review Board, to James, and talk to him about it. But I don't know, because I don't know, does the board ever send...
So that's a question that I don't have the answer to right now, whether or not... This will require building permits, right? No doubt about it. So the building permit will be reviewed by the planning department. And at that point, which would be the question, is would that trigger? I haven't even seen the changes that are proposed. Right. Would the changes proposed perhaps potentially require a design review board? I don't have the answer to that question, but that is something that I think.
No one has, by the way. The board is in the process of hiring a designer. We had some preliminary sketches, which you have seen there. And theoretically, no one in his or her right mind would start the development of the enhancements before the end of the 50-year renovation when things are going to be in a construction phase. However, it is entirely possible that somebody may decide to start destroying tile in the lobby at an earlier stage. So I do think we have some time, and the ad hoc committee is committed to initiating an injunction should they not get 75% approval of the owners, and should they start destroying anything that would be considered an enhancement prior to a 75% approval?
Could we make a pocket motion for you to put in your pocket, and when you find out the answer to the question, to whom you could send it and when, that you could do it? Because we won't meet again till this is too late.
After that.
But think about what the motion would be, because we've seen one sketch. We've seen how beautiful the existing lobby is. I mean, I guess the motion could be that we, as a board, if everybody agrees, think that the existing lobby is significant and an important contribution to the fabric of our city.
So moved.
But that would be it. I mean, I really don't think I could comment on what else is being planned.
I think that's plenty.
You don't even know.
No, but what you're suggesting, I think, will go a long way, because it lends credence to what we're trying to do here.
Exactly. Historic Preservation Board.
And it can be something that can be taken to the Design and Review Board, if necessary, that shows that we've been trying to do due diligence to preserve the neo-Baroque look of the building for the public.
It would have no teeth like we usually
Moral
do,
authorities,
but
right?
it's just and we'd have to say we looked at it through the evidence that we were given. We haven't seen all the pictures of the lobby, but from what we have seen, the lobby appears to have significant historic details and is an important part of the historic fabric of our city.
So moved. What a value would be for the building to agree to designate.
Right, and I think that it will make a big difference to the owners. There are 299 units in that building, and even the support, even the emotional support of this board will go a long way to encouraging people to resist the changes of a few.
Can we say one other thing, because I also don't know, we haven't seen plans, Debbie. Can we say to the extent to which we believe the fabric to be historically, to be original? Because we might be looking at a light fixture here that's from the late 90s. I don't know. I have no context for this. But just to the extent to which the lobby represents the historic fabric, blah blah blah. But just.
Yeah, I think saying that you support the retention of the original, to the extent of the original historic fabric, that you support the retention of that, because, and you said, John, it's a value, the historic details and public interiors value to the city, adds value to the city. And this would be just a general expression of the support of the retention of the historic fabric in the public interior portion.
Now, I can't vote on that. I don't. Or
you know, we lost Nick a little while ago.
Yeah, well, we need him.
But since there is it's not.
It's not quasi-judicial,
Quasi-judicial,
Nancy. So I don't believe you would conflict out.
It's not a
quasi-judicial item. I'm not an attorney, but I try to play one on TV
because
sometimes.
So many, and you wouldn't be out of the vote anyway, because there are more than 350 units, and you don't. And when there are more, so I can vote on things in my condo that are also in a historic district, because there are so many.
Technically, that's correct, even with the quasi-judicial. But this is not even rising to that level. So,
all those in favor, say aye. All opposed?
And who are you going to give it to?
I mean, who do I don't know. It's an expression of support.
An expression of support.
We can put that in the after action.
Yes, and then keep in touch with.
Yeah, I can come back. I mean, I know in March, but things will probably still be ongoing in March in terms of the discussion. So I can bring back more information. Specifically, I think it would be good to know what authority our design review staff and the design review board may have, if any. So I think that's really important to know.
Are you going to pursue that, or
I will. Okay. I will look into that and bring some answers back to you in March.
Or before, so that
we can talk offline before. Yes.
we'll talk, okay.
Yes. Individually, we can't talk as a group before then, but Nancy, you're welcome to call me anytime.
Nancy for bringing the important thing up.
Yeah, I felt it was the most important thing going on today.
Thank you, Nancy, and thank you, Board.
Thank you.
Really appreciate it.
For being brave.
I've been on many boards that you've had to sit through a long day today, so kudos to you all. And I'd be happy to come back at any time. Nancy, you have my email address. I'll give it to you if you don't. So, again, I can only say thank you from the bottom of my heart. It will make a difference in terms of seeing that it's just not people who live in the building that support it. Mm-hmm. And I think it can go a long way if we have to take it to that extent to the design review board or to anyone else who might oppose this. At least it gives credence to the fact that this could be considered a historic structure in some way.
And check into the easement issue.
I'm sorry?
Check into the easement issue.
Check
into the easement.
Oh, yes, thank you. I've written that down. Thank you, Deborah. Really appreciate that information. Nancy, again, thank you.
I think I'm in contact for another reason with the head of the Historic Preservation, your counterpart at Dade County.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
And I think I'm going to call her, discuss it, and get that kind of pressure on it too.
Does anybody else have any other issues? I have three quick ones. Just notice. Oh, he did. Let him go first.
I did, but given I can only speak for how I feel, I'm getting a little melty, so I'd be okay with pushing it later. It might be cruel and unusual punishment because my thing was more about like internal procedure. So I can hold it for later, but in a nutshell, it was just maybe getting a little bit more detail in the staff analysis about the dispositions for the sustainability and resilience criteria.
Okay, you know what I'm going to do, Max? I'm going to put a general discussion item on the actual agenda for March.
Okay.
And so it'll be on the agenda, so we will get to it and we can talk about it. So
Thanks.
just, you said general, I'm a little punchy too. General disposition?
Oh, just like more detail in the staff analysis for the disposition on the different sustainability and resilience criteria, kind of like what we were talking about before with like what is a not applicable versus satisfied, not satisfied. Because it would seem to me at least every project would be, you wouldn't say not applicable to just about anything with respect to the considering the unified projection for sea level rise or something like that.
Okay.
Unless you're talking about a variance for hours or like we were doing before. Yeah.
Okay, very good. That's a welcome addition.
And I know there are
so
no do-overs
on
first impressions, but I feel like I missed the boat this morning. Thank you for the introduction. Thank you to fellow board members here. I'm looking forward to working with you. The stuff that Debbie didn't mention in the beginning, though, that just in case it helps build credibility among this group, I live in North Beach. I'm an owner in a historic building. So this is important to me from a real-life perspective and also just from a sustainability resilience, the continued vibrance of having buildings such as the ones in our purview continue to exist. So that's why I'm here.
And we're sure you're going to make a great addition. I have three quickies, though. I won't be here in March, and you don't have to report on this in March. But there are ongoing issues which are not getting due attention, I feel. One is the Port Doral, or whatever it's called now, the Grand Beach.
Miami Beach Resort.
Right, that's closed, and we spent an inordinate amount of time with the Starlight Room, and I feel it's kind of sad that it's closed and we seemingly have no leverage or can't do anything about it. The second one is, again, an update on Deauville, if that's appropriate legally, maybe not, I don't know. The third is the Toledo or the Ritz-Carlton. I hear that's reopening, but that would be nice to know about.
I can give you some information on that
Okay,
now.
you can wait.
We can
don't
wait,
have to
okay.
And the last one is my favorite subject of the month, 69th and Collins. I think it's called the Fairwind. They had a fabulous neon sign on a
Golden
projecting
Sands.
fin, and it's
The Golden Sands?
Yeah, sorry.
The Golden Sands?
Golden Sands. That's it. I'm sorry.
Yep.
And that disappeared. The plug and the mechanism to install it is still there, but it's gone. And no one seems to be lifting a finger.
I have lifted a finger. I had
lifted a finger.
Advised code compliance. There's an active violation for the removal of that sign without approval.
Thank you
and
for
we're-
your effort on that, because
So we're doing what we
it's
can.
a major neon landmark.
I agree. And I have been advised that it will be coming back. However, I've been hearing that for quite some time now, which is why I had the violation issued.
Thank you
So
so
I'm
much for your-
hopeful, and I'm hoping to give you a positive update on that soon.
And we thank you, because without you, we literally would not have, we would be nowhere. So thank you. And
John, we
have
will
to
miss
have a
you. I'm sure you won't be a stranger, though.
Thank you, John,
So,
for everything. Thank you. Adjourned.
So we are adjourned.
We thank you for listening and watching today, and we are now adjourned.